Sentinels need to find a way to shut down this momentum and this speed from FaZe Clan right now. They haven't been able to get a footing into this game whatsoever.
Dead for the side of Sentinels, and the ball time will continue ticking. Oh, boy! That is a beautiful play with a repulsor stick against the sword player. Through a round elevator, they know they need to stack right here, right now.
Who picks up one or two tasks to be trying to
boy!
That's a crispy and connecting from Stella.
Oh my
goodness, Lucid! Forget about the mangle, that's much more fun to watch.
This will not end in 30 seconds if there is not a kill. Ryan Noob wants to make the play of the game. Box control! Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing?
Nice bank shot there from Drippy to get that kill, get the double, and he just tosses one out towards Bombs there. Control indeed.
Triple!
That's 3 down though.
Who's gonna run away with the ball? Oh my, Royal 2, welcome back!
But now we've got to see Royal 2 do something. He gets both of them.
And he does it again!
With someone like Renegade, he is confident, but two, securing a whole part of the map for his team to be safe in.
Somebody stop.
Threads the needle right there.
Seems like Renegade's gonna keep this going. Oh, I wish. Would have lost my mind. He gets the shot anyway, though. Not today.
When Renegade is on fire, he is literally unstoppable. This man is a beast.
Overshield going to be popping around 2 seconds time, and at the moment, unfortunately, here's a complexity. They're on the back foot as Gilkey, he's starting to not only get warm, but maybe he's starting to catch fire a little bit.
Oh my!
Gilkey!
Guys, quite a display from Gilkey there.
Snipes, maybe kill, shut down.
Oh my!
Instead, that
Lethal knows this is the situation. Actually kills Snipes, then he turns his focus to Turbine, and now Sentinels are here! Lethal has just done an absolute bamboozle job.
Advantage still there, and Spartan still getting kills. What? He lived? Oh my gosh, he repulsed himself onto the sword platform.
Back to back for C9, your HCS NA Regional Champions.
They're wolves. Back from the hunt. Out there, beyond the safety of these walls, sometimes you have to fight on your own. When the only one who has your back is you.
Welcome to the Lone Wolves. King of the Hill. Enemy team took the hill. Double kill. Last Spartan standing. Spartan eliminated. Danger zone incoming. Showdown. Capture.
we always have room for another wolf.
Play it now with Game Pass.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
Hello everyone and welcome to the NA Pro Series. We're here for the Halo Championship Series and I'm so excited to be back, not just here to obviously desk host today, but I'm with three of my very good friends who are experts on the game as well. I've got Bravo, Onset and Gaskin joining me. Fellas, it's good to see your faces. Once again, of course, I've missed you guys from Kansas City. And speaking of it, we've got to just jump straight into it because I have some serious FOMO from that event. I just want to be back in the mix. Live event, live audience, incredible gameplay, and I want to relive some of the moments. So, Bravo, I'm going to dive straight into some of your favorite moments from our LAN event in Kansas City. What would one of them be?
God, yeah, first of all, great to be back with you guys. I'd say at Kansas City, one of my favorites was the local KCP crowd that we had. It's pretty rare. You know, we've been doing this, some of us, for over 20 years going to Halo events, and you really don't see local crowds like the Kansas City Pioneers squadron that was there. It felt like regardless of where they were in the venue, this pack moved with them to the featured station, back to the main stage. There'd be times where we were casting the main stage and the venue would erupt across the other side of the room, and it was just a Kansas City Pioneers winning like one round of oddball, or maybe like getting one double kill, and you'd hear these chants just erupt. So huge shout out to the Kansas City Pioneers contingent, because they really showed up in a huge way that we really haven't seen before at a Halo event. So it was pretty cool.
They certainly did. I mean, I remember hearing it. It just added so much to the gameplay. And like you said, it was over some of the smallest things, like maybe a pistol shot going in the right direction for somebody, and they were just erupting. And it really was absolutely incredible. So that was definitely one of my favorites as well. Gaskin, I've got to move over to you because I know gameplay is at the forefront of your favorite moments. So what have you got for us?
I mean, as a caster, you dream of like getting those massive moments where someone hits something ridiculous, right? And what better than a European player doing it? Chick hit an unreal clip. Let's take a look.
On their own, they will just jump on you, and that team shot is so difficult to play against. And Chick may be starting to heat up.
Oh! Chick! Wobbling them wigs, it's an overkill!
That's the Chick that we've seen throughout the European Super. That's why he's taken the plaudits of this quadrant roster. It was all SLG back in the day, but Chick has got better and better and is one of the best players in Europe right now. And that's exactly what quadrant needed. Triple kill on the other side for SLG.
Oh, another
overkill!
It's just one of those lot. It just like not just one, but like two back-to-back overkills. Unreal. Like that is probably the best.
Ever seen back-to-back overkills ever in competitive like major Halo events? I don't think so. I think it's the first ever.
Yeah, it was disgusting, let's be real. I've got to say though, gameplay was spot on, but your scream to go alongside it is definitely a highlight for me as well. Dan, I know you got something else up your sleeve in terms of gameplay, so what's your second favorite moment?
Yeah, the other one, a gameplay moment which will be remembered by many, but maybe forgotten by a few fans of Optic, was during one of the big games, Optic Gaming against Sentinels, and, well, let's just say things didn't go too well for Formal. Let's take a look.
In front of him, and he's dropped down into a world of pain.
Wow, what a play from Optic Gaming. They were waiting patiently. All they needed was a little bit of a sight line onto Frosty, and then they exploded into movement. Formal gets the camouflage. Formal gets the sword now as a reward.
Oh! Royal 2! Open up an incognito tab, folks. That was pure filth. It's a...
I mean,
The line from Jersey afterwards as well. Just
it's icing on the cake.
I mean, you literally see Royal 2 peeking back ledge like that, and Formal's like, yeah, no worries, this is going to be an easy one. Jumps up. I don't understand what Royal 2 would have seen there to even just have a trigger finger as fast as that. I mean, how is that even possible?
It's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah.
It happens, and I think as a player of that caliber, you just have that kind of spidey sense. He knew the possibility, he knew that a player could be there, and he just reacted so fast. And I think that was the moment where Optic crumbled as well. I really do think that made the big difference in that tournament.
Yeah, I think I actually recall seeing formal tweet after that saying, look, I was checked after that moment. And I think there are occasions like that in really big kind of massive moments, big games where something like that happens to you and you're like, how is that even possible? And it does check you out mentally. And that was definitely an occasion and one to remember for sure. And Onset, I've got to come to you, mate. Something up your sleeve? What have you got for us today?
Yeah, this play was just, it was a couple of plays in a row, which just showed the composure that the Sentinels lineup still has, and still, you know, it kind of separates them from the best in those hectic end games. And this was on day one. I think this was pool play. One of the craziest plays we saw at the tournament. Let's take a look.
That might have cost him his life here. Tie game at 89.
Tolly taken down. There's a beat down. Big moment here for Snakebite if he can turn this into a triple. Then maybe Sentinels will live in this first round.
He might even play this down to Whirlpool. Great ball toss. Stays alive, and he rotates.
Amazing stuff here from Snakebite in the final moments. He goes down though, but Sentinels go into a lead. 10 seconds left on the clock.
Not over.
The push comes in from Pioneers. Frosty gets the back, plays the ball, and Frosty's going mad.
Oh my God, that's a game-saving play from Frosty. Game-saving play. The time takes.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I get goosebumps still. You can hear the kind of crowd swelling behind as the anticipation is building on that play. And it was just perfect play after perfect play. The triple kill, you know, he had to kill that final player, otherwise they lose the round. And then the rotation, the body blocking to allow Snakebite to make the rotation, the play ball from Royal 2. And then Frosty just clutches it with the camo. It was nuts. It was one of my favorite plays. It was crazy.
It is wild, isn't it? Because you see some nutty stuff online and in online tournaments, but LAN just bursts these game-changing, crazy moments that you just don't see anywhere else. You know, the decision-making and the plays that come out of some of our pros is just unbelievable. We've seen a ton of them in your favorite moments, gentlemen, but I've got to say, a big moment for me, my favorite one, I think, of the Kansas City Major was when Sentinels managed to win the entire LAN event, and it was just absolutely amazing. I think, you know, not only was it kind of unexpected coming into the tournament, you know, they were kind of on the ropes here, lads, weren't they? You know, they were fourth finishing pretty much the entirety of this season. They had some major ups and downs. What a roller coaster ride it was, and my goodness, they have peaked at a really perfect point in time, I feel like, in this season. And I just think it was a major showcase of what these individuals have to offer, but also what this team can still do, can still achieve. I think we actually call them the sleeping giants, and rightfully so. Just absolutely incredible performance from all of these lads. And it was just exciting, you know, and Brav, you know, how are you feeling about Sentinels at this moment in time? Obviously, they're not playing in the Pro Series today, but, you know, what they've been able to do with the big turnaround, it was just so impactful for their season.
I think Mark said it best. They're back, right? These guys are back. They're back on top. The way that they did it, they left no questions to be asked. To 4-0 C9, the way that they did, I think Mark and I spent a good bit of the finals just wondering what the hell was going on, just the way that they were playing.
Yeah.
And I think I honestly, you know, and I'll be the first to say it, that if you hid the names on Cloud9, we talked about it during the games, you didn't think they were playing Cloud9. You thought this was a much, much weaker team. The way they did it was pretty remarkable.
Yeah,
and no one saw it coming as well, Lot. You said it yourself,
yeah.
Except Clutch. But in fairness, Clutch has been saying it for like the last 3 events.
Years.
Like, I feel like he just keeps saying it in hope that it would happen again. And it did happen again, in fairness to him. But where does he go after this? Like, where do predictions go? Do people think Sentinels will stay on top now? Like, there is so much that's happening after Kansas City, which worries me. Like, are Sentinels going to be good enough? Is this going to drive everyone else now to push that little bit further? Because Cloud9 are going to be hungry for sure. But it was an amazing victory for them, and you could see the amount of Sentinels fans that were in the crowd. They loved every second of that.
They certainly did. It was absolutely incredible. Bravo, were you going to say something there?
I think Mark was.
It was me. I was going to jump in there very quickly. I think as well, the thing that really kind of topped off that performance from Sentinels is how tough a tournament it was for them as well. Everyone looks at that finals and goes, you know, it was a clean sweep. It was a 4-0. They decimated Cloud9. They did. Let's just remember on the Saturday, they were almost out of the tournament. You know, against Quadrant, they were almost out of the tournament. Against Optic, they were almost out of the tournament. It was game 5s galore for them. So to come through and show that steel, that resolve, that ability to to win those tight moments. We always say it. Andy and I have a joke. It's like game 5, Sentinels will win. So it's game 5, Sentinels will win. Like, and it happens so much because they do, and they proved it again in KC.
They certainly did, and I think, just to your point there, Saturday was really, really tough for Sentinels. I mean, at certain points you're thinking, my God, how are they going to come back from this? I mean, Quadrant, the Strongholds game, they had a trip cap at one point where literally a couple more points they could have taken that entire series, and Sentinels managed to bounce back. I think it also is a testament to how incredible the competition is right now. My God, the season is filled with extremely talented teams who, if you slack for a single second against one of them, then you're in serious trouble, and you could actually let up enough to lose a series. So just phenomenal, just in entirety in this season. And we have so many teams who are ready to take a dub in any single corner, to be honest, any corner possible given to them. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Let's actually take a look at the roadmap right now, though, to see exactly where our season is at. We are a way through this one, folks, but make sure you guys are watching, because we do have our international regionals happening very shortly. We've just had the Kansas City Major, as you see on the roadmap there. And we have Valencia and Mexico City around the corner. Those are going to be absolutely vital ones for our regions, of course, coming into this, because this is a global event here for Halo Infinite. And everything is leading up to that Halo World Championship right at the end in Seattle. And we're going to find out who exactly is going to be the best this season when it gets to that one as well. But I tell you what, we need to actually talk about why we're here today. And that, of course, is the Pro Series. We're in North America, of course. And we need to get to business, lads, because a lot has been going on behind the scenes post-Kansas City. And Rostermania has started. Now, it's a lot to keep up with. It can be a bit difficult at times. A rumor mill goes round, and it's difficult to kind of find your footing there with the teams. And I guess coming into the Pro Series, it's kind of easy enough to find out where everyone's at, because you see who's playing. So, bravo, talking about Rostermania, talking about where we are in the season. Is it kind of a normality at this point in time, halfway through, to see major team changes happening in order to find that success?
Yeah, I think certainly. I think a lot of people are familiar with the rumors that are floating around of where certain players might end up. Some of those teams not playing today. We're going to see some of them being tried out today, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But to be honest, it's been quite tame. I think we have modern esports to thank for that. I think we have players that are under contract. These rosters are a bit locked. Also, you have coaching staff that are committed to players throughout the year, and they're looking at the World Championship. 5 years ago, 10 years ago is very different. We'd have about 6 dozen team changes at this point already. So I think it's been pretty tame for Halo Infinite. However, I think there's some exciting team changes that are on the horizon to talk about.
Yeah, 100%. There are certainly some very exciting ones, and one being the fact that Renegade is out and Bound is in for Cloud9. This is a huge change at this moment in time, and Onset, in terms of where this kind of leads Cloud9, Bound coming out of phase, taking Renegade's place. What does this do to the kind of momentum, kind of the success that Cloud9 have already built at this point in time in the season?
I mean, it's so difficult to judge what's about to happen. Renegade leaving and, Bounds coming on loan from FaZe to play today. I think we're not sure what's going to happen everywhere, right? Renegade is going to be the hurricane that kind of filters down. We're going to see team changes because obviously someone has spoken to Renegade and wants to pick him up as a player to put on their roster because he's one of the best players in the game. That means someone else has to leave a roster. That means someone else has to leave a roster. And all of this madness starts to trickle down. But what an opportunity it is for Bound. I mean, he wasn't, maybe not the happiest on FaZe with the way they were playing. That's, again, just speculation from listen-ins, what you could see in the gameplay from scrims and things like that. But what an opportunity, right? Going back into a position where you're replacing one of the best players in the game. You can play that hyper-aggressive play style, very similar play style to what Renegade produces on that Cloud9 roster, or did produce, I should say. And Bound could be the player now who is the superstar on that lineup and could really have an opportunity to propel them and, put another win on the board.
Yeah, 100%. I also think Bound is actually a really fitting replacement for Renegade in terms of playstyle. And then Bound has also been that guy that we've all been watching grow this season, coming into things. First time really professionally being on a roster and playing in Halo. It's been a pleasure to watch him grow as an individual, and he has some serious talent. So I really do feel like this change for him is going to be a massive one to watch him grow even further as a player as well. So make sure we're going to be watching Cloud9 very closely to see this new addition that they're trying out as well. But another notable change is Exa actually has lost the press to SSG, but they've actually picked up the Lady Spartan Pro Series winner, Miss Lakar, and I've heard some really good things about her, Gaskin. I mean, I've heard that she absolutely fries. So do you think this change here is the refresh that Exa needed?
I mean, it's an amazing opportunity as well for Miss Lakar, right? Mark was talking about opportunities for Bound. This is such a fantastic chance. I saw what she was able to do in the Lady Spartan Pro Series. As you said, frying over there, and I'm sure that we'll see her make a big wave here in the HCS Pro Series as well. As for whether it'll improve Exit or not, I mean, it's difficult to say. Suppress was an amazing player, and losing a squad that has been, you know, playing quite well together, there's maybe been a little bit of anger between some of the teammates here or there. I think maybe just bringing in new fresh faces is always going to help certain areas and certain aspects of a game. So I'm excited to see what happens and whether there is any sort of improvements and how she does, because that's such an exciting thing to be happening.
Definitely going to be having a look out for her. And by the way, did you know her name's Rachel? And actually, Lakar is Rachel backwards. Fun little fact.
Too clever for me.
I did not know that.
I had no idea.
Happy that I now know.
Yeah, me
Isn't
too.
that pretty cool? I'm just going to say she's smart, so I'm expecting that to transition onto on the sticks as well. But really excited about that change. Tell you what though, folks, if you're wondering how this all works, if you are new to the Pro Series, welcome. It's lovely to have you. But we do have our format. It's our top 8 placing teams from Kansas City and that major, and of course our top 8 teams from the Open Series. They qualified for this Pro Series number 5, and we have a 16-team double elimination bracket for you guys. So we have our winners bracket, our elim bracket. If you do fall short in the winners bracket, you do have that second opportunity, and our top 8 teams actually qualify for the next Pro Series, so number 6. So actually, you know, obviously you're playing for everything. You're playing for the chips here to try and get to that grand finals and to take the entirety of this one. As you can see, the winners bracket on your screens, but really it's vital for you to make that top 8 placement to be in the next one as well and not have to go through the Open. We do have a winners bracket here for you though, folks. You can see our semi-final set: Cloud9 versus G2 Esports and Optic Gaming versus Pioneers. Already have G1 dropping down. Oxygen Esports actually manages to take this over Pioneers. I don't believe that's right. Pioneers will go through. I think it's a little switch up there. Oxygen will drop down here. We also have Torrent dropping down, as well as Space Station. Our lower bracket though, let's take a look at our elim bracket for you guys as well on the screen, just to find out exactly who is sat there and whose tournament in this Pro Series is on the line. We do have quite a few names here, obviously not making that one through into the winners bracket. We do have the likes of Golden Dawn, which are a couple of players I'm not quite familiar with, so they're going to be out for the count here. Hopefully next time they can push through. But we do have Space Station, and that's definitely a team I have my eye on. A couple of changes coming in. They've obviously stolen a player from Xset. Hasn't quite worked out for them so far in the winners bracket, but you know, Onset, how are you finding their chances at this moment in time going up against a team like Torrent?
I mean, it's gonna be an interesting one for Space Station. They just knocked out Fnatic, so they're probably gonna be feeling pretty good. And if you can continue with that kind of momentum, then you're gonna be in a pretty good place. But Space Station, I feel like a momentum team. Again, they just keep changing the roster though, so I never know what to expect from them. I'm never quite sure what the lineup's going to be and who's going to be, you know, turning up next event. Is it going to be another change before we even get there? So for Space Station, I think it's always a chance for players to impress and to basically just try and lock down one of those roster spots, because as we've seen, they're not adverse to changing things up.
Does mean we've secured our top 8 for next Pro Series as well, just with those results there. So only 8 teams left as we joined this tournament today. So likes of G1, for example, making sure they secure their spot into Pro Series. So that's what you've got to achieve. If you come out of the Open and you're trying to break through, top 8 is your first aim. But now how far can you go with this? Because this is a great opportunity to push yourself into really high spots, because we've got, you know, a few teams who aren't playing, and now is your opportunity. Now's your chance to shine, be on those big moments, get into those big games.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, thank God someone's actually listening, because I wouldn't have known that. Top 8 already secured people. You heard the man. You heard Dan. Tell you what, though, we need to talk about our first matchup, which is going to be our winners semi-finals. Really excited about this one because we get to see Optic versus Pioneers. And we all know and love these teams. We've seen them perform many times now at LAN. But in particular, KC actually was as a big showing for both of these teams as well. And let's talk about Optic first. You know, Gaskin, unfortunate losses for Optic in Kansas City. I mean, game 5 to Sentinels, honestly, just so marginal there. At certain moments going a different way in their favor, honestly could have given them the series. How are you feeling about Optic right now heading into the Pro Series?
I mean, you say unfortunate, but honestly, I would have said it was Optic's tournament to lose. Even though Cloud9 were going in as technical favorites because they were #1 seed, online performances suggested Optic were the team to beat. They were slapping everyone. Everything was pointing towards Optic. We're going to take this event. We're going to have a new team at the top. We were all going to be raving about how well Formal has changed this squad. And then they just got into these games where they just threw it away. And it highlights back to the clip that we saw earlier in the pre-show where Formal got hit whilst he had the camouflage, and how he even tweeted out saying I was checked after that. You could see it. I think the Optic just fell apart after that loss. They were so close. The team was there, the strategy was there, but unfortunately they just couldn't pull it out on the day. And I think that Sentinels were really able to take advantage of that, push through and get to the final. So we need to now see how Optic respond, right? What does Optic do off the back of that? Do they get better, or does this really hurt them as a roster?
Yeah, 100%. The response is imperative, and we want to see a bit of ice, right? We want to see a bit of a clutch up happening. You know, when these moments do come down to the wire, being able to be that team to have the ice in your veins, to be able to turn those moments into your moments is super important. So looking for them to really put a punctuation mark on the end of their stories when it comes to the major events as well. Actually, I need to talk about one man in particular though, and he does come from that Optic roster. Our USMC service record is going to be formal. Now this guy, he's been taking chips all the way back into
I think we lost Lottie for a second there. I mean, also lost Mark as well all at the same time. So, Dan, you and I are going to walk through Formal and his service record. Of course, a player that really needs no introduction, but the man's been doing it for a long time.
I was a little bit worried when I saw Mark go and then Lottie afterwards. I was checking my surroundings to make sure I was okay, but, you know...
it's an organized hit, and you and I are next.
But,
oh, God.
Know, I said about Formal and how maybe he crumbled a little bit after that initial play, but when you look at his career and what he's been able to achieve and what he has done on this Optic roster, don't get me wrong, has been amazing. And I think that he will be looking to really bounce back from that. One of the best players to grace any FPS title, and we are lucky to have him in Halo, that's for sure. And even though Kansas City might not be an event to remember for him, that is just going to spur him on. You've got to feel like he's going to be working very hard to come back from it.
No, absolutely. I think it's just inspiring what he's able to do tournament after tournament. And I think, to be honest, with the attitude that Formal has, I think, you know, the way that tournament ended, it's just one tournament in a long lineage and a long dynasty of tournaments for Formal. And I think he and the squad are ready to bounce back. I agree, though. Where do they go from here? I think a lot of people agreed that that was their tournament to lose. And the question is, where do they take that energy from here? I think they're not going to be happy with top 3 for the rest of the season. And Pro Series is a chance for them to continue writing a story that could lead to a world championship.
Yeah, and I think that that's what everyone has their eyes set on, is that world championship, right? People are thinking about it. That's why we're seeing team changes. That's why we're hearing rumors of team changes, because everyone's aiming for a world championship. But winning a major isn't as simple, or isn't what everyone's really targeting for. Instead, it's, I want a world championship. I want to be the #1 team across the year, not just at a major or a minor. We want the big stuff, and that's what Optic are heading towards.
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of these teams, it goes back to what we talked about with the team changes as well, but I think a lot of these teams are really looking at the year as a whole. You even think back to even Elamite's interviews early on in the season, right? They're focused on one event, it's the World Championship, and you can't blame them. Massive prize pool at the end of the year, and also the title of the #1 Halo team in the world. It's a lot to play for there. Optic, a team that's certainly looking to do that. Another team that's been making to look waves, also going to be the Kansas City Pioneers, your team on the other side of the stage for our first matchup. And I'm pretty excited to see what these guys can do, Dan, because we talked about KCP since the game launched. Sounds like we might have Onset back with us. Let us know, Mark, if you're Mark. Great to have you with us.
Apologies, everyone. The old PC blue screen. You know, we must.
Oh, don't worry. we got 3/4 of the squad back. We're getting Lottie back in as well. But we're talking about KCP here, and for me, the KCP, yes, they had an amazing run in Kansas City, hometown crowd. In the end, though, they finished 5th, 6th, and they've kind of plateaued in terms of placings. For me, the question is, what do these guys do off the back of that? There was so much energy, there was so much hype. It's probably the craziest environment they've not only played in, but that a lot of professional teams have ever played in historically. But I think they need to realize that the hard work starts right now, right? These are the online scrims, these are the matches, these are the tournaments where you put the work in to make sure that you continue to, you don't just be a top 6 team for the rest of the year. I think these guys have great potential, but they need to make sure they're working hard.
Yeah, I think that when you look at KCP, top 6 was amazing back when they did it for the first time. And when we started to see them in online tournaments breaking into that top 6, we were like, hey, look at this KCP roster. They're hot off the press. They look like they could be a team that breaks in and changes the mold. But then, as you say, they've kind of stuck around top 6. And I don't think that that's where they want to be. They want to be able to push into that top 4. They want more. They want to win. Like we were saying, everyone wants a world championship. But to do that, you've got to be starting to take down the big games. You've got to be winning those matches. And they just seem to slip at that final hurdle. And I don't think that they need to make a change or anything as drastic as that. I think it's more so more experience, playing more LAN events, playing more tournaments. I think they've had enough now. And when we look towards the likes of Orlando, for example, Pioneers, you bet your bottom dollar they're going to be pushing for top 4 because they deserve it with how they've been performing, but they won't have that home crowd anymore.
Yeah, I want to jump on the back of something here as well, and I think it's the fact that when you plateau as a team, you know, you heard Tolik, and you know, we were talking about him all weekend because he was popping off, right? He was making some incredible plays. So was Soul Sniper, and you know, Druck and Manny had their moments as well where we were so impressed by what we were seeing, by not just them individually but as a team, how they were working. And you heard from Tolik in one of the interviews, he's like, these guys are my brothers, you know, I love teaming with them, but the difficulty is when you start plateauing at 5th, 6th, and one of those players starts to have a standout tournament, then the teams who are just above in that top 4, maybe if they want to make a change, they start looking down, right? And Pioneers might be thinking, hey, we could lose a player here. If, you know, a player comes in and a team comes in and makes an offer for one of these players that is, you know, they see as a way of moving forward, then that could ruin everything for KCP. So there's a lot of, I think improvement has to be made for them to break into that top 4, break into the top 3 if they want to just continue doing what they're doing. They've shown the potential that they can, but again, it's just those close moments in those game 5s, whatever it might be, it just seems to just be slipping out of the hands of KCP and Pioneers at the moment. So I think there's a lot to love about the way they played, but again, they just need to be able to cross that barrier into the top 4 like a lot of teams would love to do in the HCS right now.
Yeah, I think that's certainly what we're going to be looking to do. And to be honest, I'm hoping that the KCP side, I'm hoping they're an example of a team that sticks together. Just because I feel like they've got what they need. They've got the pieces of the puzzle to maybe continue to break into not just, you know, we saw them starting out top 12, top 8, and then top 6, and maybe even top 4 and beyond. But I think, Dan, they're a team that certainly has the potential if they start to work on the hard stuff this year.
Yeah, and they're going up against Optic Gaming, which is pretty hard when you look at a first game on broadcast today. Of course, this is the winners bracket semi-finals that we're going to be witnessing between KCP and Optic. And these two teams, they've played each other plenty of times in the history, but we'll take a look at the maps and modes. We'll see what's going to be happening between these guys, because the series layout is very important, Andy, and I always say that it makes a big difference between these two teams.
Certainly, I think if there's one team that's going to be ready for this, by the way, we're still in the best of 3s here. So this could be a quick one either way. To be honest, Optic Gaming, such a talented team, especially online with their online performances. Pioneers, though, a team that can certainly catch a team off guard. Stronghold's live fire, game number 1. We will go over to the brand new game type Slayer Catalyst in game number 2. Oddball Recharge will be your game number 3. Obviously, a live fire in the first slot, Dan, for the Optic Gaming side. Any other thoughts at the series layout?
So just looking back at when they last played each other in online competition, Stronghold's live fire is what they kicked off with each other in a best of 3 there, and it was won by Optic Gaming, unsurprisingly. 250 to 145, a nice comfortable game type to come back into the swing of things here for Optic. But then it worries me when we go into Slayer Catalyst, because as we learned yesterday in the EU Pro Series, the new map in Catalyst and the new King of the Hill rules that have come into as well, we're starting to see some of these top teams maybe struggling where they haven't practiced it as much as they would of the kind of old historic game types. So I really feel like Pioneers have a chance there in game 2 to break that mold. Yes, it's a Slayer, so you've always got that 50-50 flip, but also on a new map as well. That sets you in perfect stead going into game number 3.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's the best game 2 that the Pioneers could ask for. I think game 1's going to be a tough one. I do think they're a team that can come out of the gate and really start to make an impact, but I think games 2 and 3 certainly going to be an opportunity for them to steal this series from Optic. Would be pretty wild if we saw it. To be honest, with the total of new game types, 5 new game types being added, the fact there's only 1 may be a good thing for Optic Gaming, as they'll have comfortable, familiar home territory in those first game, in that first game, and also in that game number 3. Going to be interesting to see how Catalyst plays. I think a lot of teams we've been kind of watching both in scrims and on Twitter, the teams are pretty familiar with the linear nature of how CTF is playing on Catalyst, but Slayer, certainly a little bit different, Dan.
Yeah, and I think that it depends on who jumped on the horse first, right? Who jumped back on that saddle, because after Kansas City, naturally people take a break. You've put so much into practicing for a LAN event, and you just want to take a little bit of a rest. You go on a holiday, you do whatever. Both of these teams, though, would have had that hunger to start practicing again, because Optic, as I said, they probably should have won that event, could have won that event, but didn't, so they would have wanted to get back into that practice regime once more. As for the Pioneers, as we've said, 5th, 6th, that's not really where they want to be anymore. They don't want to stay there. They need to be working how they push towards top 4. One of the best ways, practicing new maps, practicing new game modes. So I think that KCP are going to come out hot in this series. I am expecting Optic to win it overall, it has to be said, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see a quite evenly contested game, especially on that game number 2. I was watching Formal's POV when they were playing earlier in the tournament, winners bracket round 1 and 2, Catalyst captured the flag, they looked a little bit shaky. Didn't really know how they were going to adjust to kind of some of the spawns. They weren't necessarily prepared for some of the overextendings that were happening. So I think the Optic are there for the taking on game number 2.
Yeah, certainly is something we'll be looking for is how Catalyst and the King maps, to be honest, are played. Going to be a lot of question marks asked. We've got the whole squad back.
We're back.
Lottie, I'm going to give
online again,
everything back to you.
Where were we? Sorry, everybody. I'm sorry about that. I had to dip out because there was a major storm and I had a huge power outage just then. It all came back on pretty quick, so I apologize for just leaving you all hanging.
Dan and I were worried that there was an organized hit because both of you guys dropped at the same time, and we were pretty sure the HCS broadcast team was done for.
It was an organized hit. Thank God I've been rehired. Hallelujah! I've figured it all out. So what were we talking about, boys? Can anybody remember?
Optic KCP Series 1.
Yeah, it was. It was at KCP's turn. Have you already taken that one? Because
we've covered the series top to bottom.
Well then,
I'm just glad to be here. Honestly, you guys.
I'm just so glad to be here.
Yeah, we covered KCP. We dived on deep to them, and then we were talking about this. We saw the series layout lot. You even missed the series layout.
Oh my god! Okay, what was the series layout?
Well, we got Slayer Catalyst as game number 2 lot, so that's where everyone is kind of looking, and maybe that's the chance for KCP to try and take the game off Optic here.
It definitely could be, for sure. I was actually watching Onset's video of Catalyst. And all the call outs, every little spot you might want to look in, and from what I've seen and kind of how you played it yesterday, it's very corner heavy, so it's very sneaky. Slayer, how do we expect Slayer to be played on Catalyst at the moment? What do you reckon, Onset?
It's kind of I mean, we can both go at the same time. Do you want to do that, Andy, on 3? Or just both just
one? No, you take it away first, Mark.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit all over the place at the moment. Slayer Catalyst, it's very unorganized. It's a little bit frantic. It's a little bit hectic. Obviously, you have a couple of power weapons as well, which don't help with that sometimes because the skewer. There's been a lot of feedback on that. I think from the pro players, it's pretty easy to just do one shot, take someone out, and the job's done. You don't have to hit the headshot. It's just any kind of connection with that skewer and you're gonna pick up a kill. And then the sword as well, like you mentioned, there's a few corners to be played, a few narrow hallways, and you really can start to put those kills together if you can control that. So overshield and sword, if you can get them both plus the grapple, you're gonna have a lot of fun on Slayer Catalyst, just because everyone's not quite sure where everyone is or where they might be spawning. So it's a case of, I think, running as packs, trying to run towards a teammate, run as a 2, see if you can gun across map when you can to help out some teammates. But overall, I think it's just a case of who's going to be able to react quicker, who's going to be able to run as a pack, and who's going to be able to get the gunny up and win their ones.
What I will say about the skewer on Catalyst, and I was giving Wes grief for this yesterday on the European broadcast, is that I agree with all the points Mark's made. It's a little bit easy at times to hit those shots, but on the flip side, if you miss, the reload speed is so slow that you do get punished by good players. Like, people will charge at you immediately because you can't just fire another shot like you could with an S7 sniper and hit a no-scope. So if you time it correctly after you hear that miss, or they miss you, you should be able to easily kill them with a BR.
You should be able to, and I tell you what, we should be able to get into game right this second. So we got Bravo and Gaskin on the mics. Gents, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Here we go. Map number 1, Optic Gaming versus Pioneers. We've teed up the series long enough. Now it's time to get into game number 1. Live fire, of course, traditionally the home of Optic Gaming. An unbelievable record on this map. To be honest, one of the craziest historical records on any map game type in all of competitive Halo history. We'll jump right in. Luce is the first death on the map.
Yeah, this is their bread and butter, right? Optic know how to play live fire on any map or mode. I'm actually excited to see what they do with King of the Hill when that eventually comes around. But Stronghold's live fire, they rotate so well. They will control that power up when they need to. So I think for Pioneers, when we do get into the game again, need to make sure that Optic don't control too much of the map too comfortably. You've got to be rotating with them, maybe even laying a trap here or there to make sure they don't pick up those overshields too comfortably.
Yeah, certainly, of course, this game type going to be one that they're used to playing. Sounds like there was issue with the lobby. I wasn't looking at the top observer bars. Maybe a player dropped. We'll get those updates from the back and from our admins to see exactly what happened. But Dan, I think a good thing to talk about, we'll get into that map when we can. I think King, like you said, is going to be really interesting to see how these teams play this. There's a lot of question marks being asked about how Catalyst will be played over the next few weeks, all the way into the regionals and all the way into, of course, Orlando, as well as the way that King will change. I think one thing's for sure, teams do not have enough playtime right now where the strategies are set on King or Catalyst. I think we're going to see those game types change quite a bit between now and Orlando.
And I think a lot of these Pro Series are going to be a chance for people to test things in a competitive environment. And I think we will see kind of like skew-if results here or there. Maybe a team that wouldn't usually lose to another team in a LAN environment or previously in an online environment. We might see those upsets happen because people are trying different things. Yes, okay, important that you still get the results, you still try and push yourself to get the seeding points, to get prize money that might be involved. But at the same time, everyone wants majors. Everyone wants to push towards the World Championship. So this is just some of the best practice that you'll get. And I wouldn't be surprised if in King of the Hill, we see a team try a strategy that doesn't work. And then next week, they go for something completely different. And then suddenly they've sussed it out, right? You just need to have that practice. You need to work it out.
Yeah, well, I think one thing you and I have been talking about, both playing and also watching scrims, is King of the Hill, is it going to be played as fast as the other game types where you have players sprinting off spawn and trying to flood kind of continuously like we've seen in other game types? It can work really well in a game type like Strongholds. Or is King going to be a little bit more control based where players are waiting for each other a bit more? And I think that's also, of course, going to depend on the hill and the situation and the exact nuance of a given moment in the game. But it's going to be interesting to see how the game is played, because I think Mark put it best. King of the Hill is right now potentially the game type that is the most map controlled dominant, in the entire suite of game types.
Yeah, and I think that, it matters about which team's playing it as well. But I think when you get two of the best teams in the world playing King of the Hill, you're probably going to see a team set up immediately after they've won that initial scuffle. And then the opposition team has two decisions. How many times can we push? How many times are we going to try and break this setup? If we fail, then do we just move to the next one and start setting up for that one? Because if you can set up for that next hill, you're going to put yourself in such a good position to strongly hold it. It's not Strongholds though, it's King of the Hill. Because you've got 4 players who can all stare at you. It's not like Oddball where one player is holding on to that ball and they're not able to shoot at the same time. You can sit in the hill and you can do damage and you get a lot of vision from some of these hills as well. So we really are seeing a very setup heavy meta, but there will be some teams who want to play it a little bit quicker, who will flood, who will try and go for those just extra little seconds here or there. And I think it can work, but it will really depend on if you're good enough, if you can win those 1v1 engagements when they happen, and your grenades off spawn. They're going to be so important.
Yeah, there's also a really interesting dynamic which you bring up, of course, the hill only moving upon the point being added to the scoreboard really does provide an opportunity for teams to set up in a way they never have before. When this was time-based, right, you played it around the clock. You knew that with about, T-minus 20 seconds, T-minus 15 seconds is when you needed to start really thinking about the next hill. Whether you think back to Halo 2, Halo 3, and later titles as well, when we started to see King added into the competitive rule set. But now that you're really waiting for that point to be scored, you can, like you say, moving from somewhere like that arcade hill to the next hill on streets, you could totally have a setup completely ready. And the other team is forced really to get that point on the board. I think we're going to maybe see, as we start to now theory craft and go into the meta, you might see teams kind of baiting those final seconds where before they actually score the point, if a team is starting to set up, maybe they wait and they bait and they let their team spread out before they score the last point. So there might be a little bit of interesting stuff like that played out as well, though we really haven't seen those mind games played just yet because the game type is so new.
I was literally just thinking the same thing. Imagine, two of the top teams, they're given the capture almost, and they say, well, actually, why would we let them set up? Let's not capture it just yet. Let's go out. Let's have a scrap. We only need 1 more second. They need another 30 or so. So we're definitely going to get that hill. Let's go out, have a scrap, break their setup, dip our toes in, and then suddenly that setup, they have to reassess, they have to redo it. And that is going to create for such an interesting dynamic, especially in some of these final moments, maybe when it's tied going into the last hill that you can actually get a win. And I think at King of the Hill, even though the new rules, some people were like, I don't know if I really like it, don't know if it's going to fit into Halo. I think we're going to see some very exciting esports moments, and I know full well that these teams are going to think of whatever they can to try and one-up their opponents.
Certainly, yeah. Being able to kind of wait and bait and delay that final hill point, and like you say, you can kind of try to kill the opponents, especially if you have a hefty lead. You can try to slay them off of their new control of the next hill, maybe twice, maybe 3 times, even if you have a strong enough lead. I think we're going to see some interesting mind games there that are going to play out. Maybe we'll even see a tiny bit of that starting here in week number 1. We'll have to see if that's the case as we wait for the players to jump back into the lobby, but I think what we're getting at here is King is going to be really interesting to watch. We don't have any King coming up in this first series of the day just yet, but we do have that Slayer Catalyst. Dan, this gives us a chance to talk a little bit more about that. As we said, Slayer Catalyst receiving, I'd say, the most feedback of the new game types of players. Not so sure if they love the way that it's playing currently in terms of the way that the players want the game type to play, but I think one thing that's for sure is it's really roomy, right? If you think about the way that players have to push in, we're not really seeing all 4 dead, especially when 2 teams are close in terms terms of skill level, we rarely see a full squad wipe. It's more like 2 players might push out, they take damage, and then the other 2 turtle back, they spawn up. So right now it's playing, I can't remember, it might have been you or Shersey who said it plays like a much more closed off Coliseum, which I think on a Slayer point of view is a pretty accurate one. Yeah,
Catalyst is just so big. There's so many angles you can hide behind. There's so many corridors that you can just nip away and get away. And that's why you said, you know, very rare you see 4 go down because one player manages just to dive off, like sometimes dive off the map, and that doesn't end up too well. But it means that it's very difficult to try and assess spawns, try and work out how you're going to control the map. Are people spawning behind you? You've got the overshield then to think about. The skewer makes a difference. The grapple, by the way, is going to make for some pretty insane plays. I believe that people are starting to work out what you can do going outside of the map now, especially when it gets to capture the flag. I think there's an amazing possibility to get some sneak pulls with that being in play. But ultimately, you're right. You know, Slayer with Catalyst, some are struggling with. A lot of feedback going back into it, but I think capture the flag is perfect for this map. But Slayer's in the game modes now, so you've got to work out a way of how you're going to win it. And I think there's some of the teams who like to play a little bit more off the cuff, who don't really worry too much about structure. They're quite enjoying it because they're just saying, hey, let's just run around the map. Let's take individual fights. Let's work as a team where we can. And let's see if we can win the game just on a numeric advantage. Whereas those who are looking for structure, they're looking for setups. They're left kind of scratching their head a little bit saying, how on earth do we play this map? And I'm sure that people will work it out eventually.
Certainly, yeah. I think you bring up a few great points there. One, I think we watched a BBG game from Open where I think they won 50-4 on this map. So, which
and
I
only
think
one player got kills. He got 4 kills.
And only, yeah, it was incredible. They goosed 3 players in a 50-4 in the Open. So shout out to BBG. We won't see them in the bracket this late. However, looking forward to seeing more gameplay from them. But I think that's a testament to the fact that you can really roll deep with your squad and just steamroll opponents. You know, and that's an example where we were seeing 4 dead, certainly in squad wipes. I think another thing that we got to talk about is the grapple. I mean, you can go full Spider-Man here in the rafters, and you can stay up in the rafters for what feels like 15 plus seconds if you're using the grapples consecutively. And like you said, you can do some interesting stuff with the flags, with getting outside the map. It's going to be exciting to see how this map plays out. I think overall, a 2 base 2 tower map is obviously a welcome addition to the HCS without a doubt, and a map that will certainly evolve over these next few weeks and months.
I think with the grapple outside the map as well, it's because it's so known, people now are looking for it. And especially in the final moments of a flag game, like 10 seconds left, there's usually a player on your team who just goes, wait a minute, and he walks to the back flag and just looks into the sky. And I think I was playing with Wonderboy, and we were against Warlord, another European player, and he saw Warlord just zipping out. Warlord saw Wonderboy and he just gave up. He just jumped off the map because he knew that, you know, he had no chance of getting that flag. But people are getting creative. You know, you've got the repulsor on the map as well. That can make a difference. You can get some pretty crafty angles. You can get into some nice little positions with it. So I'm hoping that today we see some of that creativity, because if it's going to happen, why wouldn't you try it in Pro Series, right? What I was talking about, experimentation, practice, see what works, see what doesn't work, and also put on a show. We want to see some entertainment.
Yeah, absolutely. Also refreshed to see a 2 base 2 tower map with an OS bottom middle, because I think we have a lot more of a traditional opening here where you have players having to choose left or right. Players might forego that opening battle, kind of countdown-esque, where instead of staying to shoot, you instead sprint around, try to get some different angles. But that overshield battle has been an exciting one to watch so far. I think you can right away tell teams that are able to win those opening battles have put a lot more time in on Catalyst. They know how important that opening grab is of the overshield, and as long as you put enough guns down on bottom middle, you can generally get away with that grab. So I think we're going to see some good Catalyst play, certainly starting even today.
And starting strategies are going to be important in Catalyst just as they are in a lot of other maps, but maybe sometimes even more important, especially when it comes to grabbing that overshield. If you can get away with it, the momentum swing that happens if, regardless if it's Slayer or if it's capture the flag, you can just get a decent amount of kills ahead of your opponent and you can start to run away with it, make it difficult for them. It's so difficult to wrestle back control in Catalyst, as you were saying, because, you know, maybe one player can escape, etc., etc. So you really would love a lead like that. So starting strategy, that's why we're seeing people experiment with just sending someone straight away towards overshield, or are you going to send maybe people to the wings just to deny the overshield from your opponent?
Yeah, certainly that's the question. All of that to come on Catalyst and much more yet today. We're getting word from production here, waiting for one of the players to get back into the lobby. So we're going to go to a quick break. As soon as they're back in and we are into gameplay, we'll be back with more here from the Halo Championship Series.
so deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
All right, so these questions are courtesy of Hidden Experience, so we can kind of, give him some crap for these questions later.
Yeah, if I get one question right, I'll be happy.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2? Did you even play Halo 2?
Mars.
Okay. No.
Yeah, is it like a number? Is there like a number as well on it?
Delta Halo? I think it's Delta Halo.
It's not Zeta, right?
You're close, but no.
Delta?
There you go.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2010?
No, not when did it release.
1982? I don't know.
It's a futuristic Halo.
Okay. Like 3056.
Wasn't it like 2050? Or like 2053?
It's actually crazy how close you are, but not.
2,350 something.
You're getting closer.
2552.
Wow, he knows his stuff.
My third guess is going to be 2,550 something. 52.
That's actually, you got it.
Is it 2,552. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
What is the species name of the elites?
Covenant.
It's probably what I would have answered too, but it's apparently the Sangheili.
Sangheili?
Yeah. Wow, he's 3 for 3? What?
Question number 4 is, who created Cortana?
UNSC?
No.
I don't know. I don't know her name.
What do you mean? You know it's a her?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Alright, describe her.
She has white hair.
Okay.
She's old.
Yep.
She lost the arm.
Yep.
Like Agent Keys or something?
No.
Okay.
Dr. Halsey.
Oh, I'm gonna roast it for that 100%.
That one
I
was
should have known
definitely
that one. I should have known that one. Okay.
Well, we're back, folks. I've got the good news and I got some bad news. Which one would you like first? Or you can decide.
Bad news first. To us.
Just don't tell me the bad news. Just don't tell me the bad news.
Bad news first?
Yeah, go on.
Bad news is we're not ready. The good news is that we get to just have a bit of a chat while we wait.
That's great news.
Fantastic. I'll tell you what, though.
I don't know if everyone at home.
Everyone's
I
like,
apologize.
I hate this girl. Get girl off screen.
You just hit bad news, then more bad news for people watching.
Yeah,
okay.
that was a double bad news disguised as some good news.
Oh, well, all right then.
You screwed that one up, Lot.
Fine. Self-love? No? Okay, that's all right. I tell you what, we do actually have a little bit to talk about. You guys were kind of diving deep into Catalyst, obviously the brand new map that has been released in Season 2. Really excited to see kind of how pros play that competitively. You know, our first look for North America in this Pro Series, but we also have King of the Hill that's also come out. We've had so many different reiterations of that during Halo's lifespan, and it plays a little bit differently. The score is a little bit different. It's obviously a little bit more up to date in terms of Halo Infinite, but on set, talk to me about how it plays on some of the different maps, because you know there can be different tendencies on how you want to strategize here when it comes to the different combinations.
Yeah, they certainly can. I think Recharge and Streets are good ones to look at because they share some similarities in the fact that there's a couple of hills which you would call your money hills, right? If you get a setup, you would expect to be able to hold it pretty comfortably, and if you're the team trying to break, you only really get 1 or 2 pushes, and then that hill's disappearing. So they're some of the most important ones to, when Andy and Dan were talking about King of the Hill, and you know, when you have to give up a hill, when you have to try and rotate set up for the next ones, they're the ones you really got to make that decision for. And when I'm thinking of those hills, I'm thinking about, you know, the elevator hill on Recharge. It's so difficult to break if you don't have that initial setup, and it's pretty easy to hold if you do have that setup on your side. You look at the long haul one, the C plat one, that's pretty easy to hold. But then you've got the bottom mid hills. They're a little bit more difficult to hold. You've got to really have something about you. You've got to be a little bit more scrappy. You've got to be willing to, you know, overextend if you need to. You've got to be willing to jump in and take a death for your team just to get those final seconds on board. And the same can be said about Streets. There's a couple of hills. The tram one is pretty easy to hold if you get a good setup, and I feel like it's quite unforgiving. And I think a lot of games are going to be actually decided by teams who are going, okay, we're not going to be able to break this hill. We need to set up for the next one, and we need to make that rotation quickly. It's making that call. If you feel like you've got enough time to make a full push and then rotate to the next hill, or if you don't have enough time and you're just going to have to say, this is a point gone. And I think it's going to come down to some really interesting hills, and even some of the scrappy hills might come down to time as well. If a team has the lead, they're just going to play to keep the other team out of it and just play the clock. So there's so many different factors that are going to come into King of the Hill that are different from previous iterations. They're going to make it a great thing to watch. And I think Dan summed it up. I think there's going to be some really good HCS esports moments on those maps, some great comebacks and some also dominant performances from teams.
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. I don't know if I could have said it, to be honest, considering how much knowledge you have there on set, to be honest. But, you know, something that I have noticed, especially from yesterday in the EU Pro Series, was that it's one of the more defensive game types that we have. You know, on oddball, yes, you can defend, and obviously somebody's having to hold the ball to score points, but you can rotate to preferred setup areas. You can rotate to where it's necessary. Obviously, King of the Hill, it's a stationary hill at times. You know, you don't have a choice of moving here, so you have to defend the hill. Somebody has to be in it to score the points. If you're out of it, then obviously the neutral hill starts to decline your score. So it can be a little bit more difficult, and something that I saw Online Warriors do yesterday in Europe was they defended so well. They were very aggressive, but also their defense was so well put. And Gaskin obviously being alongside me there, what did you kind of notice in terms of the defensive side, especially from teams like Online Warriors, who were able to kind of capture that defense mentality rather than being super aggressive?
Yeah, I think it was what Mark was talking about with setups, just making sure that you know how to hold a hill. And even though no one really knows yet how to do the perfect setup, people are starting to get an idea of where are the best kind of placements. And we saw it in Europe, teams trying out that kind of style of giving up on a hill and then moving to the next one, setting up for it, and then just holding down and guaranteeing that point. And then also playing the time. We actually saw it in Europe yesterday. Mark was talking about it. A team, when they start to lead 3-0 on Streets, there's only usually a couple of minutes left. There's no reason for you to go for that fourth hill. You can play the time. You can maybe even give up one. You're probably still going to win after having a 3-0 lead. Speaking of leads, just seeing an update elsewhere. G2 currently up 1-0 against Cloud9 in the other winners bracket semi-final. So a little bit of drama happening elsewhere.
Wow, that's
a best of 3 too.
Yeah, that's a best of 3. So there can't be another hiccup here for Cloud9. They'll be dropping down. That's a little bit shocking. I'm a little bit shocked by that. Is that, you know, that could be many different things, but we could, you know, kind of speculate on that. But Bravo, you know, obviously team changes happened for Cloud9. They're trying out Bound here. Obviously Renegade stepping away from the team here. You know, do you reckon at this moment in time that's a mental thing at the moment, that the team's kind of in a little bit of a strange situation and they're not quite finding their feet, lack of practice, etc.?
It could be a number of things. I think, just like you said, I think the most likely is that, you know, it's been several weeks of play. I think Dan put it best. You know, you've had a long break since Kansas City. This is going to be their first official series together in a Pro Series match that we're seeing here on the mainstream. A bunch of things, right? They're kind of feeling out each other's nerves. Bound is new to the roster. I think playstyle-wise he fits in, but they're going to figure out a few things. To be honest, I still expect C9 to win the series. If not, they'll figure it out in the elimination bracket as well. So I'm not too worried about it, but it's still a pretty encouraging result for the G2 side, without a doubt.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, like we said, obviously a lot of things going on for C9. However, for G2 on set, talk to me about this roster, because we kind of saw a couple of things happening in KC with these guys. And, you know, they have been doing fairly well, but just not quite finding their feet at certain moments and not being able to break through, I think, barriers that they want to. You know, if they manage to take this from Cloud9, what's that going to do for the team in terms of confidence?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. This could be good for the confidence, but again, it's another one of those rosters that I kind of look at the moment, and I'm kind of like, you know, is there going to be a change on the horizon? Obviously, Rami's playing with them today. Again, he's filling in from Space Station, so that's going to be a little bit of a change to the lineup, and maybe that's a little change that sparks some sort of goodness for them. But we're actually jumping into map 2 here between C9 and G2, so we'll see this one through and see how it goes.
Go for it, lads. I'll tell you what, cast away, because we're jumping into the game right now. And look, I'm just grateful to have a bit of action on our screens. I don't know about you boys, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Dan, let's go ahead and jump into this one. Good to have some gameplay on the screen, and it's Catalyst nonetheless, too. As we said, a pretty exciting time to jump into this series here. G2 with a surprise lead in the series over Cloud9. If you're just joining us, you picked a perfect time to join. Maybe the best time to join, because you have Bound here getting a tryout with the Cloud9 side. Of course, still assigned player with FaZe, however, on loan right now this week to give a go with the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, so there's a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure maybe on Bound here, and going 1-0 down, perhaps not where Cloud9 would have expected, but if we will learn anything from the European Pro Series yesterday, expect the unexpected, and sometimes team changes aren't going to work straight away. We very much found that out yesterday in European Pro Series, and the perfect map and mode, I would say, for G2 Esports to try and take this series. If this was a Slayer that maybe all these Cloud9 boys had been playing for the last 6 months or so, then I would assume it would probably be a series going their way. But now Slayer Catalyst, this is a real chance for G2 to try and shake things up, try and get themselves into those winners finals.
This certainly is, of course, one of the brand new game types, and much newer even than the Kings, you could say, because those are played on familiar maps here. Sword player coming in there. Gilkey will fall again. That's going to be back-to-back kills for the side of C9 and 2 dead for G2, so the score will go 12-10 now in favor of Cloud9. A big opportunity for them. C9 not the team that wants to drop here this early to G2 to the elimination bracket. Would not be the start that they were looking for in the North American Pro Series here in June. Now make it 14-10 on board with Stellar of Cloud9.
Using the ping there, he's recognized there's a lot of players in this direction, but you've got to be careful if you're on your own there. I think that you're very guilty of doing it on Catalyst because it's such a big map. You kind of spread out from your teammates. You find yourself getting caught in a 2v1. There's a lot of grenade potential in this map as well. With a lot of corners, you can bounce things off, a lot of corridors. So if you do get caught out and spotted by the opposition team, you will very easily be taken down, and quite quickly too. Ooh.
And Eco not able to trade there in a scenario he wanted to. Sab picks up a triple there, killing spree for him as well. He will hit the 7-kill mark and lead the game. He will fall, but not before bringing his team within 1 kill for just a moment. However, Cloud9 now able to answer back with a few kills of their own. On Ivy's side of the map, they'll pick up a few, bringing the game now to 19-16. But still got to say, Sab and Gilkey here, 7 and 6 kills apiece.
And it's also worth noting, we were talking about loans. Rami is on loan at G2 right now. Of course, yeah. Rami, formerly on SSG, is going to be playing as this 4th for G2. There's a lot of speculation as to be what might be happening with G2 Esports as well. I'm sure if you've been on social media, you would have heard about it. But at the moment, they'll be focusing on this Pro Series, on this tournament with Rami on their side. 23-16, though. It was a really good start here with Catalyst Slayer. But Cloud9 starting to get into it now, starting to really feel themselves in these individual 1v1s and playing a little bit closer together.
They really are putting on a show here as well. Keep in mind, it was just 18-17 in favor of Cloud9. G2 able to bring it back, but Cloud9 taking full advantage of those moments. Look how slow. This is what we were talking about. Eco has to play these corners so slowly because it is so roomed off, cornered off these parts of the map where you have to be really careful with how you engage. Great team shots coming in, though, provide an opportunity for him to jump up. They will take down 2 players once again, extending their lead now to 9.
And whilst in every FPS, you know, you have to check your corners, there has been times in Halo history where you can kind of get away with just pushing through because maybe the corners aren't deep enough. You'll be able to see those angles as you're naturally running through anyway, as Rami gets an overshield. But here on Catalyst, you have to check those deep corners. There are so many spots people could be sneaky with, and now we'll see what Rami can do here with the skewer.
Overshield melted off despite the fact that we have a little bit extra on the OS. It's melted off immediately. Great prioritization from the side of Cloud9. However, through all those scraps, they'll bring the game within 7. Skewer out. No scope does not hit. They'll be cleaned up in the end. 2 dead for the side of G2. 3 for Cloud9. Eco, last player alive.
It's only a 5-kill game now, though. So it was looking like it was starting to run away from G2, but all it took was a set of slays. An overshield if Sab can get it. An energy sword if Sab can get it would be amazing as well. That sword can make such a difference on Catalyst. If you can get in those sneaky little corridors and those angles, you can slice and dice and often kill a whole team if you do it correctly. Just got to try and catch them off guard. But Cloud9 seem to have stabilized a little bit after the initial kills we've just seen from G2.
You can tell both teams with quite a bit of playtime on Catalyst, just the way they're playing this. 2 dead for each side right now, but knowing that you need the damage, you need the angles before you can push in. You've seen a player like Eco who traditionally plays these games, both Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, so fast at a breakneck pace, able to play with the best of them, and of course, many championships under his belt. Even a player like that, knowing he needs to take his time around these corners, make sure they get the damage. Double kill for Stellar, just like we said, waiting for that damage to come in. Then he will push into the back of the base, and they will extend their lead now once again to 7.
And it was the damage done by Eco. Eco could have just run away there, but he knew that if you run up that ramp towards top middle, you are so vulnerable to grenades, you are most likely going to die. So instead of just running and tucking his head down and hoping for the best, throws a nade, does some damage, knows Stella's going to be there and joining him shortly, and because of it, Stella gets a double kill. So fantastic teamwork and just selflessness there from Eco, as it's a 5-kill game still, but overshield, and actually there's going to be a stick there. That's certainly going to help out Gilkey.
Gilkey with a nice job there. Did everything he could there. In prior Halo titles, that would have killed the overshield. In Halo Infinite, it will nuke the overshield, and the kill will come in shortly thereafter. Back to a 5-kill game, though. It was just a 7-kill game, is now within 5. 38-33 in favor of Cloud9, but this game is far from over.
Far from over, indeed. It can very easily turn into the favor of G2 if they play this one correctly in the next few moments. It's a 4-kill game, and you'd imagine they will try and set up for the next overshield at some point. Even though it's only just happened, this game can very quickly slow down to the point where their next overshield will be a factor between these two teams. Also, the skewer has spawned. I wonder whether either team's going to try and get that one.
Eco with a front base play reminiscent of that of something like a bottom middle midship play or even an onslaught play. You can really be a nuisance on that front base if you have the support coming in from the other angles, taking advantage of that for just a moment. But now the game will still be within 4 here, 43-39. G2 not ready to say goodnight just yet here. Keep in mind, only 1 game away from sending Cloud9 to the elimination bracket. This is a best of 3.
Yeah, and it's very rare we see Cloud9 drop into an elimination bracket, especially in these online tournaments. But we had the unthinkable happen yesterday in EU Pro Series. Ascend, the long-running 19 months it was since they had previously lost a series in Halo competition. That all changed yesterday, so maybe it is the wind of change at the moment in Halo Infinite, and G2 will try and upset Cloud9 here, and it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility. Now it's just a 3-kill game. Overshield's coming up in 22 seconds, and G2 are poised perfectly. With Cloud9 having 2 members down, they can hold areas now to try and set up for this OV.
Trades coming in there, Dan. You called it perfectly as well. The game was going to slow down to a crawl when that overshield was popping. Now coming up in 9 seconds time. Still a 3-kill game here. This could decide the outcome of the match.
Rami does push in, gets caught out. Oh, nice sticky nade, comes from nowhere. But maybe just the 4 kills now that Cloud9 need. Are they too close? That's going to be the worry for G2. They're running in like headless chickens, 1 by 1, and Cloud9 are just lapping this up.
And they haven't even had to grab the overshield just yet. That overshield, the sheer presence, the sheer drop causes absolute chaos and carnage across the map. Now 47-43, only 3 kills to go for the side of C9. Stellar going to continue wrapping around back red.
Yoki does get an opener. Rami's caught on his own again, though, and that's the 3rd time I've seen him just away from the rest of the squad. And now you leave your team vulnerable to being pushed. It could be a 4 versus 3 for Cloud9. G2 need to show some presence. They need to be showing that they can do some damage. And I tell you what, this sword could be big, but Sab gets spotted out.
Sab gets spotted out right away, knows that he needs to drop here. Game's not over, they know it, but they're going to need to string together some unbelievable plays. Sword comes out, picks up one. That brings the game within 3 now, 48-45. Still 3 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to play with.
That should force Cloud9 back as well. There's no way they will be wanting to take in that route because they know the sword's there. Sab has won that engagement. He's won that area of the map. So now G2 need to play with that. They will know where Cloud9 are going to be. So position yourself.
No.
Oh, that's a bad grapple.
Second one pays off there. Bound luckily had an extra grapple in the back, did not have to expose himself for the skewer grab. Now game in his hands here, plenty of ammo and several minutes of play still left in the game. He can end this one with 2 skewer shots and even has a few extras. He will rotate to back red, looking for these angles. Ping's coming down here. They know the entire set of G2 is turtled and tucked, as Bound will now advance with the skewer in hand.
Projectile as well as the skewer, so better if you are closer rather than too far away and you have to try and predict and lead that shot. Straight 6 going to be the first point of contact, you'd imagine. And Bound, can he hit that initial shot? Of course he can. That's why he's been loaned to this roster, 49-45, and that should be the entry point that Cloud9 needed.
Bang! Goes for the second one, does not hit. Stick comes through though, that will not connect fully, so the game will stay within 3. Skewer stays out. Power weapon battle here happening on the Ivy side of the map. Trying to peek is Bound. All the responsibility here. The newcomer being trained on this team. We'll see how this works out for them. Overshield, as you say, popping bottom middle as well.
Are you brave enough to go for it though? But you can't peek a man more than 3 times because eventually Bound's going to put the skewer bullet through your brain, and it means we're tied up 1-1. Cloud9 will not drop to the elimination bracket just yet, but I tell you what, that was a little bit close for comfort, brother.
And you have to wonder if that sword lunge hits for Sab on Bound and does not get stuck on the doorway geometry, what kind of match do we have in the end? Cloud9, as you say, will take game number 2. Series tied 1-1. We'll keep a close eye on that series, whether we jump over to our other main stage match or jump into game number 3. We'll keep you posted on exactly how that one plays out. But a pretty great display on that map. But what a story here for the fact that you'd have the final kills and really the game in his hands on Bound. The fact that C9 is going to put that in his hands, of course, a little bit of that factor being the fact that he had grapple in his hands as well, but still a good first showing there for Bound in terms of a game 2.
Yeah, and I think that when that grapple happened, when he almost missed it onto the skewer, that could have gone very wrong in a different environment, right? But now we can jump across to the game we were originally going to be watching, Optic versus KC Pioneers, and I tell you what, it's not looking like the scoreline I was expecting, brother.
Oh my God, and we are joining this game in progress, but more like at the end of the game, 227-96 in favor of Pioneers, and you have to wonder if the weeks of rest time, the weeks of reset time from KC have not paid off for Optic. One thing's for sure, Pioneers, as you predicted, have been putting in the time. Druck's going to fly up right away, pick up 2 with some help, some great damage as well, and uses that overshield to full advantage. They're going to now collapse on Formal as well. This should be taking down all 4. APG was the last player alive top mid. He will fall. Look at that scoreline already, 229-104, unbelievable.
Yeah, just looking across the stats as we join Talek 22-9, APG 5-16, 2 very different stories being told for either side. And you'd think with only 14 seconds remaining, Pioneers surely should be able to close this one out. And Optic just seem to have been rattled here in game 1 as we join it late. But what a way to join, and what a start we've had to the Pro Series here, Pro Series number 5, with Cloud9 losing a game against G2, Pioneers potentially taking a game from Optic Gaming.
Certainly going to have to back and watch the VOD of this one, because what a way to start both of these game 1s. As you say, a pretty wild start for both sides of our winners semifinals. AB now in the hands of Optic, so they will put a few more points on the board, but only 8 points to go for the Pioneers before they close out game number 1.
I have seen teams throw away games in this position, but you'd imagine with KCP and what they've been able to achieve in recent times, like, they have been a solid squad. It's not like they don't have the experience to be able to get over the finishing line here. A and C should be taken, but you can see Optic Gaming trying to fight them for it.
Not over yet. A reset will come in. They'll also win a few battles here. APG gets taken down, nice double from Soul Snipe as he and the crew will push in on back green as well. Great movement from Soul Snipe. Eat Wave in hand as well. Going to keep an eye on Sandbags. Some great shots against a player like Lucid, but the help comes in from APG from the garage door, so not able to convert. B and C now also going to Optic once again.
It still hasn't happened just yet. You've got to be careful of your Pioneers here, that you don't get too desperate, you don't leave yourself in too many vulnerable angles because you start heading towards, but there you go. Just as I say it, the last remaining player is able to make sure he gets the final kill and get the final points. Pioneers take a 1-0 lead against Optic Gaming in the winners semi-finals. And I tell you what, it does sound like the winds of change at the moment. This is not what I would have predicted.
A pair of Game 1 upsets coming in on both sides of the bracket. Pioneers will now lead Optic Gaming 1-0, despite the fact that we've seen Optic so strong online over the course of the entirety of Halo Infinite. They will fall in game number 1, and it's a wake-up call, but keep in mind, Dan, just like we said before the series began, as well as in the last series, a Catalyst game number 2 is a pretty interesting one as we take a look at the stats.
And I'll be honest, looking across the statistics, there's a couple of weak games there. I mean, APG probably be scratching his head saying, what went wrong? What was I doing? But on the other side, Tolek, 25 kills, 11 deaths. I mean, he was clearly having a field day there. I saw him getting kills with a commando at the end from across the map. He was absolutely frying. But to your point, Catalyst Slayer, personally, I'm leaning towards a KCP squad who plays traditionally very aggressive, loves to play in pairs, loves to move around the map together. I think they'll be feeling very confident going into this game too.
Certainly that game 2 loading right now. As we're actually seeing a little bit of the highlights as well. We're getting a chance to look at them just because we had the Observer, of course, still tuned in, so we're getting a little bit of highlights that we didn't actually get to see on the screen, which is fantastic here. You see a little bit of still a closer match earlier on. 108-62 is how this thing started, but Pioneers really started to pull away, and the kills, look at Tolek at this point, as you said, 21-8 at this stage of the game.
So somehow KCP were able to get around 100 points, whilst Optic were only able to get 10. So you'd have to imagine the mid-game there was a solid double and then triple hold that just consistently was hurting Optic Gaming off the spawn. And I think it does beg the question of who has been practicing since that break. And very evidently, at the moment, it seems that Kansas City Pioneers have taken to the strategy room a little bit quicker than Optic Gaming did, as they find themselves 1-0 up now in this series as we head into Slayer Catalyst. And whilst I knew there was going to be upsets and maybe a chance for some of these teams to get higher placements with some of the teams not playing today, Andy, I certainly wasn't expecting anything else than Optic versus Cloud9 in the winners finals. But I tell you what, it could be something different.
It really could be, especially depending on how the other side of the bracket goes as well. We'll keep you posted as those updates come in as well. Slayer Catalyst, your game number 2 after a commanding victory for the Pioneers, 250-137 on Stronghold's live fire. Traditionally, not only Optic's strongest map, but Optic the strongest team on that map overall. So to beat them on their home territory and now have an opportunity on a brand new map to take them down, quite a chance here for Pioneers to continue writing the story of what has been so far an incredible season for these 4 players. Like you said, Dan, the momentum from that game, the play style that Pioneers has, this is certainly going to be a game 2 to watch, just because I think we talked about how you can play this game type quickly if you are all on the same page, and I think that's what Pioneers wants to do here with Optic Gaming. I don't expect them to play a slow Catalyst Slayer here. I think they're going to want to bring the pressure.
I think one of the main reasons why we're seeing roster mania happen is people are realizing in Halo Infinite, it's not necessarily about having individuals who have certain play styles that gels together, and you've got your support player and you've got your Slayer, you've got your objective player. You just need 4 like-minded players who play Halo in the same way and will agree on plays so they do it together. This is something that now we're starting to see people say, okay, well, we need this guy because he thinks how we think, and if we have him on our side, we know full well he's going to be backing us up, and we'll see whether KCP and the way they play Halo is going to work out here in game number 2.
Trippy thought he had a free flank there. He actually gets taken down right away, so Pioneers picking up the first kill off of the opening rush. We'll track that overshield as well to see exactly where that went, but here it is. KCP, can they send Optic Gaming down to the elimination bracket in just 2 games? This game is their opportunity to do so.
Sword is going to be a very important thing to focus on right now, and maybe Lucid will head over there in a little bit. In the early stages, Optic have been able to get the slight better hand over Pioneers, but that's such a difficult angle to take a fight because your opposition has got a pillar to hide behind, whereas you are completely in the open. You have only got your BR to help you, and if you miss even 1 bullet, your opponent, you've got to bet your bottom dollar they'll be taking you down.
Formal with Skewer in hand here, finds Benny around the corner. The last thing we need to give Formal is a 1-hit sniper rifle. He's going to pick up that one very easily to extend the Optic lead now to 7-3. Make it 7-5, though. A pair of kills come in the side of Pioneers to keep the game close. And just adding on what you said, Dan, earlier about playstyle in Halo Infinite, could not agree more. It really is about sending players in numbers who are on the same page and who are pushing together. I think Halo 3 was the first game where that was really identified. Players coming off the back of Halo 2 realizing, wait a minute, if you simply are on the same page holding forward, you can play this game very differently. And I think it has ebbed and flowed with Halo titles across the years, but Halo Infinite is certainly a game where if you have players that are all on the same page pushing together, it will pay dividends.
Don't get me wrong, I still think there is an element where you can have certain players who will anchor a little bit more or will traditionally go for the objective a little bit more than others. But I think as long as all 4 of you are at least in agreement as to what is going to happen, you're probably going to have a recipe for success. As Trippy, he's going to get caught out with the back smack. That's Catalyst right there in front of your very eyes.
Manny taking advantage of that corner. That is a pretty wide corner geometry that he's able to get the back work there. They go for the bait. Lucid killing spree, though, for his side. 18-9 now. Optic Gaming certainly answering back in a big way. First sword lunge goes a little bit wacky. Second one, though, is sure to connect. And Lucid does whatever he can to try to avoid those grenades. One thing we didn't highlight maybe enough here is APG does have the overshield on screen, 21-11. Optic Gaming certainly answering back in a big way. Is just the fact that we already saw Lucid taking some great grapple routes. You and I over the past few days as we took a look at both gameplay, Soul Snipe there with the sword kill on the overshield. As we took a look at gameplay, there's a lot of routes, a lot of creative things you can do with the grapple. It's no surprise to see Lucid already taking advantage of those.
Yeah, you have to know the limits. You have to know just how far you can be away from an object to grapple to it. You saw Lucid actually having to grapple twice. Is even he, one of the best players mechanically that we have in Halo Infinite, he didn't quite have it down. The players are still learning this map. There hasn't been too much practice that's gone into it, but I will say, very impressed. Optic Gaming up by now 14 kills. I was a little bit concerned after watching them play Catalyst Flag earlier off stream when they were playing in the earlier rounds, but it does seem like they are finding a lot more comfort here against the KCP.
Another great thing you love to see, especially if you're an APG fan, and to be honest, who isn't? He's 11-3 right now. Absolutely huge numbers. He almost has as many kills as the entire Pioneers team. Off of the back of a less than perfect performance in game number 1, he has also bounced back in a huge way. Both he and Lucid are on 11 kills here.
Do we think that Catalyst Slayer is a map for comebacks? That's my question, because you look at 32-15 and I don't see a world where Pioneers are getting back into this game, even if they play perfect from now on, with how many corners, how many angles there are, with how many 1v1s, with how many kind of corners you can hide behind to catch someone off guard and get a back smack. You'd imagine that Optic can crawl their way to victory at this point.
I think with 2 evenly matched teams, I couldn't agree more. I think it's a symptom of the fact to see Trippy will be able to pick up the kill as the last player alive, extending them once again 36-19 now in favor of Optic Gaming. Couldn't agree more. I think the fact that this map is so hard to wipe 4 play, when you have 2 evenly matched squads, you're so far rarely seeing a full squad wipe. Sword on sword. Trippy. Sword on sword! A rare sword-on-sword battle. Druck's going to win that one, but in the end, the kills will be traded out, and based on the scoreline, you have to matter. Battles like that may not be a huge factor in the ending scoreline, but just because we're seeing less 4 dead and full squad wipes, I think right now it looks like a map that is not suited for crazy comebacks like other maps in Halo 5 and Halo Infinite.
Yeah, that's why these starting strategies and getting an early lead is going to be so important here, that even if your opposition does have those crazy couple of minutes where they get maybe 8 kills unanswered, you're still far enough ahead that you can just slow things down once more, play your life correctly, maybe ambush a little bit, and you will still find victory. But 42-22, up by 20. I think this one is going to be a little bit of a formality at this point. Optic Gaming going to start to just parade themselves around Catalyst, maybe waving to their fans like the Queen will for the Jubilee weekend. But now with Optic Gaming going into game number 3, they need to pin this Pioneer squad down now. They can't afford to find themselves in the elimination bracket.
Happy to say that us North American fans have absolutely no idea what you're talking about with the Queen of the Jubilee weekend, but 3 kills to go here for the side of Optic Gaming. APG's the last player alive, but he's put huge damage across the map. We'll have a chance to break it down in just a moment, but he knows exactly where the opponents are spawning. Going to grapple up, then grapple down with a perfect flank. Picks up 1, picks up 2, a double kill to bring them to 49. It's a very different game number 2 for APG. The Steaktacular comes in as well. They will end the game 50-27, and they are back on the board. We're going to a game number 3.
And there's me just hitting myself on my head thinking and doubting Optic Gaming. Whenever I do so, they always turn up as expected. The Kansas City Pioneers just didn't seem to find their footing on Catalyst Slayer, and it just really worked out for Optic. And I guess if you think about it, when you look at those 4 players on your screen, if you put them individually into matchmaking onto Catalyst Slayer, they are going to tear through whatever they play up against. So put all 4 of them together on a map where you can kind of just run free and take individual fights. They had a field day. APG made up for his bad game number 1, and he very much showed up in game number 2.
19-5 for AP Jesus. An excellent performance from him, not far behind Lucid 16-9 there. Big numbers from both of those boys. They will win 50-27, and has been blowout victories for each side, which will bring us now to the deciding game number 3 it's going to be oddball on recharge.
And just to go back to your point, I actually disagree. I think more Americans know about Jubilee Weekend than you would realize. I think
Do you think so?
I have learned a lot through knowing Americans as friends, being an American myself, but I think that there is this kind of almost love for great English history about the Queen. I've seen some diehard American fans being like,
You're
it's
a bit of a
Jubilee
historian.
Weekend. And I'm like, what is it? I don't even know, but they told me.
We'll just let chat comment. If you're an NA viewer, if you have any idea, do you celebrate Jubilee Weekend? Also, I don't trust Twitch chat in general, so I don't know why I'm throwing this up. I don't know why I'm throwing this up to chat, but I think you're biased here as we take a look at some of the replays. We'll get back to this. You and I can argue about this later because we'll focus on the gameplay that's on screen here. Formal opening up with a nice skewer kill. It looked like KCP maybe able to hold on early on. This was the back whack that we saw. Nice job here from our observing team. Shout out to get that POV back on the replays as well. But in the end, this was really a walk in the park for Optic Gaming, Dan.
Even more so, right? It was just another day in the office for them. And this is a good sign. Because I think when you look at when new maps and modes are added, and if your favorite team is struggling on them, you start to worry that maybe they're not going to be comfortable in tournaments. Maybe they'll struggle with a newer meta because, you can't just have really duff game types. You need to be making sure you're good on everything, especially in a map pool now, map and mode pool that is quite larger than what we've seen for quite some time in Halo history. Is it 17 maps and modes that we now have? Like, that is a lot that you've got to be practicing. That's a lot that you've got to be making sure that you are spick and span on and not struggling in any sort of environment.
It really is, and we'll have to also, we're going to eat our words there because we said maybe KCP looking like the post-Kansas City practice certainly going their way. However, the Catalyst practice was on point for Optic Gaming there. That's a dominant steak dinner victory, 50-27. To be honest, after the opening rush, we didn't really even see much pressure from KCP at all in that game. So that will set us up perfectly for a game number 3. Once again, it's going to be oddball on recharge to decide the series and which team will head to our winners finals.
And we've seen some crazy matches happen on recharge oddball, and even though it's only just getting started here in Pro Series number 5, I can already feel like there is something that's going to happen that is going to blow our minds, as it always does. But from the get-go, Lucid absolutely tears through Soul Snipe. If you can get a position there in Whirlpool, you can really destroy anyone who pushes you at long haul.
This is a dominant opening here. You should not allow Lucid to just get a free grapple as well as a grapple to the shock to hold top gold. Your Druck, though, wise to it, flies in at the perfect second. The play ball also looks like it goes off of Attic, so a nice job there. Going to be grabbed right away, though, by the side of Optic. They will continue scoring. However, a nice gold push, so really great pressure coming in from Druck there to ensure that KCP stayed alive at top gold.
Interesting push there from Trippy. Maybe thought he heard footsteps going elsewhere, so thought he might be able to just run in and get involved, but Pioneers were wise to it, and they were ready, they were prepared. As I say that, all 4 members of Pioneers are now down, and Optic Gaming will have a chance to maybe get their first proper setup here, but because they lost a couple of members, it's not going to be easy. Lucid needs to get this ball probably over towards Elevator.
We are getting an update as well. For those of you wondering, it looks like Cloud9 will win that series 2-1 after falling early on in the series, so they will continue on. They will not fall to elimination bracket. Instead, it will be G2, despite being up 1-0, who will head down to the elim bracket. The continued battle for the Attic and gold here will continue. Only 16 points on the board so far.
Yeah, I think there would have been outcries about best of 3s and best of 5s if we had seen Cloud9 get knocked down to the elimination bracket, and maybe even Optic getting knocked down to the elimination bracket in best of 3s. But as it looks right now, both of our favorites in this tournament are slowly getting back into things, as Manny also frying some brains.
Manny wins the battle you think he maybe shouldn't have won. They're all the way at top gold. Nice work against Lucid. Then he also pops out and gets a kill on Formal from Pipes here. So certainly doing some damage across the map. It has not yet translated. What the? Oh my God, I got to learn that bat ledge nade because that was an absolutely absurd nade coming through Pipes, off of the back Pipes onto the bat ledge. But that will be something for me to poke Ryan Noob about later, to see if we can get the exact geometry on that one. Talik now, Disruptor in hand, trying to control bottom controlled.
I think Optic have always been known for that as well. Like, they will go a little bit further into their VOD reviews. They will go into just custom games to practice any of these grenades that might be able to help them. Any ways you can tag an opponent just to give you that little bit of an advantage, or to force them back so you can make that push into a certain area. I think that all of these pros are starting to strategize that little bit further now, because everyone is so close in their skill level. You have to find those really fine hairs that allow you to split the difference.
And what's interesting too is you see a continued ball time here for Pioneers. They will essentially tie the game after it. Soul Snipe gets repulsed off. It's always a dangerous place to be, especially with the sword in hand. However, Pioneers answer all the way back. It was nearly 30 uncontested points early on for Optic Gaming, but now just like that, a 3-point game, 30-27 in favor of Optic.
Yeah, whilst we were kind of talking about what Optic have been able to do with grenades and all of that jazz, Pioneers have actually slowly but surely crawled their way back into the game. It was one little setup that they had with the ball, but now the ball is in no man's land once more. So we're going to see a scrap here, a straight 4v4, but very quickly Optic make that a 3 versus 2, but it's in favor of the Pioneers. Pioneers have done very well to stem that attack, and their reward is the oddball. So now they've got the chance to set up in pipes here.
Scoop of the ball. 2 were dead at the time of the ball grab as well for Optic. Now all 4 players alive. We'll see if they're able to get the first picks, maybe continue on some points on the board, but they have taken the lead here in this game. Keep in mind, Oddball, much more of a marathon here, needing to win both rounds. A nice little grapple out. Talik will fall, though. Help's going to be coming in. 2 dead for the side of Pioneers. So far, a successful push for Optic Gaming as they take down 3.
It's been a little bit too easy for some of these teams to push into pipes, but I think that's what happens when you don't have a sword to hold it. The sword is, of course, the most powerful thing you can have in pipes, because you can really stop a team from pushing from that entire whirlpool area. But I think Optic knew there was no sword there, so they just pushed together. They kind of walked in for free, and it was actually 3 shots onto the ball guy as well. So Pioneers just need to be a little bit careful with the angles that they're taking. But we're seeing 2 very evenly contested teams here who are really going at each other's throats.
Lucid, knowing there's a player around glass, you can tell he just looked away before Drunk jumped up. Knows there's a camo around as well. Gets the first one. That will be Drunk, but the camo player comes in. A nice 2-man push for Pioneers, and that's a wise decision. If you need to take down Lucid, you better send in 2 players and maybe send in 1 with camo. Finally, that will work out. 2 dead momentarily for both sides.
Manny performing very well with 13. On the other side, it's Formal who's been stepping up for Optic with 11. Trippy's going to get up close and personal, but very wise from Manny. Just get that ball out of a position where Optic can set up. I think there's so many times where teams don't play ball quick enough. You've just got to almost accept your life is done, and your priority is getting that ball out of their hands. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go far enough. Sometimes you can just about toss it to bottom middle, but Lucid was able to pick that one up and gain some scrappy time.
Wow, beautiful stuff here from Trippy. He gets away as well with a double grapple to avoid the grenades. Might go down here against Manny. Manny will go in and fly out. The kills will be traded out, though, for Formal. 2 dead for the side of Optic, which will lead to more time for Pioneers, and this game is still within 6 seconds.
And what an important chance this is for Pioneers, by the way. When we were talking about, they plateaued at kind of top 6, and I know there's a few teams who aren't competing today, but still, they could go down as a team who potentially finishes top 3 if they are able to win this one. They get into the winners bracket finals, guaranteed minimum top 3, and that will do them a world of good, not just for their confidence, but also seeding-wise, going into the next Pro Series. And the better seed you have, the more likely you're going to have a good tournament as well going into next week.
Manny trying to figure out exactly what's going on around batteries. Finds 1. We'll get that kill there. APG now going to try to retire to Needles. He will die before doing so, but 4 dead for Optic Gaming there. Some fantastic kills coming in and perfect timing. It was still 3 dead. All spawners are about to be up here waiting for Formal. Now 4 alive. 1 more push here, but they need to make it count. If Optic Gaming fails this push, this should be the round.
Pioneers need some help over towards Longhorn, and Tolic is there, but now you're going to see a 2 versus 2, and one of those players has a ball. So a lot of responsibility for Manny here, but I tell you what, if you trust anyone, Lucid comes in, though, to clean things up. Of course he does. He manages just to worm his way through.
Who else but Lucid to go repulsor tunnel and actually repulse the ball off the map, saving the game and the round there for the side of Optic Gaming. They will live to fight another battle.
Fight another battle, fight another day. 88-75, 1 minute 20 on the clock, so still plenty of time. You don't have to dive on that ball just yet. But as soon as you see a couple of players down, like now, Pioneers have 2 men down. So Optic, they'll be trying to get that ball. This is where the grapple can really come in handy if anyone's been able to pick that up.
If you're on Pioneers, you really can't let that happen. A player coming straight through repulsor tunnel and to repulse your ball carrier off the map, that very well could have been the round. Great stuff from Formal mechanically with the commando drop. Cleans it up with the BR commando back in hand to continue anchoring here from top gold and just doing an absolute ton of damage. And it's an absolute system he's running here right away, ready for the commando drop once again. Now shock rifle in hand, 88-81.
Suddenly it's advantage Optic, but as I say, that Lucid goes down and Pioneers will now look to push. And with Soul Snipe catching Formal out of the air like a spider catches a fly, now suddenly Optic are 3 down. Ball could potentially be in control for Pioneers here. Trippy does what he can to keep them at bay, but Druck might be able to just run away with the final time.
Is Lucid again. Lucid's the player who needs to make a play here. He does it. He flies in right away. Who else but him? That was 3 dead for for a second. So for Pioneers, the round's not over just yet. They will continue scoring now, 90-94.
One last push for Pioneers, and they've got to go quickly. If they can get one pick, but with Soul Snipe already falling, this is probably going to be the round for Optic Gaming.
Oh my gosh, the first nade hits, and it hits hard, but that should be it. Lucid with back-to-back stops there on the ball will ensure that Optic Gaming takes the round. Fantastic work, and will also put 16 kills on the board in that round as well. 16 and 11. Formal also 17 and 14. We talked about it earlier, Manny's 20 and 15, but in the end, it will not matter. Optic Gaming with huge stops led by Lucid. Back-to-back solo efforts to keep them in the game. They will close out the first round. Now, Pioneers backs against the wall. This is a must-win round.
A little bit too close for comfort for Optic fans, I'm sure, but how much does that suck energy out of Pioneers now? Because they put everything into that round one. They've got to try and dig deep and reset and try and reassess as to what went wrong here. And I tell you what, Manny did pretty much everything right with the amount of kills he was able to get, but it was just those final setups. As you say, Lucid escaping too many times as that final remaining player to be a real thorn in the side of the Pioneers.
You really, like you said, that is going to be a huge a deflation to the side of the Pioneers. How you bounce back from that, that's going to be tough. It's going to be a real test for them. Trippy trying to win a battle bottom middle, gets a little crazy against Manny, and will stay alive as long as he can, even do a little bit of damage to Druck. 3 dead, Druck last player alive, bottom C stairs. APG tries to challenge, he'll get punished, but Formal likely going to drop down and clean that one up. That will remain 3 dead, so that will mean even more points on the board for Optic Gaming. Very similar start here. It's immediate play ball from Lucid, just like you said, Dan. Teams prioritizing that a little bit faster.
Yeah, well, as soon as you see a couple of teammates going down, your first thought process has to be, how am I going to get rid of this ball? Where am I going to put this ball? And how much time can I milk before that happens? And all of that is a very split decision, but now these pros, they know exactly the angles they need to be taking to toss that ball out of any area. But I have to say that the pipe hold has not been great for either of these teams, but I guess that is more of an honor to how well they've been successfully breaking setups, not necessarily anything against how they've been defending them.
Formal tries to stay alive there, tries to grapple here into Whirlpool. He will get taken down, but not before throwing the shock just about into Whirlpool. We'll have to see if an Optic player decides to grab that shock, maybe even the grapple as well. We'll play continued time once again, now 32-12.
So Cloud9 wait in the winners bracket final for whoever takes this one, and an Optic versus Cloud9 winners final is probably what we expected to happen in Kansas City. However, that was not the script as Sentinels ripped it up. But Sentinels not here and competing today, remember, so a good chance for Optic and Cloud9 to try and retake the temporary throne of online competition. As the blue team Pioneers are going to be scoring, Formal has a camouflage.
Deja vu here, Formal bottom mid here with the camo. Up on the camo box. He will make the route, and we'll see perfect timing there on the pizza. Will help Lucid pick up the first one. What can they do in the backup elevator is the question. Dodges the first plasma, has to jump up, has some help here. Top elevator, as you can see as well. Times his shots very wisely, made sure to not expose himself too dead in the backup elevator. They will clear that out. They will continue scoring now. They'll hit the 50-point mark, 50-26.
See, I always worry when a plasma grenade's coming towards me like that, because in real life, if someone throws a ball towards me, I just have to catch it. And if I see a plasma grenade there, I kind of just want to dodge into it just to give them, you know, give them the kill. Just caught it, but bad idea here.
Isn't it weird though? I mean, historically, you and I have been doing this for a long time. A lot of everyone joining us here on Twitch and YouTube have as well. Sometimes you accidentally strafe into a stick because there's this like sick, twisted part of us that for some reason strafes into the plasma grenades. It just happens.
You just want to catch it. It's a human instinct, I think. Something from weird, the olden days, back when we were cavemen. There wasn't sticky grenades, but there were sticks.
That the Spartan program would like program that out of us. You know what I mean? You would think that that would not be the case, that you'd strafe into plasmas, but I swear, maybe I'm just sick and twisted, but even back in Halo 2, if there's a cross-map nade coming on lockout, I'll strafe into it. And then I'm like, why the hell did I just strafe into that nade? And then someone's celebrating because they got a cross-map stick. 2 dead for the side of Optic here. An opportunity for Pioneers to maybe put some more points on the board. But as you can see on the scoreboard, not only is Optic Gaming controlling the points category, they're certainly outslaying in this game of oddball as well.
Yeah, Optic very close now just to securing their spot in the winners finals. And the sword can do a lot of damage. As we learned though, you've got to put yourself in the perfect position with it. You can't afford to give it away, because now, if that sword had stayed on the map, Pioneers might have had the chance to run rampant with it, get some control, maybe get pipes, because if you have the sword in pipes, that is going to be the chance to get that perfect setup indeed. But 71-27, there is a long way to go here for the Pioneers.
Oh boy, and Talik now, sword in hand, he's going to pick up 2 around control. Finally, will be taken down though. It's a nice effort from APG to put him into his place. APG, by the way, 20 assists on the board. He has double that of anyone on the Pioneers in the assist category, almost double that of anyone on his own team as well. Huge numbers from him. We talk about just how dominant he is as a support player, an overall all-rounder. And so far, APG has bounced back in a huge way after that game number 1.
Very interested to see how much damage he's done. If you've got 20 assists, you've got to feel like APG has been shooting absolutely everything that walks in front of his crosshair. 2 kills for Optic, make it 3, and that's going to be a chance now to set up and get these final remaining times. Lucid, a little bit worried about where that 4th player might be, but with that confirmation on the kill feed, now you set up, now you hold. You've just got to make sure you dodge these grenades, and this should be the game for Optic.
Avoids those nades there, only takes a little bit of damage from one of the Batledge nades, and now as the time ticks down, going to be 3, 2, 1. That will be the round and the game. Optic Gaming will send Pioneers to the elimination bracket, and they will advance to our winners final against Cloud9.
And it was looking a little bit scary at first when we joined this, and they had lost game 1. They'd lost live fire, which has traditionally been Optic's home ground, but they were able to get themselves back into the series, winning Catalyst Slayer, and then of course that very dominant victory on Oddball in that final round on Recharge. And those 4 boys, you know, they've got a lot to prove after what happened in Kansas City, and even though they might not have their biggest rivals in this tournament, they'll still want to show that they can be back on top here in the Pro Series.
Certainly, we'll take a look at the stats in just a moment. Onset here, of course, reminding us 41 total involvements from the side of APG in that game. Look at these numbers: 21 kills, 20 deaths, 20 assists, huge numbers from him. Formal also picking up 29 kills along the way. As we said, Manny doing as much as he could with 26 kills on the other side, but it will be a convincing game number 3 win for the side of Optic.
Yeah, and sometimes when a player has that many kills and the other team, and on the other team, you know, 3 players haven't been able to keep up with it, you ask the question of, were they all on the same page? What was going wrong? Was he just overperforming? Was everyone else underperforming? Was he playing in a different manner?
Was he statting?
Was he statting?
He wasn't statting. I'm just kidding.
No,
he was not.
But those are the
statting.
questions that are asked, right? When you see stats just at face value. But when we were on Manny's POV, he seemed to be doing everything right, trying to get those scrappy last kills to try and reassure that ball time. And they were very close to winning that round 1. And maybe it could have been an entirely different game if they had done so.
Totally. Absolutely. I think that was really, like we said, that what took the wind out of the sails from Pioneers when you let Lucid come in. I mean, you have to be ready for the repulsor coming in through the repulsor tunnel when that's your last player alive. You have to wonder, maybe your ball carrier just jumps up to make sure that that does not happen. In the end, it was tough for them. I think it was a fantastic performance as we bring everyone back in. From the side of KCP, a really great game number 1 as well. However, we'll have to see what they can do in the elimination bracket.
Very much so. I mean, a fantastic start for Pioneers for sure. And Onset, bringing you into this conversation, that live fire strongholds might have shocked a few people, I think, when we actually did get into the gameplay, just in terms of the significant lead that Pioneers had. And really, well, you know, in terms of some of the clues that we got heading into that game, you know, KCP, they had a sniper in their hand. I think at one point they also had Heatwave in their hands as well. So, you know, put those in the hands of Lucid on live fire. It's a totally different game that you're playing with here. So do you think that the power weapon control really did come down to how significant that scoreline was when we joined?
It always does, especially on live fire. I find now when a sniper rifle is in play and a player, even if it's a couple of quick body shots off of a couple of players who are coming off respawn, it just takes them out of the game for like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds, whatever it might be. And then you just kind of got free roam as a team to do whatever you want, right? You can overload one stronghold, you can decide to regroup as a team and try and push those 2 kills. It just gives you so much freedom, and live fire strongholds is about creating freedom for your team to make decisions, right? So yeah, they're always going to influence the game. I think Pioneers, just for the majority, were just on top of Optic. It was an interesting game for APG as well. He struggled a little bit, but I mean, he struggled in game 1, but boy, did he come back in game 2 and 3. His stats were absolutely insane at the end of that series.
Yeah, it really were just absolutely insane, and especially, you know, kind of getting his groove, I think, by this final map as well. But, you know, the second game, he was ridiculous as well, 19-5, huge on the Catalyst Slayer, and I think also, you know, just a dominant teammate. I think APG, a lot of people, I think, were sleeping on him at the beginning of the season. He's really come into his own. Where do you see his role, do you think, on this team, Onset? You know, what does he really do, not just slaying-wise, but what is he able to kind of achieve for the boys overall?
He is a player who does whatever it takes to win a game of Halo. It's as simple as that, whether that means jumping onto an objective, whether that means, you know, playing for kills, whether that means keeping his deaths down, whether that means jumping out to give a death away to create an opportunity for the team. APG does it all. And I think he's one of the most I don't even want to say underrated at this point, because he's not underrated. I think he's one of the most players who deserves more respect than he gets in the Halo Championship Series, because he is one of the best players in Halo history. He straight up, he does it all. He knows how to do it all. And on this Optic Gaming lineup, he has been one of the best performers in recent times. I love watching APG's POV. It's very rare you'll see him make a mistake, and now he's got the opportunity to go up against Cloud9 in the winners final and do it all again.
He certainly does. You can see right here our winners bracket for you guys on the screen. Mirrored in terms of scorelines for both of the teams that find themselves in the winners finals. 2-1. They managed to win their series in their semis. And I've got to say, I think just a bump in the road for both of them at the start, kind of getting into the rhythm once again. A little blip in the road, but they do find themselves in the winners finals. I hope we also have Bravo and Gaskin joining us here again. But Bravo, you know, if you can hear me, that is. Okay, fantastic. I thought we lost you guys for a second. No. I just only saw on set myself, but I'm glad we have you guys here. Cloud9 Optic Gaming, in terms of where they're at right now in your head for this winners finals, who would you be taking here? Because obviously Optic haven't made a change. Cloud9 have. Are they comfortable enough, do you think, to go up against a very hungry Optic?
I think Cloud9's ready for it for sure. I think they're going to bring a lot of pressure here. I think Bound maybe getting into form with this team. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out, but I still think we're going to have a fantastic winners finals, and I think this is going to be a tough one to call for sure.
It is going to be very, very tough indeed. Let's take a look at our elimination bracket, where things get just a little tougher for some of our teams down here, because of course they do lose out here. They will be going home. We do have G2 Esports, in the quarterfinals, waiting in the wings there. And we do have also Pioneers and Space Station ready to go in our elimination quarters as well. I think that's going to be a big matchup, honestly. Pioneers looking pretty good right now, doing a lot of things in the right direction. Space Station, I'm yet to see a lot from them this season. I'm excited to kind of get into this one and talk about them. But Gaskin, Space Station, Pioneers, who would you say that this series is favoring?
Space Station, they've looked pretty good in this tournament, taking down Fnatic, taking down Torrent. From what I've seen from Pioneers and the performance that they were just able to pull out as well, just narrowly going down 2-1, Pioneers should be a cert for getting top 4. But as I say that, we've seen a lot of changes happen over the last week, and how this game has been played, and maybe the game types might be able to change things. But I'd predict Pioneers should comfortably be able to get into those semi-finals and secure a top 4 finish minimum.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, a little bit of a change of tune here for Space Station for sure. I mean, last time they played Fnatic, they did lose out in that series in Kansas City. Actually was the series that sent them home, unfortunately. I think it was actually elimination round 3, and they lost 3-2 to Fnatic, so a bit of a different story here. Maybe the change is something that this roster needed. Maybe this change could be enough to do the deed against Pioneers. We'll have to wait and see, but we're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, we do have a very hungry Pioneers roster looking for a major bounce back after that Optic loss, and we do have Space Station who are actually taking their brand new addition for a spin, and we'll find out exactly who's going to survive this elimination quarters. We'll be right back after the break.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back, folks, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 5. I'm joined alongside Gaskin. He is Dan the man. He has the stats. He has pretty much everything to do with Halo Infinite. Anything you need to know, he's got it. He's got it on lock. But I'll tell you what, Dan, something that I think folks at home need to know about is some of the updates happening in some of the other regions. And we're going to have to go all the way across the globe right now because the A and Z Pro Series has happened. And I got an update for you. It's actually a different team winning this time yet again. So not only in Europe are we having a different champion, but we do have Final Form taking that one for the first week of Pro Series coming back to your screens. Final Form have managed to do it. Now, Gaskin, I do have a couple of little knowledge bites here as well. The fact that there wasn't as many teams to compete against. So what was going on?
Well, you may have heard that Chiefs no longer with Barcode. Barcode has left the Chiefs. A lot of rumors as to where he's going to be going. You might have seen it speculated on social media. I'm excited to see where he ends up. Even rumors of maybe going across the pond, but we'll see what happens. If he does end up in North America, that would be great. But with that, Chiefs and I think it was maybe Divine Mind didn't play in this tournament. They didn't check in. So that means there was the chance for different teams to be on top, to have that opportunity to play in those grand finals. So a massive chance for them, and they were able to really put on a show. It was a really fun grand final to watch, and I'm sure that they'll be now excited to see what they can do moving forward and see what they could do against the future Chiefs and the future Divine Mind that might happen after the team changes that will naturally come through with Barcode leaving.
Hey, look, maybe the taste of victory is what Final Form needed to never go back again. So there could be a new champion in town. We'll have to wait and see. But for all of you Aussies and Kiwis, you can actually head on over to Melbourne in September the 3rd because our ANZ regional is coming up, and that's going to be amazing. Have you ever been to Australia, Gaston?
I haven't, unfortunately. There's been a few times where I was very close to maybe going, but it's not happened just yet. And I tell you what, if I could be there in September, I definitely would, because that is going to be an amazing event. Australians, lovely people in general. Imagine an Australian crowd getting excited over some Australian Halo. That is a picture that I'm sure everyone would love to be involved with.
It will be indeed. I'm actually gutted I'm not going, to be honest, because I would definitely fly the 24 hours or so to get there. So make sure you guys, if you do want to head to Australia and to Melbourne into the regional, make sure you do so and pick up the ticket September 3rd as well. So really exciting stuff. A change in the wind happening in the Pro Series so far. Will there be a little bit of a change today? We'll have to find out as we bring everybody back into the mix, of course, because we do have our Elimination Quarterfinals happening very shortly. And we have Pioneers versus Space Station. I'm really excited about this matchup, honestly, because I do feel like these two teams at this moment in time are quite well matched, and you might be surprised, especially Gaskin, after what you kind of said in the bracket in terms of Space Station. But just looking at what they've achieved so far in the Pro Series, I'm pretty impressed. A clean record going into this matchup. Pioneers obviously looking good, nudging a couple of the top teams as well. But, you know, Space Station, the change that has been made, the fact that they've picked up Suppressed is quite a significant change happening here. So Bravo, talk to me about the way that this refreshes the team and maybe what Suppressed can do to change things up.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player with incredible skill. I think he's an individual talent, but I think right now we're seeing that he's meshing quite well with this team as well. I also think credit to Space Station, credit to the coaching staff, the management, Elamite, because I think they've been believing in finding the right mix, and they have not been afraid to experiment. And I think so far those experiments have not paid off the way they wanted to, but I think maybe they're finding something that might work a little bit better here with the suppressed move.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Roster Mania is happening, so what a better time to experiment again. And I've got to say, on the flip side of that, obviously having the refresh happening, so there has been, a couple of problems that kind of been aired out on social media, especially from the position of Collect, I believe, who lost his duo in Rami, and Suppressed has come on board. So what do you think that's going to do if there are a couple of players who don't necessarily agree with the change? How's that going to affect their performance, do you think?
You can't let it affect your performance. Quite simply, you're there to do a job. You're there to perform when you need to perform in these kind of tournaments. So it is disappointing. Don't get me wrong. When you lose a player that you like playing against, alongside, and a player that you've put a lot of work in with, it is tough to take. But also you have to have that moment where it's like, okay, it's happened now. There's no point in dwelling in it, right? It's like anything in life. Something bad happens. There's no point in sort of dwelling in it for 2 or 3 days, a week, or whatever it is, because it's done and dusted. You got to move forward, and you got to find a way to put in the performances that are going to keep you on that roster. And I am impressed with Collector. It's actually a player I wanted to talk about a little bit, because there was a few clips that were kind of not on the alpha stream that we saw in Kansas City, but they were from Collect, and there was a few on the B and C stream that I saw from him, and he was doing some nutty stuff, especially with the grapple. So I think he's definitely a player to watch, and I'm excited to watch him play on this Space Station lineup. I think he's a raw talent that's going to certainly impress as the months sort of roll by here, and he's going to get a bit more experience under his belt.
100%. And we got a little bit of time here, folks at home. We're waiting to get everybody situated and ready to go in terms of the gameplay. So we're just going to have a little chat about both of our teams here. And Space Station for me is such an interesting team. We haven't actually been able to talk about them too much because obviously lots of changes have been made. They haven't really made a huge impact this season so far. And Gaskin, when it comes to changing things up here, do you think the right players have been changed up? And I'm trying to phrase that as respectfully as I can, because when it comes to Space Station, look, we've had Ace here for such a long time. There is no question that Tylenol and Collect are 2 superstars on this roster. Suppressed has come in for Rami. Where do things lie here, where it's like, well, do we want to build around Tylenol and Collect a little bit more and figure out what they need to kind of bring this roster to life?
It's always tough, isn't it, to work out who is the problem. And it isn't necessarily always meaning that a player is bad or a player isn't good enough, but sometimes that the player isn't thinking the same way as the other 3. This was something that we found was evident with Navi's roster, for example, where they got rid of Respectful because it didn't seem like he was playing on the same page. And maybe that's the case for Space Station. Rami wasn't necessarily doing the things that they would have wanted him. I mean, I think Rami's a fantastic player. I've loved what I've seen from him over the years in Halo Infinite and previous Halos as well. But Suppressed, I think, was too good a player to pass up on. When Suppressed was available, someone had to pick him up. The things that we've seen Suppressed do when he was previously on XSET was, unbelievable, actually. And I think people were questioning when and who was going to pick him up, because he was never going to stay on that XSET roster when they were only achieving top 8 to top 12. He deserved better, is what he felt like. So now he's hoping that Space Station can take him that little bit further.
Yeah, I think you're totally spot on there. I think Suppressed and Suspector from XSET were definitely the 2 superstars on their rosters and have been performing really, really well for XSET. But just something wasn't clicking for XSET to be able to take it over the line. And then coming back to Space Station, Brock, when is the right time to start rebuilding in a different fashion? You kind of discussed it a little bit, and Gaskin said it's really difficult to tell that. But from your perspective, and for however long you have been in Halo and played professionally and coached, etc., from your kind of knowledge and experience, when is the right time to make that leap?
Yeah, I think things have changed. It kind of harkens back to the discussion we had earlier with how modern esports and contracts have changed the speed at which team changes happen. Things are a little more solidified. And I think that's the case with Space Station. I think they're committed to slowly making changes that find the right roster. Based on their trajectory so far, the way that Elamite has managed the team, the way that he's working with SSG management, it feels like they're going to keep making maybe 1 to 2 changes every few months until they find the right mix. And based on this, I don't see them doing a full reset before the end of the year, right? I think they're going to do that until we get to Orlando and then Worlds. And I think if they don't succeed at Worlds, then I think we see something like a big change, and maybe 3 players are out or something like that, or an entirely new roster coming into 2023. However, based on the way that I've seen their management style, I think they're going to make these small changes and try to make the tweaks happen, but it hasn't paid off for them yet.
Well, you know what? I really do hope that it does pay off for them soon. I'm hoping to see a little bit of a payday here for them today. So we'll see how they do in this elimination quarterfinals against Pioneers. I've got Bravo and Onset on the mics, fellas. It is game time. Let's get right into it.
All right, let's give it a go. Let's see how we get on today, Andy. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been on the mic, and
I know, right?
I'm sure you're feeling pretty similar. You've already got a series under the belt, though. You've got like a head start on me so far. So for everyone at home, bear with me. I've also got a little bit of a sore throat. You can probably hear I'm a little bit raspier than I normally am. It's not a deliberate kind of like, I'm not trying to seduce everyone at home. It's just for me, it's quite attractive. So I said at home, you're different. But let's talk about this series a little bit, because it is going to be an interesting series here. And I kind of just wanted to tag on what we were talking about with Space Station here. I look at this lineup now, and I think there's no reason to change this lineup. Individually, each of these players have performed at some point throughout the season on a respective team. I'd like to see this team now stay together and find some cohesion, work on how they want to approach certain game types. And what better time to do it when you have a huge new introduction of game types here in the Halo Championship Series?
Certainly, if you look at all game types, right, you got 5 new ones. If you can master these game types, you're going to have a huge advantage, especially depending on series layouts. When we get into these later online tournaments, when we get to Orlando, you could find yourself with a series layout that's going to have several of these new game types in the mix. It's certainly possible, but here we go, taking a look at your best of 3 for the Elim quarterfinals.
It's going to be a Streets of Strongholds to start off with, so something that everyone should be familiar with by now. You certainly would hope. And then we've got Slayer Recharge as our game 2, and then we do have one of those newer game types. The first time that we're going to see Catalyst Capture the Flag played today, and I've got to say, Andy, this is probably of the game types on Catalyst, I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. It's very fast-paced. You see games going to those 5 flags. You're seeing counter caps, you're seeing last moment stops, but we've got to get there first, of course. We've got to see if we do have one of the series that does get tied up at 1-1 before we get to the game 3. So first of all, we got a little bit of Street Strongholds to get on with.
Yeah, I hope we get to that game number 3, but ready to get into game number 1 is certainly Talik hitting the drop slide across the map, already flying straight into Tram.
Yeah, it's about aggressive as a start as you could possibly want, right? I mean, usually you get that drop shield, you throw it down on the pink street, you take a second, throw a few grenades. Talik dropped the drop shield up on the pink stairs. I think that's about as aggressive as you could possibly want to get. And off the break here, you're going to see, unfortunately, the aggression doesn't seem to be paying off too well for the rest of his team, as Pioneers find themselves momentarily 3 dead. That's going to be a flip of the strongholds at either end, which means now there's just going to be a scrap for B.
Certainly, we talk a lot at stake here. Elimination quarterfinals for both these teams. It would be a huge disappointment for either of them to a huge disappointment for either of them to exit at this stage in the tournament. You have to think even more so for the case of Pioneers based on the trajectory they've had over these past few months. For Space Station, it's an opportunity to prove that the rebuilding is paying off, that this new lineup is the one they're going to find success with.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting kind of similarity between the two teams, with slightly different maybe teams in mind, but both of them kind of looking for the win, right? The win against the big team. When you're looking at Pioneers, it's a win against one of the top 4 in tournament play, to knock them down into the elimination bracket, whatever it might be. For Space Station, you're looking for pretty much something similar as well. Is this roster going to be able to beat one of those top 4, top 6 teams? Pioneers are one of those teams, and if Space Station with this lineup can take them down, then that's going to answer a lot of questions for them as well.
Yeah, certainly indeed. Those 3 dead momentarily for the side of Pioneers, but 24-1 in their favor here as the battle now goes down to B. It will be a BC hold for just a split second here for the side of Space Station. They will start to score.
Now, one thing that impressed me with Pioneers a little bit in KC as well is they were a little bit hectic at the start of the game, right? They were playing the game at 1,000 miles an hour. It was almost a little bit reckless at times, but they seemed to have found the control of the accelerator a little bit more. They were able to slow things down. That game 5 against Ascend, it was, where they slowed the game right down and almost, managed to hold their nerve in those final moments to get that 50th kill. That was the difference for me. And at the start of this game, it's going to be pretty tight between the two as Pioneers do manage to turn over B, but it looks like they're going to be pushing for this triple cap. The Space Station already jumping on A to stem the bleeding.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's like my grandfather always told me, you got to chickadee check yourself before you wreck yourself. I think these teams are going to have to find composure, even in these online tournaments as well. For dead, speaking of, for the side of Space Station, going to be an opportunity for Pioneers to not only have this trip cap, but maybe even pick off the slays on the back of the trip cap as well.
My granddad is nowhere near as cool as yours by the sound of things.
Awesome.
Mine would just say, like, get off the sofa or something like that. I don't know. I've got nothing else to say, you know. He was a strange guy. But anyway, it's going to be a triple cap here for Pioneers, and you can see the Space Station already have Collect just kind of thinking about his next move as he's in the respawn screen. And this is where things are looking dangerous. That's 2 dead once again for Space Station. The triple cap is stifling here. And look at the score, Andy. It's completely changed the complexion of this game. It's 114 and rising as Ace is taken down. He's the last player alive there of that first wave for Space Station. Now then find themselves all on the respawn, and look at this. Torlak already got eyes on those respawners.
I think this is the Pioneers we expected to come out, right? And the fact that you saw them get 4 dead when they already had the trip cap in place, that spells disaster. They even get the next 2 kills. You saw the great rocket coming in from Cafe, predictive rocket into PD, which connects. You could tell they're playing the game at a much faster pace than Space Station.
Certainly are, and just being able to capitalize on the damage that each other are doing. Druck now going to be able to already get shots onto Collect, who's kind of just desperately trying to stall and change over that A stronghold, and manages to do so as well. But that's what I mean about the accelerator, right? Previously, we might have seen Druck try and fly out, finish that kill onto Collect in that A stronghold. This time he backs up. What it means is he's there to help his teammate here on B, and Pioneers, because of that, managed to turn it over. Now they're scoring once again.
Tough start here for Tylenol, 2-10 in this game, and an absolute phenom that burst into Halo Infinite with, you know, a lot of talk, a lot of hype, and I think he's delivered in some ways, and in other ways, I think he's certainly looking for even higher placings. There will be 3 dead for the side of Pioneers, 4 dead momentarily. 1 will be a spawner there, but we'll have to see if both Tylenol and this SSG roster can find a little more consistency with this new lineup.
The amount of pressure that's on Tylenol, I just feel every single event as well. You know, this is a guy who everyone's like, oh, Tylenol's been, you know, doing this, doing that, playing really well, but Tylenol's also a player whose first ever live event was out
Raleigh.
in Raleigh. Yeah, which is ridiculous, right? Everyone just seems to forget about that and see him as one of the experienced players, which I think says a lot to what is expected of him and maybe how he has been performing so well for Space Station so far this year. But at the moment, he's struggling a little bit, as you say. 3-12, maybe if he can pick up a couple more kills, then this game could be getting a little bit closer. But for now, it's BC, the hold for Pioneers.
Yeah, certainly a tough place to be for the side of Space Station, as Pioneers has really put on the dominant side of this game. It's going to be 200 now to 26, and actually it looks like I had a feeling we saw I think it was a Tylenol's POV, we saw a player that kind of went AFK in tires. I had a feeling something was up. It looks like the reset might take place at something like 200 points on the board for the side of Pioneers. We'll wait for our admins to get in, but there was a few too many players standing still. We knew something.
I thought that was like the most Giga Chad thing I've ever seen in a Halo game. Then when the player came around the corner with Sentinel Beam and he was just like, fry me. Just stood there and just took it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm ready. Just microwave me. I'm ready. But unfortunately, it wasn't. It was just the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a game. So let's get this lobby re-going again, and we'll get back into that. We'll get a score confirmation for you all, as we like to do, to keep you all up to date. But for now, it's Space Station struggling a little bit, and Pioneers looking very strong.
Yeah, certainly the struggle station right now, a tough start for them in this game. I think you really can't allow yourself against the Red Hot Pioneers roster to find yourselves 4 dead during a trip cap. As we quickly saw, they went from about a 30-point lead, or rather, if you're on the side of Space Station, a 30-point deficit to something like an 80-plus point deficit very, very quickly, as Space Station was unable to get off the respawn. It's going to be so tough to do. They even got split spawns. You saw they were split spawning into PD, and Pioneers took advantage of that as well. It's been a really strong performance, and you have to think with the reset, it shouldn't be long before Pioneers puts that first game on the board.
Yeah, you would imagine so. It was just the control, and I think, again, when you're changing lineup all the time, we always say it's kind of, everyone knows what they have to do when they've got kills and, you know, when they've got map control, right? Everyone knows how to play the game at this level. It's the back foot. If you're a new lineup and you're in a triple cap, it's so difficult to kind of coordinate with each other what you expect to do, how you're going to try and, you know, find your way out, find your kills, whatever it might be, in order to break that control. And I think you're seeing that in this game a little bit here. Space Station on the front foot early on looked all right. Look, when the numbers are even, but it's when they're down numbers, it just seems like Pioneers are able to pick them apart too easily.
Yeah, and what's interesting when you watch Space Station over the course of the year, right, since the game launched, very rarely, if I think of players like Tylenol, like Ace, who have been the mainstays on this team and part of the launch roster, if you will, very rarely do we watch their POVs and they're not playing well, right? It's not a case of Space Station players individually not performing. I think individually they have actually, you know, surpassed a lot of expectations, but it's just like you say, on the side of Space Station, it's about being on the same page. And when we go to listen-ins, I don't think we hear the comms we need like you would from Sentinels or Optic, where it's just as you say, when they find themselves 4 dead, it's find the first damage, find the first kill, where, you know, where's our opener, how are we flying outside of the base, which base? I think that's that's where when we get into Space Station listen-ins, it feels a little bit more chaotic, and I think it's just about all the players really, like you say, being on the same page.
Yeah, and we always talk about that leader, right? We always talk about that player that's going to make those calls, and Ace, naturally, I don't think he has been that leader. I don't think he's always been a player who, I think I mentioned this back in KC as well, he's been the young gun who was brought up by someone else, right? Who was the leader on that squad. Tyler Null, again, he's super new to the scene, and when you got two other players kind of switching in and out, it just makes it difficult for one player to have that voice. And maybe that's all they're missing at the moment, just that voice who's going to command the troops. And it's difficult to find that player. There's not many players in the world who want to take that responsibility on their shoulders, because it looks great when you're making the right calls, right? But you don't want to be in that position when things aren't going well for your team, because then everyone starts to look at you and the eyes go towards you and going, hey, when you're not making the right calls for us here, and you know, when we're losing games, it's a tough position to be in.
It is, and also keep in mind, it's not like there's a rich available player pool in Halo Infinite that these teams that are maybe around top 8 and a little bit higher, top 12, have a chance to pull from. Every single great Halo Infinite player is signed, right? So it's tough to just start to try to build a roster mid-year when you have all these players locked into contracts with fantastic salaries with top teams. So that's also been part of an uphill battle for the likes of the space stations, for the complexities, etc., which is not, made their trip any easier through these brackets. However, like we said, maybe an opportunity for them to start to put even more performances on the board. These next few weeks, though, it's a big building period for Space Station. And if they can start to put the right performances on the board, really focusing on scrims and how they bounce back when they find themselves in deficits, I think we could see a different result for them come Orlando.
I agree, and I just want to see that time be put in now by this roster, right? It's okay, this is the fall, this is what we're going to go forward with, and that's going to be for not just one event, but for 2 events, right? And we're going to say that to the players, we're going to say that to each other, and we're going to believe in each other, and we're going to put that confidence in each other, and then you work on everything, right? And if it doesn't work after that, then okay, let's look to make a change. But as I said, I look at these 4 players, and I don't see an individual weakness in any of them. They're all going to win their ones that they should win. They're all going to be able to hit the good shots, so they all know how to play Halo Infinite. It's just about getting the reps in now, I think, just making sure that they know how to work their way out of those disadvantageous positions. And I think Space Station could surprise us a little bit come that next event if they manage to put that work in.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? I think you look at teams like United, and I think you could also say the same about Pioneer since the beginning of the season. Teams that we know are putting in the extra time. It has paid off for them so far. Looking forward to seeing if Space Station could do the same. But we should also talk about Pioneers because they had a hell of a start in that game #1 as well.
They certainly did, and they've looked great. I think against that Optic game 1, they look brilliant. Recharge Slayer, I kind of have a little bit of an asterisk by right now just because of the amount of maybe game time that a lot of players have on it, teams have on it, haven't quite worked it out. Catalyst, excuse me, I keep calling it Recharge, and I don't know why. This Recharge Slayer is already a thing, Mark. Don't worry. Catalyst is the new map. And, Flag, I think, is a little bit different. I think players are probably more inclined to scrim Flag. I think Slayers have kind of been pushed to the side a little bit just because there is so many game types to play at the moment in scrims that if you want to play, is it 15 game types we have now? 13
Dan
game
was
types?
thinking maybe even more. Could be even more. It's a lot. It's certainly to work through in a scrim. It's a lot of game types.
Yeah, you're going to have to take a little lunch break in the middle of it at the moment because it is getting, a lot of game types, which, again, like Dan highlighted, gives us the opportunity to see some teams maybe excel in some of those new game types and make these series very, very interesting. And Pioneers, I think, are one of those teams who historically have always put that work in, right? They've always been ready to play those games. They're always in the sauna 8s, as they call them now, the sweaty 8s that are going on in those pro lobbies. And I think that when it comes to Recharge, I think the Pioneers are going to be a team. I did it again. When it comes to Catalyst, sorry everyone. As I say, by the way, can you see right now like how ill I look? I've got like a sheen on me. It's also what time is it? It's 2 in the morning. Is it 2 in the morning? In the UK? No, it's 12:47. It's still early.
Okay, 1 a.m.
These are the early hours. We got a lot of time to go, man. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine.
But I think another thing to talk about Pioneers too is I'm really proud of just today what they've done, because honestly it's heartbreaking to win your game 1 against Optic on live fire 250 to 137 and then lose that series. That is a tough blow for them to take. I think this team has so much promise, they have so much hope, and that is going to be a tough blow right to that roster. But for them to come out like guns blazing here and just dominating with these triple caps and outslaying the side of Space Station so heavily, I think they're a team that's finding a lot of resilience and ability to bounce back. So certainly I think the Pioneers fans have a lot to be proud of just based on these past few hours of gameplay from their side.
I agree, and one thing that jumps out to me when I think about Kansas City and what an amazing event it was, and obviously the KCP crowd, is we got Blaze got to speak to Tolek on stage right after one of the series, and he was like, It's something that will always stand out to me. It was like, yeah, you know, these guys are my brothers. It's really interesting. We used to hate each other. And I just found that so fascinating that this group of players came together. You know, I don't know how it quite happened, but obviously they ended up teaming together.
I think it was prison. No, I'm just kidding.
It could quite have been, you know, the prison. What's it called? The weight room at the prison. Who knows? It could have been the canteen. Who knows? But it's fascinating, that story of players who didn't see eye to eye, all of a sudden realizing that hey, we've got more in common than we think, and it's a great story for them, right?
It really is, and to hear something like that on the stage, I think you know, you don't always hear that. I think maybe competitive FPS players, esports players in general, aren't the first to say just how much their teammates mean to them. Maybe in you know, especially on one of your first main stage interviews for Tolik. But it's really cool to hear that from this side. I think they gained a lot of fans saying, you know, these guys are my brothers. We absolutely love playing together, and you can tell when they're on stage how much fun they're having. Right. Also, there's a lot of novelty in the Pioneers players playing. There's a lot of guys on these main stages. If you look at the likes of Snipe Down and others, and a little bit younger than that in terms of veteranship, the likes of Snake by World 2, etc. These guys have been doing it for a long time, but you could just tell with Pioneers there's a little bit of novelty, a little bit more novelty, and they're having a blast on that main stage.
On the back of that, do you remember the game one they won against Sentinels? And then I stood up to look mean, but then they forgot how to look mean because they're having such a good time and just started smiling. I just smiled at them, and I was like, that's almost more intimidating than someone, you know, looking across and looking angry, because it just knows like we just won and we're loving it. We're enjoying ourselves here. We got the crowd behind us. It was an amazing story, and I think they gained a lot of fans as well in Kansas City, because you can also see, you know, Tolik's interview, whatever it was. These guys are super passionate, right? You cut their arm and they bleed Halo Infinite at the moment, and it's great to see. And I think they're going to have a lot of success moving forward. And I always look at the lineup as well, and it feels like there isn't one player who is the superstar in this lineup, right? It's everybody doing something at one moment, whether it's Soul Snipe popping off at the end of the game, whether it's Manny popping off with a shock rifle a couple of times that we saw in a couple of series, whether it's Tolik out BRing Royal 2. You know, remember that on Recharge in Top Tower, not Catalyst. Those kind of moments, every single player is capable of, and I think that's what makes them such a fun team to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're having a blast, and people know it, especially even when we go to listen-ins as well. They're hyping each other up. They've got each other's backs, and it certainly has shown so far. And then the only question is, what do they do from here? I think that they've realized the opportunity ahead of them, even post-KC, what they can do. And I think they're also ready for this series, as you could tell. It sounds like players are loading back in, so we'll get back into the lobby in just a second to resume this final Game 1.
Yeah, thank you for listening to the first unofficial HCS podcast. This is it's been a lot of fun, Andy. You know, but we now get to hopefully get back into the game. We're hearing in our ears as well. It's 70 points to win for Pioneers, so not too far for them to go. And if the start is anything like we saw in the last game, then maybe we might be moving to game 2 pretty quickly indeed. Tolik going to be pushing down the street again and should be able to pick up some Prest as well. But no, Collect is there. He was sneaking around the corner. He was still alive, and he's actually, Collect, by the looks of things, going to go a little bit wild off the rip here and pick up multiple members of Pioneers, which is allowing Tylenol now to stroll up the arcade street and put his feet into B.
Somehow 4 dead there, despite the fact that Ace went front, C steps, and got absolutely schmelted. On the same exact opening, they find themselves 4 dead, then 2 dead again, and it will be Space Station off to a B hold, and a very good start.
Very, very good start indeed. Look at the pressure they're putting on already. Collect has all of the weapons to play with. Tylenol just needs a BR. He's picked up 2, so Prest will be taken down. Tolik somehow stays alive there to pick up 2 kills, and that is going to be the opening maybe for Pioneers to turn this around for just a moment. Even though this will be a triple cap, Tolik managed to get away with 2 kills. He managed to survive for long enough for respawners to come in. However, the pressure still on here, and Collect, he's still looking to add some more souls to his collection.
Killing spree here. By the way, there's players in the game who don't have a kill yet, and Collect has a killing spree as well. So a pretty great start here from Space Station. You have to think maybe the kick in the tail that they needed in that game number 1.
Maybe indeed. This is going to be another kill here. It's actually going to be helped out. Collect almost manages to pick up yet another kill. And what a start that is for him. I said it was a player that maybe made a few more highlight plays in Kansas City than people probably saw on the main broadcast. And he's already started off by backing up that claim. 6-1. And you can see that Space Station out to a 36-9 lead. Just a little reminder, though, it will be Pioneers who only need 70 points. Manny here going to be able to get Soul Snipe back into the map as well with a couple of shots down. Rocket's going to be popping, but BNC now in the hands of Pioneers.
Yeah, you have to wonder, has the damage been done here in terms of just letting the game slip away before the restart, only needing 70 points on the board, and now make that even less, make it 40 points as they're about to cross the 30-point mark as well. Druck still not yet on the board, so it's actually possible the Pioneers could win this without him getting a kill. He's 0-7 now, surprising to see that, but still 40-28.
Pioneers win this without Druck getting a kill, by the way. That is officially playing competitive Halo on Legendary mode.
I was going to say that is that's almost more impressive than it is less impressive.
Yeah, I agree with you. The triple cap here for Space Station. Collect is still going wild, by the way. 11-2. Can we watch some Collect POV, please? Thank you.
How is Collect 11-2 and Druck is 0-8?
Yeah, because Collect is 11-2. that's why. He's gonna get another one. I can't shout. My throat's gonna give in. But Tyler feels the pain of the battle rifle of Collect again.
Wait, this is a wild set of stats that we see on the board here. Now 89-28. Space Station looking to make a Hail Mary comeback. Shotgun's not done yet. Bulldog's gonna pop another one. Finally, he'll go down. He's 13-3. Druck's on the board. Everything's starting to settle down just a little bit, but what a different game number 1 after our reset right here. 107-28 in favor of Space Station.
That must have been a really strange few moments there for Ace as well, because everyone was on the map was dead apart from him, and it was about 5-6 seconds he was alive, and no one else had come out of the respawn screen. It was like he just accidentally loaded into the custom game but forgot to fill up the lobby beforehand. Soul Snipe, though, with 2. He's going to give the opening here to Pioneers to move on to B. Space Station find themselves 3 dead, so the Stalker Rifle will transfer over as well as the scoring. Now, like you mentioned, the difficulty here for Space Station, as well as they have been playing in this restart, is the fact that it's only 70 points needed for Pioneers because of their performance before we had to restart. But look at the kill feed again. Collect's there. He's picking up 2. He's 15-5. 15-5.
These are wild stats. Great shots from Soul Snipe. They're going to continue challenging into Tram as well. Rocks are up, and he's thinking about him. He's going to grab him as well. Decides to actually drop the Stalker there. Keeps the BR. Going to bring those to Tires for just a split second to come back to help at Tram as well. And now only 10 points away for Pioneers from closing out game number 1.
Had to use that rocket just to make sure Collect was dead in that circumstance. And now he's going to challenge in Suppressed. Important win there from Suppressed just to hold that Tires area, and Collect is now going to be moving up as the battle for B is going to go down, but he doesn't seem to be able to spot this player out, as it is going to be the game done dusted. Pioneers get it done. They get those 70 points they needed, and even though Collect did everything that he could to keep that game close, Pioneers just too strong in game number 1.
They really were, and they on the side of Space Station, they let the game slip away in that first round far too much, and you have to wonder, what if we had seen that game continue to play out, right? It would have been very different. If you're a fan of competitive Halo, you're hoping that that was, like we said, really the kick that Space Station needed to get ready for this game number 2, because they've proved that now they're ready to bring it as well. We'll have to see if they can do it in that game 2 Slayer.
Going to be an interesting one for sure, as it will be Recharge at Slayer where we go to next, and I wonder if either of these teams are going to be slowing the game down a little bit, because we saw, interestingly, Sentinels, the way that they played on Recharge Slayer back in KC, they really did try and slow that game down, especially when they got that shock rifle in their hands. Now, it's much more easy to do when you've got someone like Royal 2 who isn't missing with a shock rifle for sure, but I think we're going to see Recharge maybe start to change a little bit depending on who has that shock rifle and who doesn't, because the team who doesn't have it is obviously not going to want to peek to give away those kills. I think it's going to become a little bit more of a slower paced game, especially maybe after that 30 kill mark than we've seen previously.
Yeah, what I also love about the Pioneer side, right? They're not afraid to try to go for the flashy plays with the shock. This is a team that's ready to, even after they hit the double, they're going to fly out top A, and they're going to check batteries as no shields, and they're going to go for the triple as well. So going to look forward to seeing if they're able to pull that off. You know, what's funny, now when you say Recharge, I have no idea if you mean Recharge or Catalyst. But I'll
be honest with you, Andy, I don't know what I'm talking about either.
Game number 2, Recharge Slayer coming up. We'll have to see if Space Station Gaming was able to pick up enough energy off of that performance there. Like you said, just absolutely huge numbers that were coming in from the side of Collect, even in that short continuation of game number 1. Maybe that's the boost they needed to get ready for this game number 2. Maybe send us to a game number 3, because I would not mind seeing some Catalyst CTF myself.
I want to see new game times. I want to see some King of the Hill. I want to see some CTF Catalyst. I want to see all of the new tools available for us to enjoy and see how these teams are going to be playing it as well. But for now, we've got an old classic. We've got Recharge Slayer in front of us, and we've got that shock rifle, which is the game changer. Simple as well as the camouflage down bottom. bottom middle. Now, we've seen some of the highlight plays coming on this map, and I hope we're going to see some more as we jump back online for the HCS Pro Series. Starting off with Calais, and he's starting off once again just by absolutely destroying everyone.
Absolutely picking up where he left off. He's not done yet. He's going to fly into batteries as well. He wants the last one. That will be 3 dead for Pioneers, making 4 dead. It's a great start for Space Station.
Yeah, gets shot in the toenail, though, and that is going to take him down. Maybe that is where his weak spot is. It's a little bit like an Elden Ring boss. You know what I mean? You got to find that little weak spot, kind of take him down, chip away. What?
See that dead body like perfectly laid with like arms at its sides? Very rarely do you see someone just in full prepared to be placed into the coffin. It was it's actually quite depressing to see. 7-4 now. Space Station continuing to add kills to the board. They will find themselves 2 dead apiece. But Space Station finding themselves several players down now. That's going to bring the game within 2 kills.
Yeah, really strong push there from Pioneers, and it's going to turn them into a 1-kill deficit, or 1 kill away from being able to tie up this game. Collect says hello. Soul Snape says goodbye. He says hello to Suppress, though, and manages to hit the headshot to take him down. Druck going to push off the back of that, and now Collect has to back up alongside Tylenol. Not going to be able to get away, though. Pioneers, once again, off the back of the headshot, just collapse as quickly as you like and turn it into a 2, make that 3-kill advantage.
To be honest, I know it's online, but that makes me question just the comms on the side of Space Station. If you're a player there that's bottom control and you see a player grappling top control with shock, you need to be, that is a priority call out. So you need to be screaming. So the fact that Soul Snipe can just walk into top control and just brain the player sitting there without any idea, I think that needs to be prioritized. Like I said, though, online it's tough to get that comms. It would be very different in a LAN environment, but still I'm keeping a close eye on those Space Station situations like that.
And Collect is going to have the chance to maybe make a play. Has to grapple out, dodge to here, and look at the kill feed. It's just lighting up, which means he's going to be getting chased down once again. And Pioneers at the moment are dominating in this game. Even though this looks pretty close to score, the last few moments, Andy, it's been 3 dead, 4 dead for Space Station. They haven't been able to get a foothold whatsoever.
Druck also with a wake-up call from that continuation in that game number 1 was not happy with the numbers that he put up. Right now, he's already 7-4. Collect 6-4. So those 2 players continuing to dominate in the slaying department.
A few moments left with this camouflage as well. Suppressed, goodbye. Collect, 1v1. Who's going to win it? It's Collect who wins it. Man, he probably should have won that one, to be fair. He had first shot. But Collect, once again, showing that he's in the kind of form. Oh no. Thank goodness he got that kill all the way. Oh, -1. That doesn't count, that one. It doesn't count. Yep. So we'll just, yeah, it's 20, what would we say, 21, 16-ish? I don't know. Maybe we'll just go by the scoreboard.
Yeah, just kidding. We don't have the power to do that. Tolek now 8-3, putting up several kills on the board, which has extended that Pioneers lead even further. And if they have any say, we will not be heading to the game number 3. He's also got the Needler in hand. He's flying into top control. The Super Combine comes out. It's still underappreciated, underutilized. That Needler kills so fast in this game.
That's exactly what my throat feels like, by the way. Someone's super combined by throat. Like the needle's going into it, you know what I mean? But it's fine.
I don't, thank God I don't know what you mean. That sounds absolutely terrible.
It's not great, but
no.
Look pretty good there for the Pioneer side of things. Collect now going to be sliding around. Unfortunately, he's going to be met by a combination of frag grenade, repulsor, and Gandhi hopping player through the repulsor tunnel. As now the score will be 27-23. You've seen that lead just kind of be held intact at the moment for Pioneers. The difficulty for Space Station against a team like Pioneers, Andy, is you can't slow the game down too much. You want to, and you know how you should be playing, but you know that Pioneers are more than happy to flood an area of the map if they get damage.
Certainly. Space Station needs to take this 1 kill at a time. That's not easy to do, like you said, because of flanks like that. Collect coming down on bottom elevator, Tylenol helping out as well. That'll be 2 dead aside. Pioneers happy to trade at that cadence. They're very happy with that push. They're going to trade 2-2 here, but keep in mind, Space Station able to get a few more kills. They keep this game now within 4, 28-31.
I'm sure who's picked up the camouflage, but Tylenol does have the repulsor, and it's actually going to be Tylenol who picks up that camouflage. So now, with it just being a 3-kill game, this is the opportunity not only to get the first pick here, but also for Space Station maybe to collapse and capitalize off the back of this. Pioneers recognizing what the situation is, started to slow things down for just a second.
They are. Look at this opportunity. Only down by 2 kills. Tylenol, the player we were talking about. Oh boy, the killing spree hits the first shot. Tries to connect on the second one on mid-bridge. Cannot. It'll still be a 2-kill game.
He's just going to be able to clean up that kill onto Druck, but here comes Tolek looking to clean things up as well onto Ace. If Ace can survive for 2-3 seconds here, then maybe he's going to be able to get a little bit of help. Here comes the help, and it's in the form of Collect, the repulsor coming in from Collect.
Wow, look at this.
Kept him alive, and somehow the two players do stay alive, and now it's Space Station who go into a lead. I got a little bit concerned there when Tylenol got that first headshot and wasn't able to survive off the back of it, but it was enough by the looks of things, and Space Station have taken control.
I ran into Ace in the bottom of a hotel lobby elevator many times. Luckily, it was never that brutal for me. However, you do not want to run to the Space Station side like that. Like you said, they just need a little bit of help bottom elevator, and it came. So just like that, we are tied at 35, and we've got ourselves a game in the home stretch.
Soul Snipe, though, Druck. He's going to put Pioneers back into the lead, and Manny is going to add another one to the tally here. So it's just 2 kills, the difference between the two teams, but that's been a little bit of a capitulation in that push from Space Station. And this is the money part of the match, as we know in Slayers. You can't afford to let this get out of hand. You can't afford to go 2-3 dead. You can't afford to not be trading in these situations. And that is exactly what is happening. Collect is going to be one shot, sword in the hand of Tolik. And that's going to mean that it's 42-38 now, and it's a 4-kill, a full team wipe away from Pioneers being ahead in this game.
Look at the aggression coming in there. Soul Snipe goes C-plat. He did not need to push there into Sneaky, but just decides to fly in, has the help from Tolik, and they make the play call. You might think with a lead, they're just going to hold the pipes push and hold the C-plat push, but they're continuing to be the aggressors here. However, game's still within 4.
Oh, Tolik didn't know whether to try and finish off the one shot or not, and unfortunately for him, it's kind of worked out, as they still do have that 4-kill lead in their favor, but Space Station spot out the camo player, but the camo player does have a sword. Manny's going to be flying in to clean up the damage that's been done. Druck comes back with a sword. It's 3 dead for Space Station, and you feel like these last few moments have just been all Pioneers. Space Station kind of fell apart a little bit in these final few moments. Maybe a game they want to watch back on VOD and see what went wrong.
48-41 there. Soul Snipe flies in for the 49th and the 50th as well. It will be a final score of 50-41. Pioneers will take the match with a series score of 2-0. We will not head to a game number 3. And I have to agree with you, Mark. I think this is the continuation of the same story. Pioneers able to clutch it out, but however, Space Station just falling short in the final stretch of the game.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate for them. Again, good signs, right? Good signs for Space Station. There was moments of both games where they looked very, very good. The restart on Street Strongholds, they looked pretty strong. There was moments in the Slayer where they managed to pull things back, but again, it was just the aggression of Pioneers that was the difference between the two teams, and statistics don't lie, and you can see that every single player there on Pioneers doing their job. Nobody standing out, really. You look at Soul Snipe maybe having a pretty good game. Same can be said about Tolik, but everybody's solid across the board.
Yeah, keep in mind, this game was tied at 36. So for this game to end 50-41, that's just a testament to how clinical Pioneers was on those final pushes to only allow a few kills. To really just fantastic end game there. Once again, though, as we take a look at the damage, Space Station unable to close it out towards the end game.
It's unfortunate for them to find themselves in that position, but again, I think with a few more reps under their belt, that could be a very different looking series, certainly closer than we've just seen in front of us for now. But I'm just going to look at the damage that Tolik does, and he's been a player really who stood out to me in KC, and I mean out of every single player that we were watching. A lot of talk about Frosty, understandably, you know, with the win that came alongside that Sentinels performance, but Pioneers, Tolik, he was the man for me who really kind of stood out as the up-and-coming player who really could make a difference at the very, very top level of Halo. And I think that he was once again putting in a performance there with that amount of damage in that game that kind of backs that point up.
Yeah, I think really what sums it up for me is the fact that you saw Soul Snipe just flying in. I mean, we had barely any damage that came in from C-Plat into Longhole, but Soul Snipe just flies into Sneaky, and even when they're only up by about 3 or 4 kills in the late game, he decides to be the aggressor on Longhole, right? They don't sit back, they don't wait for the standard pushes to come in. They do push long, and they clean up those 2 kills, and then they go on a huge run after that, and it's because of that aggression that opened up the floodgates for them to close out the game and essentially get back-to-back squad wipes. So I think Pioneers, if they continue to do that, if they continue to really be the players that are deciding what decisions are made to be the aggressors, they're going to continue to find success.
Yeah, they certainly will indeed. We're going to have to see how Space Station bounce back next week through the Open, and we're going to have to see what they can do with this lineup and see if they can build something a little bit more special for the future. But for Pioneers, they find themselves in the same situation though, Andy. Winning the games we expect them to win. Can they take down one of the big boys though?
That's the question.
It certainly is a question. It's a very good question, gentlemen. And actually, talking about that question in particular before we get into this matchup with Pioneers. Based on what they've done so far, based on what they achieved in Kansas City as well, I mean, they fell short to Cloud9 because Cloud9 were bumped down in Kansas City. Not exactly the opponent they would have wanted to face in the elimination bracket. I think their build-up wasn't really ideal for them. Look, they 3-2 descend in the lower bracket in Kansas City, and then they met Cloud9. There's a little bit of a jump, but a little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump there, to be honest, to Cloud9. And I think we haven't really seen them go against big dogs in a fashion where they are prepared. I'd love to have seen them against maybe United or FaZe a little bit as well, because I could have kind of got a better idea of where they're at. Pioneers, Gaskin, for you, going up against either Optic or Cloud9, do you think they are ready for it at this moment in time?
I think they're just a little bit off the pace when it comes to like the top three. I think that a fourth is definitely achievable. I think that, you know, United, FaZe, they're the kind of two teams that are competing with them for that fourth spot, and I think they definitely could be able to achieve that on the day. But right now, they're around 4th to 6th, and I don't think that they'll be too disheartened if they were able to get top 4, but 5th and 6th, you know, you feel like they've got a little bit more behind them than just finishing top 6.
Very, very true. And when it coming back to this series that we just saw before us, I've got to say Space Station, you know, difficult to kind of tell, and Onset and Bravo kind of said, you know, it's really unlucky in certain situations where they kind of just lost their pacing a little bit and couldn't quite close out, especially in the last Slayer as well, getting so close, but unfortunately just taking their foot off the gas there. Where are they at for you right now, Gaskin? We came into this series kind of talking about the team as a whole and how they're working, the dynamic of the roster. You know, where are they at in terms of performance, you know, changes needing to be made, not necessarily roster, but just, you know, fundamentals, their strategy, what they're trying to achieve on the maps?
I think there's a few things that happen when you go through roster mania. You've got a chance to trial players and maybe try things, and I'm usually a big advocate of I want to see time. I want to see people give things time, but if something immediately isn't working that is clearly wrong, then sure, maybe change it up when there's going to be a few free agents maybe available during the roster mania. But at the same time, you've got to be careful to try and keep players on your team. Like, some of these Space Station players are incredible. Kulek, for example, very impressive at KC and has been online as well. If roster mania happens and a few players start to get dropped from teams or lose their places and they're trying to build new teams, I'd be looking at players like that to maybe bring on board some raw talent who can learn and maybe just, you know, be built as a new squad that can compete for top 6, top 4. So you've got to be careful. You've got to try and keep a solid roster. So for Space Station, they will be desperately hoping they can hold on to him. And as Andy said, with modern day esports, maybe a contract might just keep him on board for quite some time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, only speculation, but if there is a domino effect in FaZe of kind of throwing people out and pulling people in, I mean, Tunnel and Collector, two diamonds in the rough right now. They're absolutely phenomenal when it comes to in-game and individual play. So, yeah, I think Space Station needs to go back to the drawing board, figure a few things out. VOD review, like you said, on set, get a couple of sessions in. Review? It's always a good one to go over for sure. I tell you what though, folks, we'll take a look right now at the winners bracket, because of course Space Station are out of the Pro Series, and we do have our winners finals coming up next to find out who is going to be in the grand finals and who is going to be dropping down to meet Pioneers as well. Our next match is going to be our winners finals. We will be seeing Cloud9 and Optic. It's going to be a big match, boys. This is going to be a really big one. Bravo, two major titans taken to the sticks once again, and both going to be pretty hungry for this win. Are you excited about this one?
Are you kidding me? This is what we came for.
And best of 5.
And I think Mark and Dan are casting, so you and I can just sit back and enjoy.
We can, and it's the best of 5, which I'm so excited for. We're going to hopefully go the distance, folks. We're heading to a break right now, but when we come back, like I did promise, we do have our winners finals for you on the screen. We're going to be seeing Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming. Both of these guys want to be in that grand finals position, and we'll find out who's going to do it.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
So God, I'll be back.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series 5. Now, before the break, we had our Elimination Quarterfinals. We saw Space Station versus Pioneers, and Space Station, unfortunately, were sent home packing by the Pioneers roster, who are waiting in the wings for the Elimination Finals. But before we get back into the action and talk about our next matchup, I just want to give you guys an update. And Bravo and I have been paying some attention to all of our different regions that are competing in the Pro Series. And we have an update on the Mexico region, and the results are in. Knights do it once again, Brav. My goodness, Pro Series 5 winners. They have dominated, and like some of our other regions who have had a bit of a change in the tides, the Knights have managed to do it. And we got the likes of the classics. We got Atso, Drift, Tapping Buttons, and Gambino, who are at it once again. And I gotta say, I'm impressed with them. You know, KC came around. They didn't do, I think, as well as I think they would have wanted to. They did go out in the lower bracket pretty early on, but coming back into the Pro Series, they're looking pretty good.
Certainly, I think, like you said, a lot of shakeups elsewhere around the globe in terms of HCS play, but certainly not in Latin America. Although worth noting, they did go to Game 5, so still keeping things very interesting. And I think the one thing the Knights certainly have to look forward to is doing it on home soil, right on land. And it's going to be exciting to see the Mexico Super, I believe, just at the end of, let's see, what month is it?
Yeah,
it's June
July.
now, so just at the end of July. We have a exclusively Spanish-speaking month of July with a Valencia event in Spain, and then all the way back over to Latin America.
Wait,
here
hold on.
for Mexico.
Exclusively speaking. Wait, you're not telling me that I've got to speak Spanish? Surely
You do.
not.
If you're working either of those events, you need to be speaking Spanish the entire time, because we are in Spain, and then we are in. And I also expect you to speak perfect Iberian Spanish, and then transition to perfect not just Latin American Spanish, but specifically Mexican Spanish, which has a lot of its own nuances as well. So that's what I'm expecting from you lot.
No me gusta. Absolutely.
We'll take that. That's a start. That's a start.
We'll take it. But I tell you what, you are right, Bravo. Mexico City is happening. The regional is happening, of course, July 22nd to July 24th. And the tickets and team passes are available now. So we're going to be heading on over there. And I'm so excited to get back to the action in person. It's going to be absolutely wicked. So if you guys want to get over there, jump in the crowd, make some noise, and please do grab those tickets right now. We're going to bring everybody back in. And I need to know how good everyone else's Spanish is right now. So Onset, are you fluent in Spanish? Because apparently it's a requirement.
I am fluent, yes.
Oh, wow.
Good.
C.
See a lot. You got some.
Yeah, you got some learning to do.
I definitely need to brush up on some Spanish. I 100% failed my GCSEs there in that one. But that's okay. That's a story for another day. We do have our winners finals to start talking about here, because very shortly we'll be seeing Optic Gaming versus Cloud9 taking to the sticks, and our first best of 5 of the night, which I'm really, really excited about, because really this is starting to push the limits. We have 17 game types and maps oriented to go through here, so a best of 5 is really quite fitting for these guys to be able to duke it out in full force and be able to kind of get a couple of game types and maps that they like coming up as well and prefer. So I'm excited to see how far this one will go. And Gaskin, if you had to kind of guess, do you think this one's going to go the distance between these two titans?
I mean, it shouldn't. In theory, Optic should be able to win this one comfortably, because
that's why Dan wears an Optic shirt every single week.
I think we have an Optic fan.
If you want to send me some gear, I'll put a little Optic jersey on. Gladly. No, but
they lost.
Okay.
They came third.
Well, let me explain myself.
And
or
Danny's still going. They should have won that event. They didn't win the event.
All right, I'll see you later. So, explanation.
I'm going to sit back. I'm just
the reason why I'm saying that.
Explanation.
Cloud9 are playing with a sub. All right, they've just lost Renegade. Naturally, they should not be at the same level as another highly competitive team in the HCS. They just shouldn't. But this is Cloud9. It is 3 of the greatest players that have ever touched the stick. So, Adbound, I might see them taking a game or 2. So, yeah, I think this could go all the way.
We should allow Marker a rebuttal here.
No, I agree with Dan completely. There's no way that Optic shouldn't win this series. However, you know, I've just had to highlight the fact. Just keep tracking it. That's what I'm saying. As the weeks go by,
we have tracked it. It is intense.
Production. There's like a little check mark that pops up every single time that Dan says, you know, you're looking at the other team. They're very strong, but I think Optic are going to win this one. Just keep an eye on it.
I have a good authority that behind Gaskin's backdrop there is. It's wall to wall with memorabilia, Optic memorabilia. Yeah.
Dan's house 100%. Is actually made out of green bricks.
Yeah, that's he kisses an Optic jersey before he goes to bed.
You know what's funny is the only jersey I have is a Cloud9 jersey. So.
How is it?
Wow, last time they send you anything.
You know what they say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer, right, Gaskin?
Exactly. I will find my Cloud9 jersey and put it on, just to spite everyone who says I'm an Optic fan. I'll make sure they show.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna let you two feel it out here, because I'm gonna throw it over to the cast to get into this game. Onset, Gaskin, please take it away.
Thank you, lot. I'm only joking, Dan. As you know, it's been a while since me and Dan are casted together, and we had to just establish, you know, the normal routine. Oh, what a
does look a bit green, doesn't it?
A little bit strange, because I don't have anything that's the exact Optic green in my room, Dan. Very strange. But let's talk about the series a little bit, because I do think that you've hit the nail on the head. This is a series that Optic should win. You're right. They're coming back from a little bit of a break, but this is 4 players who've played together for quite some time. Cloud9 have the kind of the anomaly, right? The unknown, the X factor inbound on the team. On loan, as we should mention, from FaZe for this tournament. And it would be somewhat of a surprise if they were able to beat Optic, but if they beat Optic, maybe it makes that, you know, that loan look a little bit more enticing to move permanent.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's what we've got to look at it as, right? This is a chance for Bound to prove himself. If you can go toe-to-toe with Optic Gaming, who are arguably one of Cloud9's biggest rivals, if not their biggest rival, then you definitely deserve a spot on Cloud9 in the future, because he's currently on loan, but it could be a permanent move if we see them maybe take this Pro Series. Who knows? But to start things off, we've got King of the Hill, and I guess that's probably the best series layout we could have seen here for Cloud9 when we start to see new maps and modes introduced.
Dan, I'm going to give you the floor right now. Talk us through King of the Hill. Tell the people at home who might be watching King of the Hill for the first time exactly what we can expect from this game type and how it works.
So King of the Hill is going to be a little bit different to what you might remember if you played maybe Halo 2, Halo 3, previous iterations of King of the Hill, as we are going to have more time to talk about it because we're going to get a reset on this game as well. But essentially there is going to be an area of the map where you have to try and contain and sit in for some time. I think it's around 35 seconds to score yourself a point. But it's not as simple as that, of course, because the other team is going to be able to kill you, stop you, and stand in it themselves. It has become a very setup heavy game type where we start to see people, you know, maybe set up around the hill, stop another team from being able to get close to them, and the other team will then retreat and probably just think about getting the next hill. But as we do get this one restarted, I'm excited to see how two of the top teams and some of the best players in the world on set are going to play this game type.
Yeah, I agree. And it's the first time we're going to see it in competitive play. It's the first time everyone at home is going to see it in competitive play. And if you're wondering what the opening strategy was from Penguin, there was a moment where I thought, is he going to do something genius here, like try and insta behind him onto B stairs as he slides down driveway? The answer was no. The answer was he's killing himself, as the game was obviously something wrong. But I mean, I'm just thinking about it. You know what I mean? There's a play to be made there. Penguin may be bigger brain than we give him credit for. Maybe he's saving the second nade to be thrown behind him. I don't know. Can't confirm.
Maybe hoping to commit suicide and then respawn behind the opposition in a way to gain spawn for his teammates so that they can get a better scenario for the next hill. Like, there's all these things that could be said.
I love having the power to just theory craft nonsense. And there'll be someone in the chat going, yeah, they could. Well, never believe us. It's all smoke and mirrors. But hopefully we can get the game started. One thing that we can confirm, and I haven't even heard this from production or League Ops, we will be starting at 0-0 then. So
I think that is definitely going to be a probability at this point. But I think that when you look at King of the Hill in general and starting strategies, just as we can actually talk about it, the first hill is always going to be important, and there's always that delay now in King of the Hill. There's a delay for that first hill to spawn, so you've got a little bit of time to try and build up to get into a setup area, even though it's not a long period of time. But it also means that you don't have to directly rush for the hill. If it had spawned straight away, maybe some people would have felt like they have to get there quickly, and you get this big scramble, mad scramble in the first hill area. Instead, it naturally plays out a little bit more similar to what like a Slayer might do, or sometimes what a Flag might do, whatever, because then you can just play the map naturally before you think about that hill.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is going to be interesting to see as well is the importance of anchoring spawns again for teams, right? We know historically in King of the Hill, games can be decided by one player staying alive for long enough to hit respawns that are close to that hill for a second push to come in. You look at that first hill on the arcade street. PD spawns are going to be vital to control the teams. You're going to see Heaven being heavily populated because of the lines of sight that it does have. So all these kind of things are going to be, you know, we'll talk about as the game does get going, as the hills do move as well. But for now, hopefully we can get all the players in the lobby. Let's start with that before we get too deep. Let's hope we have 8 players in the lobby and we can get those first kills underway.
Yeah, I think that these teams will be desperate to go at each other's throats because this is what we should have had in Kansas City. Cloud9 versus Optic should have been the final on paper. But then Sentinels ruined the party and they came out of nowhere to upset everything that was on paper. But off the rip, Optic have managed to get 3 down. Cloud9 just find Stella alive. Rocket's going to be in control, and this first hill will start to be contested.
Stella went down as well. Like you mentioned, he was last alive for just a few moments. So this is every single player dead from Cloud9. They're all respawning over, by the looks of things, by that PD, and that could be a little bit of a problem because they're going to fight out, but you can see that Optic do have a setup here. Lucid's control of the tram is going to block those spawns, and with the rockets, he can now just walk in, he can waltz in, and anyone who tries to challenge is going to be hit by those rockets. There's 2. That's a double kill for Lucid. Rockets so devastating in any of these hills.
They've got a decent amount of time here, but at least Cloud9 were able to stop them temporarily. This is a big fight for Stella. Has to make sure he at least does damage to Formal here, because otherwise this hill is going to disappear right in front of their very eyes. And this is one of those scenarios now where Cloud9 have got a decision to make. Do they fight or flight? Are they going to move to the next one? Looks like they still want to take a scrap here.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be able to pick up a couple of kills as well. Last player alive is going to be behind Penguin, so even though he takes some damage, it's probably not too bad a thing to happen, because now he has a indication of where all the spawns are going to be coming in. Lucid's trying to make that flank into tires, maybe just to create an opening with a kill for himself, but in the meantime, it looks like Cloud9 are going to be able to hold this hill for quite some considerable time. Optic only need to push this once and break once to get that point on the board, but it looks like Cloud9 answering back pretty solidly here.
A lot of responsibility with this Bulldog. Manages to get 1, if not 2. But I think that now with Cloud9 falling, Optic should be able to get those final points.
Good work from Penguin. Unfortunately, Trippy was just one player too many for him to deal with. It looks like a desperate push is actually coming in here, and Optic are trying to bait this hill. And I kind of like this, to be honest with you, trying to hold down the tram spawns, as that's where we're going to be going next, as that hill will be moving. Penguin's going to fly in with a thrust. Another trade coming in now. It'll be 2 dead here for Cloud9, and maybe that's the opportunity here for Optic to clean things up. But there's a last-second contest now that comes in, and I tell you what, Cloud9 will not let this one go easily. They are throwing their bodies in, and finally Trippy says, everybody calm down. Let's get this first point on the board. Optic up 1-0.
But Cloud9 do eventually get the tram spawn. That's what Optic were trying to desperately hold on to it. They were forcing Cloud9 to spawn over towards PD, which meant they could keep bombarding that hill. But because of the deaths that came from Optic, suddenly Cloud9 snuck in, got the spawn, got control of tram. But look at Optic. They've been able to waltz in. They've been able to take this fight. Eco has to hit these shots.
Oh, he looks like he's going to as well. He gets both. Great work there from Kevin Smith to pick up his 5th and 4th kill consecutively. And able to clean out the back of this tram. Bound's now going to be there as well, as Cloud9 will step into the hill to pick up a little bit of time. 2 players going to be pushing on driveway. Bound has to survive here, but the information he just collected, Dan, absolutely vital.
Really important. I mean, information is everything in Halo Infinite. We know that, but it's how you relay it to the rest of the team so that once you do die, if you've got that info, what can actually your teammates do with that information as APG just about stays alive. This has been a very scrappy hill. We usually consider this hill quite an easy one to hold when you get a proper setup, but neither team has been able to get set up at this point. Maybe Optic the closest to a setup now with their position. Yeah, it looks like all players are going to be stacking around the tram here for Optic Gaming. APG is going to be backing up. The player just went down in the hill. That was Lucid, who did a huge amount of damage, and that damage has been capitalized on now. As you can see, Foreman and Trippy just floating around trying to find those final players from Cloud9. Can anyone creep through for Cloud9, or are they just going to give up on this one? Judging by how Cloud9 played the first hill, it doesn't seem like they like the idea of just giving up on a hill. They like to throw themselves at it, but I think they've slowly realized, and especially with those shots now from APG, they probably just need to be thinking about this next hill. Optic have controlled it so successfully in these final moments.
They certainly have. Rocket going to go in from Eco. No connection, though, on any bodies, and that will be 2-0 now for Optic Gaming. They have looked dominant so far in King of the Hill here on Streets as we now move towards the PD statue. That's where the next hill is going to be moving. You can see that Eco and Bound are there, but APG already putting pressure on as the push comes up the pink street. Eco trying to anchor the spawns, but that is a vital kill from Trippy to take him down and make sure that Cloud9 will not be respawning next to that hill.
Stats-wise, I mean, Optic dominating the kills department at the moment. Cloud9 struggling to keep up. And I think this is what we expected when it came to making a team change. Renegade dropping out of Cloud9. That was always going to be a big loss. We knew that as soon as Renegade had left Cloud9, it's going to be such big shoes to fill. And whilst we won't take too much away from the first ever time we see Bound performing with Cloud9, it's never going to be an easy situation when you have to go up against an Optic Gaming roster who are very well practiced.
2 dead per side here. Penguin trying to wait for a few seconds. Lucy's going to clean Stella out of PD, so now you're going to see Penguin just caught in a little bit of a difficult situation, but the crossfire now comes in as Bound is there to help out Penguin. The first time we've really seen Cloud9 with control on a hill. Let's see how they can hold this one down.
And they have to get this hill. I feel like if you go 3-0 down here on Streets with only a couple of minutes left, Optic can then just play time. So Cloud9 need to be prioritizing this hill as a win, a must win. You can't even think about just moving on and setting up for next. You've got to fight with everything now. And they have been able to get a considerable amount of time. They've caught up with Optic in this hill, but slowly but surely Optic just keep funneling players through. Just as Trippy is now, it's being a real nuisance for Cloud9's chances to set up.
2 dead here for C9. The break was really strong from Optic as well. 2 players flooded down that pink street, and I think it was actually Formal who managed to pick up 2 kills, get the 2-for-1 trade, which allows Optic just to do what they want on the rest of the map because they have that numbers advantage, and with that, they've been able to hold. Bound trying to fly through PD. Stella going to be there to clean up the damage, and now you're going to see Optic getting broken here. Lucid, last player alive.
Lucid goes down. That's all 4 members still alive for Cloud9 as well. So this is the best chance, if any, they have to really set up around this hill. Pure aggression, and I love that from Sella. You've got rockets, you need to do some damage, but actually it's no damage to get any kills. And because of that, Optic might be able to take advantage of maybe some weak players on Cloud9 now.
Yeah, Cloud9 have looked like they've been okay at breaking, but the holds have been a little bit ropey so far from them. They looked a little bit all over the place. They haven't quite covered the angles they needed to, and now Lucid's got information on 2 players, and Penguin goes down immediately. So that's going to be another point going to Optic Gaming. They take the 3rd hill now, as we now move towards that Pink Street Cafe kind of hill. We'll call it the cafe hill for now. It makes more sense for everybody at home, but it's again, if you can get control of those cafe spawns here, Dan, you can dominate this hill.
And I think because Optic are in so much control right now, they'll probably just go for the 4th point here and there. They won't even think about kind of playing time. If Cloud9 started to really get back into the game, you know, started getting all 4 dead to a point where Optic were feeling slightly uncomfortable, maybe then they'd think about just, you know, playing a little bit scrappy, trying to play the time, play the clock a little bit. I don't think they even need to worry about it because they are very much firmly in control. 2 off the spawn for Cloud9, and they need to try and stop this time from Optic.
Trippy just holding alongside another player in Hill, and I like how they're doubling up on the Hill here. Formal is going to be that player alongside Trippy. Trippy just baiting and waiting and managing to pick off Eco there for just a few seconds. As the rockets will be popping up on the map again in around 20 seconds time. 3-0 to Optic at the moment, as Stellar is going to have absolutely no idea that Lucid is flanking. There's the thrust though from Bound. Once again, just making sure that that hill is not occupied by an Optic Gaming member.
And this Stalker rifle has just done so much damage as well, regardless of who's had it in their hands on the side of Optic. Just not missing a beat. We've been seeing 3 shots every single time someone's really connected. And now with rockets to follow up as well, they don't hit, but at least you keep them out of the hands of Cloud9 as Optic get closer to winning this game.
Another 1v1 won by Trippy, and the game won by Optic. That was a dominant performance in map number 1, 4-0. On Streets King of the Hill. On those holds down, as soon as Optic stepped into that hill, it looked like they were able to rack up at least kind of 15-20 points almost unanswered in every single hill they managed to.
But I think you were right in highlighting that at least Cloud9 were able to, you know, break here or there. They were able to actually break a setup, and sometimes that's the most difficult thing you can actually do as a team. Is traditionally when you start as a team and you start thinking about what you're going to do and develop when you're trying to think about new maps and modes, is setups are usually the #1 thing, and then breaks usually come later. But it seems like they've got the hard work done, Cloud9, in the breaks. Now it's just a matter of getting used to setting up and maybe talking over some strategy in that department. But statistically, I mean, Formal had a great game, so did Lucid, picking up some big kills, but I think across the board, Optic just had Cloud9's number, and they were feeling very comfortable in that game 1 indeed.
Yeah, just looking at the stats there, it was the assists that really stood out. I mean, Optic just outclassing Cloud9 in that game with the assists. It was not comparable, to be honest with you. It meant they were shooting together a little bit more. It means their setups probably covering each other a little bit better, and Cloud9 just didn't really have an answer to it, to be honest with you. Certainly something for Cloud9 to go away at and have a little bit of a look at that King of the Hill game type, especially on Streets. But Optic looking extremely strong and Formal. I mean, if a game type was made for a player like Formal, King of the Hill has got to be it.
Yeah, just the way that his playstyle has kind of developed into Halo Infinite and what he is able to do as a player, it just fits perfectly. Whether it's setting up, whether it's breaking, whether it's just being aggressive at the right times, Formal just seems to have the right recipe when it comes to not just King of the Hill, but Halo Infinite in general. Well, I really do sound like a fanboy when I talk about him, but I tell you, you know, you watch his POV and it is impressive, but it has to be said, Kansas City was disappointing for Formal. Whether you were an Optic fan or not, there was a lot of expectation on the shoulders, and I think there's going to be a lot of eyebrows raised, a lot of questions asked about how he reacts to that. Is he gonna get better from it, or is it just gonna start to fall apart?
Yeah, I think one thing that, you know, if we take a second to talk about Optic here, the performance from Kansas City, very good in this first game of the series against Cloud9, don't get me wrong, but I think it was a podcast with Maniac and Hitch where Formal was talking to both of them and saying, you know, talking about that event, talking about those moments, and he was saying, you know, once I got sniped with camo, it was over, because he felt like they should have won that previous game in the series. They threw that previous game, the Streets game against Sentinels, and then after that they were just checked out. And in his own words, I would never say that phrase myself. I'm far not too old, not cool enough to say that kind of thing. But you know, it's interesting as well. Another comment that came out of this was like, he said everything we did in the build-up to the event was great. We felt great. I spoke to Lucid at the event. I said I've never felt more confident. But on this another podcast where Formal was kind of talking about it, he was saying, I don't know what it is about when we get to events. There just seems to be this mental hurdle that we're struggling to get over at the moment. But once we do, then you feel like maybe Optic aren't ever going to look back. But it's still there at this time. But for now, we're moving on to our next game. Slayer, it's going to be Aquarius, and we're going to see if Optic can go up 2-0.
And if they do go up 2-0, you feel like this series is probably going to end up in a 3-0, because Cloud9 didn't show enough for me in that game #1 that they can kind of compete with Optic and how well drilled Optic are when it comes to Halo Infinite right now. But it was King of the Hill. You can say that Cloud9 maybe haven't practiced some of the new modes just yet. And a Slayer environment, that's when the likes of Stella, Eco, Penguin, who have all been on a team for however many months prior, are going to be very comfortable indeed.
Well, it's a strong start here from Cloud9. 5-2, make that 5-3 as Formal will fly through to take down Bound, and all these kills going into the favor of Cloud9 are going to mean the camo can be picked up by them. But look at this response coming in from Optic Gaming. They pick up the camo Cloud9, it's immediately taken down, and then they pick up a couple of kills off the back of it, and now they are swarming across the map together, and it seems like the teamwork here for Optic is nothing short of exceptional at the moment.
It's whether they've got a chip on their shoulder after Kansas. You know, like I was saying, it can go one of two ways. Either a team can just collapse after a performance like that, or it can build them. It can give them that hunger, that drive to suddenly be better. And Optic will want to prove a point as a triple kill for Lucid. Could be more, not quite. Bound's able to clear him up. But Optic, after a shaky start, they're right back into things.
Going to be challenging, and it's going to be Bound who actually is going to be picking up that kill. So a big play coming in from Bound. That's the kind of game-changing play you want to see from a player like that. And now he manages to pick up another one, turn his attention to help out a teammate. And I think Bound, one thing that if I'm going to be critical about what I saw from him on that phase lineup, sometimes a little bit too gung-ho in the way that he would approach games. Didn't wait sometimes just a few seconds for a little bit of help from a teammate. And I think on this Cloud9 roster, it's something that he's going to have to learn to do very quickly. And there's no one better than Eco to kind of give him that guidance.
And also, maybe that's one of the reasons why Cloud9 are trying out Bound, because they do play in a fast-paced manner where they all move in one direction and try and attack another team. And if Bound can keep up with that pace, then maybe they are able to find some success with him on the squad. But at the moment, Optic are able to keep them at bay. They're at arm's length, and Optic are just taking them down where they need to. But as long as Cloud9 can keep just a couple of kills ahead here, not allow Optic to take the lead and take control, then they could very much be in a position to try and win this game.
Let's speak about the man himself, Bound. He's going to be able to pick up one onto Formal. I think he'll feel maybe a little unjust with that situation, thinking he may have had the back smack on his side. Formal just getting that one beat down. Managed to make the difference in Bound being able to go 1-for-1 with the camo, as opposed to still being alive and wreaking some havoc on the map. So unfortunate circumstance there for Bound. However, Trippy, nothing unfortunate about that. Picks up two in quick succession. Bound going to fly down to clean him up. The respawn's coming in P1 here for C9.
I just don't think you can allow Optic to take the lead, because if Optic start to take the lead and Cloud9's head start to drop a little bit, then this suddenly can become a bit of a blowout. But if Cloud9 can get to a point where they have a 3 or 4 kill lead, Optic maybe start to second guess themselves a little bit. But as I say that, the swing has gone in Optic's favor, and you feel like if Cloud9 aren't able to get an all 4 dead in the next kind of couple of minutes, then Optic are just gonna be able to successfully trade out, kind of swarm their opponents as they did in the early stages. As soon as they sussed out where one player was, they all just flew at them. So you got to be very careful if you are C9.
One thing that was impressive about that from Cloud9, that was all 4 dead for a few moments for them, but Penguin managed to get the pick off the respawn onto Lucid. That means that they have the space to move on the map. It means that they're not going to be spawn trapped. They're not going to go, 4-0 in the slays to 8-0 in the slays with the spawn trap coming in. So Cloud9 keeping it close here. It's only a 1-kill game now between the two teams.
Yeah, it's an amazing response. Like, so many teams would have just crumbled in that manner, but Cloud9 showing why they are one of the best teams in Halo Infinite, even if they have just made a change or are forced to make a change with Renegade leaving. And even though they're behind in this game, you know full well that Optic are going to be thinking about every single move, because around a corner could be any one of these Cloud9 players. They're very sneaky at sometimes. They're very good and clever with their angles, but it is a 4-kill game still in favor of Optic.
Oh, this Dynamo's going to give so much information here to Formal as well. He picks up another, and that's going to be 5 without response. It could be 6 as Penguin clutches up, but that fight is absolutely massive here for Cloud9 just to stay in the game. Stella will come off the back of that and manage to now make it a 1-kill game. But if Penguin goes down there, Formal, he's 6 and without response. He's got the heat wave in his hand. He's wrapping onto respawners, and this could be getting out of hand. But now it's tied up at 31 all between the two teams.
And suddenly they take the lead. Perfect from Cloud9. They don't allow Optic to escape them. They make sure they're still fighting off spawn and working together. They're moving around the map so successfully where Optic haven't been able to really control it and pin them back at any moment. So that's why we've got a very exciting, closely contested Aquarius Slayer here.
Bound's going to have the thrust. He can be able to slide in. And those two players from Optic are trapped here. Eco's going to be taken down by Lucid as well. I think he was just waiting to see if that kill came in. Now we can wrap and clean it up, but is he going to be able to be quick enough to now take advantage of these two players in the closet? It looks like he's going to have to back down, and Formal is going to catch him off guard. So Bound maybe just expecting at least a trade to come in from Eco, and you could see it kind of torn with the decision he had to make.
I really feel like the series lies in this game number 2, and it's so close between the two teams. Next camouflage gonna be massive as well, especially if a player who has like a heat wave, for example, is able to pick it up. You can get some really influential kills, and Formula is going to get aggressive with it. I tell you what, ever since the changes of the heat wave, we're not seeing as many easy kills found with it. 39 to 36, Cloud9 still hold the lead.
Just about, though. 3 kills, the difference between the two teams. And look how Optic have responded here, just taking their time. You can see the difference here between a team like Space Station we were talking about earlier, a little bit less drilled, you know, a new team, and off of a respawn when they're in a disadvantageous position, giving away a first pick, just trying to fly out and make a play. Optic, you can see they've been over every single scenario here, waited for each other on that spawn. Now they can walk up together, covering each other's angles. A different team altogether here, Andy. Dan, you're not Andy. Sorry.
Understandable that you've made that mistake, and I will forgive you.
Dandy.
Don't worry about it. Dandy, if I'm going to be mistaken for anyone, I'm glad it's Bravo, I tell you. Active camo popped into the chest of Lucid, and just like that, Optic gained the lead. They were 3 down, they waited, they bided their time, they walked on up, they played together, they baited the camo. They take down C9, and they get a camo for it.
1 kill advantage here for Optic. They were down by just 3 a few moments ago. Now it's tied up at 40 to 40, but look at these plays coming in now from Cloud9. However, Lucid and APG will tie things up. There's a heat wave in the hands of Penguin, and Bound wins his 1v1 against APG. And that will mean off the back of that team fight that Cloud9 will have a 1 kill advantage. Bound trying to stay alive, not going to be able to though. And it looks like now we're tied up once again. Stella, that'll be 2 in a row for him. 45 to 43 now, but APG wins the fight against Penguin.
And even though Bound went down, he did enough damage that Stella was able to come in, clean up, and pick up a double. As Stella does it again, he seems to be on a tear right now. He's not missing. 47 to 45, and Optic on the back foot, and Stella's still listening to these callouts and getting these kills.
Stella's been the game changer at the end of this game here for Cloud9. Optic not just been able to find him, not been able to take him down, and because of that, it's been a quick kill or 2 here or there, which makes him 14 and 11 at this point in the game, and now Cloud9 only need 2. But take yourself back just a few seconds, Dan. This was a position that Optic found themselves in. They managed to almost team wipe Cloud9 without response.
It did, and the camo is coming up in about 15 seconds as well. So they could try exactly the same play, but our Cloud9 going to be a little bit wise to it. APG has to be careful now. Every angle you peek out, you are going to be vulnerable to Cloud9, maybe taking you down. Trippy's taking a risk, but I tell you what, it might have worked out as the first player's fallen from Cloud9.
Great baiting coming in. Trippy's going to be chasing this one. The Dynamo, though, from Eco is going to force it back. Formal's just picked up that camo, and Optic have the chance to get back into this game now.
APG, last remaining player, might have to take this 1v1, and unfortunately it doesn't matter because elsewhere the kills came in. Cloud9 win 50 to 47, and we are not going to get a simple 3-0 sweep, and who would have thought it? It was never going to happen anyway. Cloud9 on a Slayer. Some of these players just looked right at home, especially Stella in those final moments.
Yeah, Stella in those final moments just able to keep his composure, and there's something that's a standout about this man, right? We call him the Silent Assassin. Just goes about his business, picks up the kills when he needs to. It's almost just like another day in the office. A clean game from him. 15 kills, 12 deaths, and 9 assists alongside it. But it was when those kills came in those final moments, Dan, that really made the difference.
And I will say there was a few moments where Bound was caught on his own, but the amount of damage he was able to output in a 1v2 so that the likes of Stella could still come in, sweep, pick up those doubles, and finish those kills was very important. Bound the 3rd highest damage dealer on his team, but Stella was the #1, and quite rightly so with what we were able to see. He was cleaning up kills, but he was also outputting a lot of damage across the map when he was finding those fights.
These are some of the highlights from that game as well, and it was never really got out of hand for anyone, right? It was always felt like within a 3-4 kill game. It was always a team fight away from being tied up this game. This moment here, though, from Bound, I just feel like maybe he felt he got the back smack, but it was just the shoulder. I think credit to Formal, maybe just saw the shimmer of that camouflage and managed to just turn around and get that beat down off and avoid the back smack was the difference in that play. But I mean, look at the score the entire time. Keep your eyes on the bottom of the screen. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4 kills. It's never out of hand.
The amount of times we saw the heat wave being used, but also not as effective as maybe as it has been. Although right here, I tell you what, you wrap your mouth around the barrel of a heat wave, they are definitely going to be getting the kill. But you were right, very close throughout the entire game, 45-44 in favor of Cloud9 at that moment. But then these final moments didn't really matter in the end. APG was caught on his own, but elsewhere, C9 were able to pick up those kills. And I think when you look at the series layout, C9 had to win these Slayers, because you know full well Optic are going to be so well drilled when it comes to these objective games, and for once Cloud9 kind of are the underdogs purely because of that change. So now you've got to build from that momentum, take it into a new map of Capture the Flag Catalyst.
This is going to be a lot of fun to watch as well. I've been looking forward to seeing the pro teams play on this for quite some time as well, because I love this game type. I think it's a really, really good game type for the Halo Championship Series to add. We needed another Capture the Flag, and the thing I like about Catalyst is it plays at a fast pace as well. Like I mentioned in the pre-show, you can have counter caps, you can have last second stops, you've got a lot of equipment to play with as well, with the repulsor and the grapple available, so you can make some pretty wacky plays, and especially with the skewer as well. We know one hit, you're dead. So if you're making a run and you get caught off guard by that player with a skewer, you are going to be taken down on that flag run. So a really interesting game type, and we're going to have to see who can take the lead in the series now as we head into our game number 3.
One of the things I love most about this map as well on Capture the Flag is you can cap 2 flags so quickly. Even if you're down 3-1 with only a minute left, you can definitely get back into the game as a double kill to open things up. But all 4 members of Cloud9 have fallen, so Optic can pick up the pieces. They can pick up the rewards, the goodies, the sword, the skewer, the overshield. Everything's there for them. But how do they do with those goodies?
It is essentially supermarket sweep at the start of this game here for Optic Gaming, which is a reference I've just realized that not only does not translate over to North America, but probably not to the age group who are watching right now. So I'll do better next time. But Lucid is going to do his best at moving this flag. 2 players have fallen for Optic. However, Eco picks up another, and now Lucid is going to get melted. No, stays alive for a few seconds, and maybe there might be a touch on this flag.
Don't know where he went. I don't think Form will know where he went as well, but Penguin is the last remaining player. With him falling, all 4 are dead. APG should be able to get the run. Bound is off spawn, but do they just give up on this one? He can overextend on the other side of the map, but I'm sure that Cloud9 know that Optic have tabs on him.
Yeah, Bound's trying to do what he can, and he's actually going to make a play. Oh, how has that happened? 3 players fall, 4 players fall from Optic Gaming, and you said Bound might overextend. Bound does overextend, and not only does he get the flag moving, he's going to send the flag home. So a counter cap opportunity here for Cloud9, and this is why I was talking about this game type being a lot of fun to watch, and certainly a lot of action for both the teams to take into, their own respective camps when it comes to running those flags.
If you don't keep tabs on the overextender, that's what they can do. I thought for sure Optic would have had eyes on him and would have been able to stop him, but a couple of well-placed grenades and some fantastic shots. Bound keeps this one going, and Stella also keeps the flag moving as well. If he can get around the corner, which he will, maybe this first flag will go to Cloud9.
Oh, no, he can't get there, though. Once again, a goal line stand. Touch comes in, though, from Bound. Can he get there before he's taken down? Just about manages to scoot in with that flag on his backside, but it is going to be 1-0, but here comes that counter cap opportunity. Now this is what you were talking about, right? Do you try and wrap back? Do you try and overextend forward? It looks like the wrap back was there, but it doesn't look like it's going to be working for now, as Formal is behind enemy lines now with that overshield in his hands as well.
Notice how many of the players have the grapple as well. I think they are very aware of where that grapple is spawning, and I tell you what, there's a couple of T-Rex arms there as the melee not quite coming through the way you would have wanted to, but every player seems to be searching out, seeking that grapple, because it is such an excellent tool to have here on Catalyst.
Oh, certainly is. Not just for getting from A to B, but for running that flag as well. We've seen people, traversing across the map, getting the extra bit of acceleration before picking that flag up and running it across one of these side bases, either gold or ivy. It really is a difference maker for these teams. But for now, the only difference between the 2 teams is that flag cap, and it's going to be still Cloud9 who are up by 1, as now Stella is trying to put more pressure on the base here of Optic. Looks like the hold comes in for now for Optic, though, as Lucid tries to just kind of inch his way forward, try and get some angles onto Penguin, but at the moment you can see Lucid's just kind of chasing shadows.
What I will say, when I watched Optic off stream earlier in the early stages of this tournament, they didn't look comfortable on Catalyst Capture the Flag whatsoever. And
on your huge plasma TV that's got Optic.
Yeah, I subbed to all of them. I've got all their autograph. No, but I was just, I was watching a couple of games and they didn't look comfortable. They didn't sound comfortable. They were complaining that they didn't really know how to play the map, and you can see it's evident here. They've made a couple of mistakes here or there that Cloud9 have been able to pick up on.
I mean, it is one of those maps that takes a little bit of time to work out, and it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes with the spawn's proximity, I would say, to where the flag is being run or where they are on the map. But it's, again, I think it's a controllable thing, right? As we see the overshield going to be popping in a few seconds. Important 1v1 for Bound to win here, and he does so. He also has that skewer. Optic is going to be running a flag, but I'd like to see Bound pay attention to that overshield. If he can pick it up, then he's going to have all the weapons and all the goodies to try and stop this run.
Oh, but Bound will go down. Did the overshield get popped? That's the question.
Still there.
Still there. Stella picks it up, and Stella will get hold of it as well. What an important moment that is. He was so close to being taken down, but now he can fight tooth and nail for this flag.
Oh, Lucid! He got lost in the sauce there a little bit. Stella just couldn't find where their final player was, and I think it was a combination of Optic players who actually managed to get the kill. Well, certainly do some damage to Stella as he tried to fly in for that return. What it means is Trippy's going to be running this one home. APG is going to be there to kind of escort him on his way back to the base, but it is going to be a flag cap here, you would imagine, if they can get this one home. But look at the stand coming in now across map. It looks like Optic are double hopping the return. They get the return, and now APG will be able to tie the game up. Formal going to be looking for a double cap.
Back-to-backs could be happening, but because he had his hands on the flag, couldn't think about that sword moment, couldn't get the kill, and it looks like Cloud9 should have done enough just to stem this attack from Optic. But Optic have done their job. They've got the flag cap. They've equalized here, as it were, with 7 minutes remaining. As that clock dwindles away, you do start to get a little bit worried and capture the flag, but as I was mentioning at the start of the game, on Catalyst, you can capture it so quickly that the clock doesn't become a huge factor until you get to those final 30 seconds or so. Sword goes down, and now we're going to see who's really going to be able to take advantage, take some control here.
Big win there from Eco onto APG. Now just taking his time. The difficult thing about Catalyst sometimes is when you force your way into the base, if there's one player left alive with the pillars that are available, you can kind of milk your life for quite some time, allowing players to come and wrap back and help you out. So you've got to be quick, you've got to be efficient when you are moving in on the base, and that's exactly what Cloud9 are doing right now. Bound picks up a kill. Penguin is there to help him out as well. Bound getting around that corner is massive with the flag in hand. Another kill goes down. Now there's one player left to deal with on this first wave of spawners here from Optic. The respawns have come in, but Penguin's behind enemy lines. He finds APG. There's another player right beside him, and I don't think he saw him as Lucid scarpers towards his base.
I think he heard him, though. I think Lucid might have popped the overshield, which he did, and certainly the audio cue came in there for Penguin. A lot of responsibility for Lucid to make sure he stops this flag, and not only taking down the player in front of him, but worrying about a player behind him, as I'm sure Penguin's going to be seeking him out.
Where is Penguin? He's going for that return. Penguin's picked up one. Stella's picked up another. So the flag might be sent home, but Penguin's going to be flying around that corner. However, Lucid deals with him. Penguin, it was a long kind of 400 meters across Catalyst for him to get near finally where Lucid's position was. But when he got there, unfortunately, he got beaten to the finish line.
You don't have time to breathe, do you, on Catalyst? Very rarely, or at least at the moment in this game, either team has slowed it down to a point where either team has been able to really think about any strategy. Instead, it's on-the-fly decisions, as you say, trying to pull that flag after you've got a kill or two, rather than waiting for all 4 dead, because the spawns are so difficult to try and work with, as they are so close to that flag sometimes. 3 are dead for Optic Gaming. Cloud9 also find themselves 3 dead. It's a 1 versus 1 on the map. The skewer's trying to be salvaged. It's absolute carnage here on Catalyst.
Shots across map here from Penguin. Trippy's going to reach out, and that was a really smart play actually from Trippy, just baiting that read challenge and just waiting a few seconds. But Stella's going to be there to clean things up. Bound picks up another as well. 3 dead here for Optic. Lucid last player alive. Where is Lucid? Looks like he's going to be in a battle with Bound, so Bound's going to have the information on where Lucid's position is. And look at this ballsy play here from Stella. Just runs it straight up the middle, throws it down to his nades, and because of that, it's going to allow someone to get a touch on this. Formal's last player alive. Trippy comes off respawn as well and is already overextended, though. And look at this. Cloud9 now, even though they've done a lot of the hard work, the last 2 players and one of the respawners from Optic have managed to slow it down again.
And you think when you've got the flag past the halfway line, top middle like that, that you surely should be able to get another touch on it. But I tell you what, Optic have done so well to rescue it and make sure no one can, as Lucid wins such a big fight as well. Overshield popped and the flag being run. This is a really good sign for Optic Gaming.
Still 2 dead here for Cloud9 as well. Sword in the hands of Lucid too. And now you can just see they're just covering each other. Information going to come in. Stella and Eco, they're going to be pushing top middle. Now there's going to be a push also coming in onto Lucid's position. So Lucid just basically taking his time, just saying, you got to kill me before you kill this flag. And they're not able to do so. By the time they do, the flag has already gone in. So 2-1 now the score for Optic Gaming.
Lucid just tossed the the sword off the map as well. Even though he had still a little bit of overshield left, he felt under threat enough that he was like, you know what, I'm getting rid of this. I'm not even going to give it the opportunity for my opposition to have it in their hands. And with 3 minutes remaining, Optic now have the lead. Penguin might have had a pull here, but Trippy is wise to it, knows exactly where he is currently residing. Really impressed with how both teams are playing this in a way that they are trying to, you know, overextend when a flag is being run. They are checking all their angles, important on Catalyst because there are so many angles to check at times.
Yeah.
But this has been a really fun match to watch.
Just looking at the assist column as well. This is a map where assists are going to be vital, just cleaning up each other's kills, reacting to callouts, right? Optic looking pretty good at the moment across the board, but looking very, very strong. The same can be said about Cloud9 though. Only Eco, not with a huge amount of assists himself, but he's got the most kills on his team. So he's obviously reacting to the call outs and managing to pick up those one shots where they're needed. So the teamwork looks pretty good from both teams if you're looking at the stats.
Yeah, really impressive from both teams with how they've been working in tandem to make sure that no one really escapes. Something that me and Bravo were talking about earlier is that fourth player has so many different avenues to try and escape and be a real nuisance. But if you can keep tabs on them, you can make sure you get that fourth player down or at least move the flag whilst giving that info to the rest of the team, then you are very much going to be in a better chance to try and capture this flag indeed. But with 2 minutes left, Cloud9 now going to start to get a little bit more desperate, pushing towards this base and trying to get a flag pull.
If you want an indication of how annoying it is to kill that final player alive in a base, Eco's just shown you that. The amount of time he was able to buy for another teammate to come back in and just give him a little bit of assistance there means that now he can start running a flag. Trippy, this is a really important moment for you, but Eco's gonna win it. But the damage was done. Now Eco has to try and survive. That flag is off the stand though, and he might be able to go back and get another touch.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Formal's got a skewer elsewhere though, and I tell you what, Optic are going to very much play defense right now. Just try and get Eco out of your base. That's priority number one. Eco somehow still alive, and maybe you're going to have to get that skewer in from Formal and pop it into Eco just to take him out of your base.
Well, Penguin with the overshield is clearing the way. Bound's going to be there though to make sure that the complete route is there. But look at Formal. Somehow Formal comes behind Eco there with that flag, and there's no pressure whatsoever on him. So again, Cloud9 maybe just a little bit of a misplay and miscomms in that situation, not being able to get that flag moving and losing control of where Formal might have been on the map. But for now, Formal's just going to be terminating forward himself, not missing too many bullets, and now he's going to be watching APG run that flag forward.
Maybe hope to try and get a grapple onto that flag, but I like how quickly he realized it wasn't going to happen and just reassessed the situation, got involved in the fight. But the best form of defense sometimes is offense, and APG and the rest of Optic are saying, why don't we just try and get a flag on the move here? We see an opportunity to get a cushion with 33 seconds left. Let's force Cloud9 to fight us here in the middle of the map rather than let him push into our own base.
Cloud9 are fighting them, and Cloud9 not only are going to be able to get that return, but they might be able to counter cap once again. 20 seconds left on the clock. Really important moments here for Eco. Needs to not only stay alive, but has to get that flag moving. Stellar and Bound are going to be there. And that's going to be the flag now moving as Bound gets it up that main ramp.
Gets up main ramp, but can you get it across top middle? That's the question. Oh, a little bit of a fumble. It catches the doorway, but Eco's there to rescue it.
Eco needs to hit this slide. Everyone's trying to pick the flag up. Speak to each other, boys. Make sure that someone is taking the responsibility. Bound will spawn there. And in the last few seconds, as my throat almost completely gives up, Cloud9 will tie things up and send us to overtime.
What did we say? That's why we love Catalyst, because it doesn't matter how much time is on that clock. If you play it right, you can get that flag across the map so quickly. And that's exactly what Cloud9 have been able to achieve. Optic, they try and play a little bit more aggressive. They try and pull that flag to make Cloud9 fight. But Cloud9 not only fight, they get into the base and they do enough damage to get that flag moving. Sends us into another 5 minutes. And I tell you what, I'm pretty happy, because that means we get to see more Catalyst flag.
100%. Now, also, I just, you know, that flag run felt like it went wrong like 3 or 4 different occasions for Cloud9 as well. It was such a strange run, right? You know, the flag moved by Bound initially, and then all of a sudden we thought he'd fumbled it, but Eco was there somehow to run it, and then Eco had the flag taken off of him. But it wasn't pretty, like, whatsoever, but it worked, and that's the most important thing here. Next flag, of course, will win hit in overtime. We've got 4 minutes and 10 seconds to decide who's going to go up 2-1 in the series.
I think I've seen Optic try and toss this sword off the map more than I've seen them try to keep it on the map at this point. It seems like they hate the sword and they just want to get rid of it. Understandable, because if you give it to your enemy, then they certainly can make you pay, as Penguin has been able to do a lot of damage here with a big double kill and might be able to get a flag on the move.
And the either side is going to be completely open as well, so he might be able to run this one, but it looks like at the moment he's just waiting to see where kills come in. Bound's going to pick up one, so maybe it changes direction here because they cleared this side of the map momentarily. However, Trippy, important kill for Cloud9 to pick up, managed to do so. And now he's going to be able to jump to top middle. That's always a little bit of a heart in the mouth moment, that jump, I have to say. If you got to hit right at the top of that jump, otherwise you just kind of fall and you look really stupid. A little bit like Mo's did yesterday when he fell off that platform.
If you haven't seen it, check HCS Twitter, because Mo's European player did fall off the map yesterday. Very funny. Anyway, at the top level, and you never really see it happen that often, so when it does, you've always got to make sure you just cherish those moments. But 0-0, 3 minutes to go. Overshield's going to be popping, so I think both teams are going to be thinking about that 1 minute. Who's going to get there first? Stella went for it, but did get taken out.
Formals picked up a double. Bound versus Lucid. Bound's going to survive for now. A couple of grenades coming in, and Bound will win with a nice little bank grenade. So maybe another opening here for Bound. Now, one thing I want to see him do is just get the flag moving immediately. One thing on Catalyst you can do if you pick up 1 kill is actually get this flag moving a little bit quicker than you realize. Sometimes you're thinking, I'm going to wait for numbers, but usually there's one side of the map that's going to be a little bit more open than the other. If you can force it, maybe you can win a game. And Bound, who's been the new pickup, is trying to force it home. He's trying to hit the slide, but look at the kills coming in. Unfortunately for Bound, he's going to have to try and survive because Optic will wipe Cloud9 on their way to that flag, and Lucid now counter-capping.
Bound was so close. There was a tiny little fumble there as well. I don't think it would have been the difference maker, but he was so close there. If he had been able to hold on to it, he might have just been able to get behind that pillar, but Optic just about doing enough to put the pressure on. Otherwise, that could have been, Cloud9's victory.
Running this one in. There's a little bit of help here for Trippy as well. Lucid is going to be in position to stop the cross-map nades, and that is going to be, you would think, surely the final flag going in here to end this game. Formal's going to be there, but no, Lucid gets taken down. Eco Penguin, what is going on right now? Somehow another last-second stop comes in here from Cloud9, and they keep this game alive.
What is happening right now? Eco and Cloud9 now have the chance to run a flag of their own, but Optic are going to be sending themselves around the other side of the base. APG gets the opener. He manages to stop the flag temporarily, but that flag is in a dangerous position top middle. Eco has to win this fight, will win this fight. Overkill for Bound, and suddenly this surely should be the game.
Back flag spawn! Back flag spawn, but it doesn't matter because off the back of the overkill, Bound will get the job done, puts the objective home, and Cloud9 in overtime will win 3-2, and they will go up 2-1 in the series. I mean,
I'm stressed.
We were questioning the Bound pickup. We were saying, how's it going to go on? Well, he just picked up an overkill to win the game and run the flag home.
I mean, that is the perfect way to announce your potential spot on a team, right? When you're being loaned and you're trying to prove yourself, overkill plus the flag cap to win the game. Yeah, you'll take that very much, especially after the minor fumble that happened earlier, which, assessing it, could have been a very major fumble if they hadn't won that game. Stats, I mean, mental the amount of kills that were found in that game, because of course we went to overtime. Optic will be kicking themselves though. They were so close. They were able to get a double kill in the base after getting their flag back, and I thought for sure it was going to be over there, but the pressure and the constant energy that we saw from Cloud9 to consistently push in their base. Also, look at Bound's temporary attempt at a Cloud9 symbol, by the way, next to, isn't it? He's very much tried, hasn't he?
It's like, yeah, it's when you want to go to McDonald's, like any burger place, and your mum says we've got burgers at home, it's one of those. But Stella, I mean, there was a few moments in this game where he probably thought, I've got this flag going back home, and then there would be an Optic member there to just maybe just somehow get a back smack, whatever it might have been, a beatdown. But I mean, I talked about Catalyst. I talked about how fun it is to watch because there's always counter caps going down. You're never quite sure where the action is going to result in a flag cap. But I mean, Cloud9 probably thinking they should have lost that one. I'm not quite sure how they did win it because it was the last 20 seconds of regulation time they put in a flag to tie it up after a last second stop. And then exactly the same happens again in overtime. Just ridiculous.
The beauty of Catalyst and the beauty of the angles that you can take and how quickly you can, even though it's a big map, how quickly you can overextend and make a difference to try and stop a flag being moved. And as we see these final moments, that was previously to overtime. And honestly, the game probably should have been over. I think you're right. I think the Optic, maybe if they had played a little bit more defensive, they might have been able to stop. And that was the fumble that we were talking about, right? Cloud9 probably should have won that game there as well. If Bound had been able to toss it that little bit further, didn't matter in the end, but both teams came so close. This is why Catalyst 5 was going to be so exciting. And an overkill. We didn't see the POV of Bound, but he picked up an overkill.
I mean, that was such a wonderful, dramatic slow-mo of Formal just falling over at the last second. You know, it's the, I don't know, it's like, I don't know what the opera song is they play, like when everything goes black and white. But you know the meme, people at home, someone make it, put it on Twitter and tag me, I want to see it. But Oddball Streets is where we go to next. One thing to note here is that this is a game type where both teams know what they're doing, right? And we've just had Catalyst, capture the flag. We've had King of the Hill Streets. It's kind of been a bit of an experimental series, I feel, for both of these teams. But now it's something that everyone is a little bit more comfortable with. We're going to see probably the best of both teams here on this map.
But, and now you should see Optic being more comfortable, right? But with what we've seen from Cloud9 throughout the series, they've slowly got better and better. Bound looks more comfortable game by game, and he was the difference maker in that one. And I tell you what, there you are, 0-5 against Cloud9 in Majors and Pro Series. Well, has to change now if Optic want to stay alive in this series.
Let's see what happens off the break here, because this is an opportunity for the new, we would say, Cloud9, or the current, however you want to kind of phrase it. We're not lawyers around here. We don't know how the contracts work, but the lone player, that is one thing we can confirm, I think that's the official thing, is going to be performing here for Cloud9. Take down Optic. I think it's pretty much as good as a audition as you could put forward now.
And it's always going to be a difficult audition now in this game, right? If Cloud9 have not lost to Optic on this game type in Pro Series and HCS competition, if suddenly things don't go right, they'll be like, okay, well, maybe that's an issue. Maybe there is a difference there between Renegade and Bound. But if Cloud9 can still find that success, they will be saying, okay, well, he fits the shoes perfectly. We're still finding the same kind of game victories that we were previously. 26-0 to start things. Cloud9 have always been amazing at Oddball Streets, very successful with how they set up, and they make sure they don't allow other teams to really get into a position where they can break those setups too comfortably. They get aggressive, they push out with their setups as well. I love watching them on this map.
Just so everyone's aware, this is just Streets. This isn't the new map. Streets that Dan was trying to... that's coming out next season. I mean, I can talk. I've been calling Catalyst Recharge all day, so, you know, I don't know where I'm trying to, you know, get ahead of you there.
You're unwell. It's okay. We'll forgive you. I don't have that excuse.
Well, Cloud9, no excuses for them at the moment. 45-11 the score. They are dominating in this first round of Oddball.
Yeah, they really are, and unfortunately for Optic, they just haven't really been able to get their foot back into the game, and especially when you see the Bulldog in control, that means you are going to struggle to get to whichever side of the map they're holding, because Eco, with this Bulldog, can now do so much damage, especially now you get into Tram in these close quarters areas.
Oh, I tell you what, he was in an... Almost those spike grenades created such a big opportunity for him as well to make a big play there. Stella's going to be on the flank though, and he's got an assault rifle, and he's going to be shredding away at APG here. Unfortunately, can't quite get that kill. Ball is down. You can see that nobody really wants to pick it up right now. It's all about slays, all about getting control. 2 kills for Bound. He's going to allow a little bit of time here, maybe for Stella. Instead, he's going to pick up a 3rd kill. That's all dead for Optic. Trippy off the respawn, and Stella with the ball in his hands as they get halfway to winning this first round.
Well, a familiar game type which is really working out for Cloud9. Maybe this round 1 is going to be too far gone for Optic to even get back into it with a difference like this. But we have seen some crazy comebacks. But at the moment, with how Cloud9 are playing and how they're getting aggressive on the spawns of Optic, they've not been able to allow Optic to really push up to even think about the ball. This is going to be the best opportunity, though, with where Optic are now. They've been able to get 3 dead. Could potentially do so if Eco falls. But Eco is just on an absolute tear. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, Eco's, everyone on Cloud9 right now is playing some good Halo, but you mentioned he's on a tear. He's 10-3 right now, and he's walking around with an objective in his hand as well. So he really is making sure that every single box is ticked when it comes to Halo Infinite here. And now they're just 26 points away from closing out this first round. Stella with the 2nd kill here in the team fight. That's going to be 2 dead here for Optic, and all members still alive here for Cloud9. Formal's trying to survive, but you get the feeling it might not be too long for this game, as Lucid now finds himself on his own, trapped in ties.
This Cloud9 roster starting to look more and more scary the further we get into this series. 2 big kills, though, for Optic Gaming, but it seems like they'll get 2 dead, 3 dead, but there's always one remaining player, like Penguin is doing right now, who is just a thorn in the side, getting kills, allows the spawners to join them, and Cloud9 are scoring again.
I mean, one thing to point out here as well is, there's been a lot of talk about Renegade, right? What's going to happen with Renegade? Are they going to miss Renegade? I think any team would miss Renegade, but at the same time, Stella, Eco, and Penguin are probably thinking, we're 3 players here who've won world championships as well. We're 1 2 have won majors here. We need to put a little bit of respect on our names and prove to everyone that it's not just the Renegade show here. We're the players who have been alongside him winning these tournaments as well.
Absolutely. It's a fantastic point. I mean, we can talk about Renegade leaving all day long, but we have to remember just how good these players are on Cloud9. And even though I said, I was expecting them to lose this series based off the fact because they make a new change, it's always very difficult to see how they're playing right now on a map where they're very comfortable. You can see why you can get kind of any player to try and fit into those shoes, but even with a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure, Bound doesn't seem to be failing in that scenario, and that is such a good opportunity for Cloud9 to still find success.
A little bit of time on the board for Optic. Foreman with the Bulldog might be able to pick up another one, but look at this teamwork again. It's really impressive as once again, the break from Cloud9 is so good. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Lucid was last alive, but I think he might have been the first spawner. So with that, that's going to be the round by the looks of things. Just a few seconds left. He'll jump onto the trash bin here. Maybe a bit of symbolism. Who knows? Again, speculation only. I'm enjoying today how much we can speculate, by the way. Like without
so
saying
much speculation.
It's good fun, isn't it? But it's going to be Cloud9 who make us stop speculating and give you some fact. They're up 1-0. And 1 round away now from taking the series against Optic.
Worrying times for Optic Gaming, that's for sure. I think when they looked at who was in this tournament and the fact it was kind of just them and Cloud9 as the big teams, Cloud9 just making a change with a lone player, Optic might have seen this as a potential freebie week, but Cloud9 have proved that to be very unlikely now with how things are going. Round 2 has to be so different from Optic. I want to see them matching the pace of Cloud9. I want to see them matching the aggression as well when they do have that ball in their hands. But they have just not been able to deal with the likes of Eco and Penguin, who have constantly been getting behind and finding those final kills.
Eco's been playing insane so far, and the damage that's been done. Oh, Jesus, Bound. All right. I mean, I don't know how he's done that, but I've said that about a certain player that used to be on Cloud9's lineup, and Bound seems to be finding his feet and filling those shoes, like we mentioned, quite well.
It's crazy, really, when you think back to the first game of this series, and King of the Hill went so strongly in favor of Optic, and they looked 10 times the team that Cloud9 were, but clearly Cloud9 just not quite ready for King of the Hill. But when it's oddball, when it's strongholds, when it's something they're familiar with, they're like, well, this is easy. We say to Bound, hey, can you do just something remotely similar to what Renegade was doing, and we'll be absolutely fine. And Bound said, bet, I'll do it better. He gets overkills, he's doing the job, he's got 13 kills right now, and if Bound keeps playing this way, then maybe they will win the round and win the series.
Fantastic. That's the job description that was left in the window at Cloud9, right? Just do what Renegade did, but do it better. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll sign up for that one. I've got it. I'm not sure what the CV would look like in order to fill that vacancy. There we go. And he said vacation again. Apologies, everyone. It's looking pretty good for Cloud9 at the moment, and Bound certainly looking strong himself. If you're looking at the stats, he's 14-9. He's got most objective time on his team as well, so it's not just a case of he's slaying out and playing for the numbers. He's playing for the win as well.
Cloud9 have control again. Bulldog is going to really help out as Stella managing to dipsy doodle Lucid, stay alive and get the kill. It's a 1 versus 1 though, and Formal, well, I tell you what, rock, paper, scissors, or Rocks versus Bulldog. I think Rock's usually going to win.
1.5 versus a 1 there, I think there. If you've got the rockets in play, a big rocket coming in from Formal. And that will be Optic for the first time on this map, in this game, really with any kind of semblance of control.
Which begs the question, how do Cloud9 break a setup? Because they've been in control the whole time here, and are they going to be able to find as much success in trying to break Optic now, who have a little bit more control? They've got an idea of spawns. They are staying on top of Cloud9, but those kills should be able to help out. Formal now just needs to rotate towards the rest of the team.
Looking pretty good at the moment, this hold from Optic. 2 dead here from Cloud9. Now, we mentioned about breaks. It seemed like one thing that Cloud9 were able to do was break the setups in King of the Hill. Was the holds that were the problem. And for now, it seems like the break isn't quite there, but maybe Optic just starting to get a little bit more aware of how Cloud9 are looking to move on this map. Finally, it looks like APG is going to be forced to play that ball. So that would indicate that the pressure is going to be coming pretty soon. APG survives, but here's Eco with that Bulldog. And that'll be Optic Gaming finding themselves now in a 3v3 on the map. The oddball is down, but a much, much stronger start in this round from Optic.
I swear the Bulldog has been in the hands of a Cloud9 player at all times as Eco picks up a double. Might look for more here as well, but not going to find any triples. At the moment, he's just going to be a presence with this Bulldog. I think Cloud9 and Optic Gaming have been fighting for it, but Cloud9 have always got the better, and it has done so much damage on this map.
APG is the player to watch here. Eco should be able to find him. Maybe going to get a call out. But look at these covering grenades coming in. Not do as much damage as I was actually expecting onto Eco there. And now Eco is just going to be able to peer down onto this street and do so much damage, but it's not damage enough in time. He's going to touch that oddball. Maybe try and bait APG in. Unfortunately, APG is doing too much business on that pink side of the map. And now Eco is going to be caught on the L and have to survive.
Got to survive. You don't want to be giving this Bulldog away, but Eco, as he was doing on Catalyst and as he has been doing all series, staying alive when he needed to. So important in Halo Infinite. We know that. He knows that. And actually in the kill feed, Eco's picked up 1, Penguin 2, and now Optic on the back foot as APG, the last remaining player.
Penguin trying to fly in and stop these PD spawns coming in as well. Eco going to clean things up alongside Stellar. Oddball is down though. So the time is going to take them to get back to that oddball. Maybe a few seconds here for Optic to progress up the map. Bound going to slow it down again with a pick onto Formal. Lucid falls as well. So Cloud9 might be able to, in a few seconds' time, not only tie this game up, but potentially take a lead. But there's APG.
Such important moments here for Optic. They have to win this round, of course, to stay alive, but they can't allow Cloud9 to get ahead. Penguin loses the fight out to Formal. And every individual battle that's happening at Back Tower right now can make or break this round and potentially this series. So you've got to be on your A game.
I mean, APG probably shouldn't have survived in the way that he did there. He just made a miraculous play, just bobbed and weaved, and then reached out at just the right time to pick up the couple of kills, which meant the Cloud9 just couldn't pick up that oddball. Quite simply, they had the 2v2 on the map, and you don't want to turn that into a 2v1 with a player holding that oddball, not able to shoot his guns. So for now, Optic find their way back into the game. They break things down. 60 seconds left here, though. And Lucid knows that there's going to be a player desperate for that oddball. He has the Bulldog to play with, and Cloud9 are going to rotate away. This is a really smart play coming in from Cloud9. Look at this. They just run away from these players coming in from Optic.
Cloud9, they nip in, they grab the ball, they retreat over towards Tram, but that does leave Optic with the chance now to try and prioritize these rockets, but it's not going to happen. Cloud9 not only get the ball, they get the rockets, and the Bulldog is down. They've got control. Everything looking amazing now for Cloud9. Optic are going to have to quickly try and assess how they want to push, how they want to break this setup, and it's not going to be easy with all the goodies in the hands of C9.
You can see they just picked up 3 kills as well. So not only the lead changed, an 11-second lead, it's going to be 3 dead and Trippy last alive. So Optic Gaming just falling apart at the last moments here. It's been a great decision and call from Cloud9 to rotate that ball down towards Tram to take it away from where that last player alive was. Lucid probably thought, I've made a genius play here. They don't know I'm here. I can sneak behind when my teammates push up, but it just looks like Cloud9 were 1 step ahead here. 74-75 and climbing. It's a 25-point lead with only 39 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, Bound knew full well he could pick up a considerable amount at a time there. Didn't want to think about just trying to play for time just yet. Instead, saying, let's just try and finish this game off. That might allow Optic a chance to get back into things, but with the way that C9 have been holding, I don't think that Optic are going to be fancying their chances. They have to go now. They have to get the kills. They do pick up 1, but is it going to be enough?
Well, I think this ball's just going to be thrown out. That stick is massive. Stella with another just pivotal double kill at the right time in the game. It seems like when it's end game, when a play has to be made, there's no one better than Stella to make that play, as Penguin also picks off Trippy, desperately trying to force his way towards that oddball. The longer that he survives here, the quicker that help's going to come in. It's desperation time for Optic, and it looks like Cloud9 are more than happy to take advantage of it.
Yeah, Optic tossed the ball out, but I think the way Cloud9 are playing, they're just playing defense. They know they are so close to the victory.
Eco on the flank. That's going to be the last push. That's going to be the last second, and that is going to be the last game of the series. Cloud9 will knock Optic down to that elimination bracket, and they will go into the next round 3-1 the victory, Dan. And I tell you what, they look pretty damn good doing it.
They really did. It was worrying when you saw King of the Hill because they looked very shaky all over the place. But you can understand, it's a new game type. They haven't necessarily had that practice, but they were able to just fall right back into familiar territory as soon as they went elsewhere. And Bound like a glove, is starting to fit on this Cloud9 roster. It has to be said. Statistically, Eco was the player who stood out for me in that game, or stood out quite clearly in that game, but also across the series, he has looked amazing. I mean, every player from Cloud9 has stepped up, it has to be said. On the other side, though, that is disappointment for Optic. You would have expected a team who has that much practice, who dominated online competition prior to KC. They've come out and they've lost to a Cloud9 team who have only just made a change.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the honeymoon period sometimes that teams have. Maybe that's something to take into account. You're a new player, you come on, you have that energy, you want to impress. Maybe Optic finding their feet a little bit. You know that Trippy's been away on holiday. You know, all these things maybe should be taken into account. But when it comes down to it, the result speaks for itself, right? And I think there's a lot to like about not only the result here for Cloud9, but the way they played as well, Dan. I think you look at that series score, even though it looked extremely close, it felt like the cohesion and the teamwork was there between the 4 players.
I am going to say that Cloud9 would have looked at that series layout and probably been pretty happy with it as well. You get Catalyst capture the flag, a new game type that Optic aren't going to be as well drilled, and then you get Oddball Streets, which is a game that Optic have never beaten you on as well in HCS competition. So they would have been more than happy with that layout, and they deserve their place in that in the winners finals. Excuse me, grand finals. Yeah, grand finals. Now that was winners finals. Yeah. Hey Lottie, grand finals is where we're going.
Correct. Hello Dan. No, you are dead on, mate. Dead on. Fantastic stuff there from Cloud9, and you know I kind of love this story of them adapting and having to adapt, and we've seen them kind of do it this entire tournament here for the Pro Series. They really have adapted well, and bravo. You know, we were watching and I had a little something on my mind as Gaskin was talking about, you know, how well Bound is fitting in and how well the team are doing without Renegade currently. You know, I can't help but kind of think about Renegade being out of this system, Renegade being such a main slayer for this team. I mean, he's unstoppable, right? He's an absolute demon on the sticks. You don't want to go for a 1v1 against this guy, nor do you want to power up or power weapon in his hands. But that leads me to kind of think, you know, who right now has more pressure on their shoulders? Is it the fourth coming in, or is it Stella?
Oh, I think it's Bound. It's Bound without a doubt. I think he knows it. I think he's showing up today in a huge way. I think also, we talked about it, but Bound's play style, you know, it does fit right in when you look at it on paper, but also today it's fitting in. You know, I'm looking at everyone talking on Twitter as well. It's fitting in even better than I think people expected it to. I think Stellar just has to do exactly what Stellar does. On the other side, though, I think all the pressure's on Bound. He knows the shoes that he needs to fill, but I think luckily, I think he's confident in the exact way that he plays, and I think right now it looks really good on this squad.
It does indeed look very, very good, and Bound did fit right into that puzzle. And for sure, the piece, hopefully, that can replace Renegade in the future as well. Talking about a couple of the games that we saw here as well, Brav, Catalyst CTF, Optic actually looked pretty damn amazing earlier on in Catalyst Slayer when they were playing Pioneers. However, completely different story when you throw flags into the mix here. So what were they struggling on in particular that you noticed?
I think it really was just a timing thing. I think if you even look at that OT cap, right, Bound was just a few seconds away, like we said, maybe one fumble away from bringing that flag in. And in the end, there's a whole bunch of back and forth. Optic mistimed that flag because they had a lot of comfort. They had a lot of numbers on that flag run, but they tried to slay for a second from their courtyard. It didn't pay off, and then they get counter capped on again off of that, and Bound ends up picking it over and then bringing that flag back. So I think it was a timing thing. I think C9 knew exactly how many were alive at each time. They knew when they could rush the stops, and I think Optic was a little bit too comfortable, thought they had a few more seconds in a few different scenarios. But I think once Optic gets more time on Catalyst, we'll see them continue to improve in that game type for sure.
100%. We're going to actually take a look at the winners bracket right now and see exactly where we are at. I know where we're at. We are at our elimination finals. However, you can notice here our winners finals ended up 3-1. If you're just joining us, welcome, good evening. It's lovely to have you on board for the final part of the Pro Series. And Cloud9 3-1 into the grand finals they go. And we're going to head down to the elimination bracket because we do have our elimination finals for you guys, which is going to be Pioneers versus Optic Gaming. Now, something that I was really impressed with actually with Optic on their side of things that they definitely need to bring into this Pioneers game as well is the fact that their timing pushes really, really well as a team. You know, we have actually seen them timing their pushes in terms of their power-ups, and I've seen that on Aquarius. They timed the camo perfectly. I saw it actually in the Catalyst CTF game where they timed the overshield really, really well as well. It's quite difficult, super, super open and bottom mid. So that was pretty impressive. Is there anything else that you want to see from Optic right now to turn up that they didn't manage to do against Cloud9?
I think just make sure they're controlling the pace of the game, make sure they're the ones making the decisions and driving the action without a doubt is really the thing that I'm going to focus on for them as we take a look here. It looks like it's going to be an Optic Gaming G2, as G2 will actually 2-1 Pioneers.
Yeah, I said Pioneers. I was a little early on saying that. Honestly, I didn't take a peek at the bracket before, but it is G2 Esports. Are you surprised by that, Brav? G2 Pioneers 2-1?
I don't think I'm surprised. I think that series, especially online, becomes a little bit of a coin flip in terms of the raw talent on both of those rosters. I think Pioneers are going to be pretty upset with it. I think G2, you know, if I had to have placed a bet, I might have said Pioneers' momentum might have gotten them through. However, we can't sleep on G2. Such a talented roster, and we'll see what G2 can do against Optic Gaming here.
We certainly will. I'll tell you what, we're going to head back to all four of us right now just to have a quick little conversation about what we've got coming up. But we're also going to say goodbye to Onset. Mate, we're sending you to bed, lad. You have been plowing through this evening. I got to say, it's absolutely amazing what you've been able to do considering how sick you are. So we're saying goodbye to Onset. We'll see him next week, so don't panic. He'll be back. He'll be back. He'll be
Apologies, everyone. Just
the
feeling
voice will be there.
Get
a hot tea and go rest up, mate. But actually, we're going to bring Clutch on board as well, which is going to be awesome. So he's going to be subbing in for our wonderful Mark.
Sorry, everyone.
Nothing to be sorry about.
Some good sleep.
I'm just sorry.
I was
to the
saying
fans.
sorry for
Don't
Wes.
hear your voice.
Sorry that Wes is taken over from me. I'm joking.
And we're also sorry for that as well. No, I'm joking. It's going to be lovely to have Clutch on board. I'll tell you what, though, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have our elimination finals happening. G2 versus Optic. This is going to be a big one. Someone's going home. Someone is going to that grand finals spot against Cloud9. We'll find out who that will be right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Now, if you didn't know, you can support your favorite partnered teams right now, because for Season 2, we're loading you up with gear. Each team bundle comes complete with an assault rifle coating, sidekick coating, weapon charm, and a warthog coating as well. So all of these are available in-game in the HCS store, and you guys can pick them up today. If this video isn't enough to convince you how dope you would look in-game, then I don't know what is. But make sure you guys go along, support your favorite teams, support your favorite regions as well by doing so, and make sure you guys look super cool in game. There's nothing more to really say about it. But I tell you what, thank you so much for joining us tonight, folks, and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series number 5. I am joined by a brand new addition to our team. I have Clutch on the mics for the rest of the evening, taking us through our next 2 series. I've got Bravo and Gaskin have been joining us all day long. And there's also me. I'm here as well, and I'm here for the ride because we've got two big matches coming up. We have our elimination finals coming up first. And Clutch, mate, I want to talk to you. I haven't heard from you since yesterday. We obviously had the EU Pro Series. Long time no see, buddy. But I tell you what, we do have a pretty big game here, but really a big game for both of these 2 teams. And I'll tell you why. G2, obviously, hoping to come up, hoping to be in a grand final spot for the first time in a Pro Series, and Optic, hoping to make sure that they can seal the deal to get back into that grand finals against Cloud9. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Feel pretty good. I mean, I think G2 is pretty excited to have this as an opportunity. Elimination finals is probably the farthest they've been in any of our Infinite tournaments up until this point, and there's always been a lot of talent on that team, and I've always said it, on the right day, I think those guys can beat anybody. I mean, when Gilkey gets hot, we know what Gilkey's capable of, and hopefully he's on fire. Hopefully we get a nice showing out of them, because Optic Gaming, I'm sure they win another shot at Cloud9.
I hope so too. Well, Gaskin, me and you, bud, we're going to sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. Bravo, Clutch, you're up.
Clutch, take it away. All right. Getting into this one, I couldn't be more excited to join the NA scene. Appreciate being able to jump in here. Just the opportunity to get to showcase some of the world's best, Andy. And like we said, we talked about G2 a little bit. Optic Gaming coming off that loss in that previous series against Cloud9. You never want to lose to a team, especially one that just made a change, especially one that gives you a bit of a headache like Cloud9 does to Optic Gaming. And as we take a look at the series layout, I think recharge oddball is a good way for Optic to rebound. What's your opinion at taking a look at these 5 game types?
I'm saying, how do we get a draw with no new game types? That's what I'm saying.
I think that's what Optic wants to see at this point. They're like, Catalyst, like, get me off that for now. We need to mentally reset. We don't have enough practice there. So I actually like the fact that Optic Gaming gets that opportunity. G2, if you're going to beat the green wall in this one, you're going to have to do it with the most practiced game types that Optic is at. You're not going to get any easy wins along the way.
It's true. There's going to be no shortcuts here as we're getting ready for this game number 1. But like you said, certainly the furthest we've seen G2 in any HCS tournament in Halo Infinite. Pretty big opportunity for them, especially if they're able to win this series. I think that they know just how much is on the line. I think this could honestly be the beginning of a very different chapter for G2 in terms of the year.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the story is with Rami, if he's an official member, if he's just a substitution, but I mean, after a performance like the one today, it's going to be hard not to keep him if they can take down a team like Optic and already into combat. Unfortunately for G2 fans, it's a quick wipe of the members from G2. Optic Gaming look like they are headed to the grand finals if they can keep this up.
That was textbook. We've almost deja vu. You saw Lucid grab the ball. He also grapples the shock, flies right up top as well. Trippy surprisingly not able to get any kills through that exchange, so the ball will be dropped. Not that much time on the board for Optic. They'll go 3 dead now.
No, what was once an opportunity for a full setup. All the power on the map in Optic's hands. G2 came off spawn, broke that one pretty quickly, so a good job to make sure that damage from the beginning opening strat didn't turn out to be too much. And now Gilkey with this shock rifle. Such an opportunity to maybe find a pick or two. Allow his team to get off to an early lead. That's just what they have in store. 2 players are going to be pushing this ball carrier, and Gilkey's going to get aggressive here. Finds himself the double. Wants to get back into pipes. Doesn't have a grapple, and unfortunately, because he doesn't, it's going to be a little bit more difficult as he starts to receive some pressure from the respawners.
Gilk thought he had one more grapple there. You could tell based on where he threw his crosshair. It wasn't the case in the end, but still, based off these first few minutes, you feel like G2 has not only gotten the better of it in a situation maybe that they shouldn't have, but they also are leading on the scoreboard as well, 20-7.
Yeah, it's if you're going to catch Optic off guard, maybe a little slumped after that loss to Cloud9, you know, they're probably shaking their head. Not a lot of time to rebound or regain, I should say. So G2 coming off hot is exactly what the doctor ordered for their success. Unfortunately for them, APG with this ball now in pipes gets good information that Sab has crossed over towards the elevator. He's going to get taken down, and as we switch over to Formal's point of view, a good time to switch because he's picked up a double and he's making his way towards Camo.
Look at APG as well. What a start for him, 5-3 with some ball time on the board as well. It feels like after that one performance that left a bit to be desired earlier in the bracket, he just took that to heart. He woke up and made sure that that does not repeat. He's been on fire since. Lucid with another ball grab going up top. We'll see if G2 can make the push here on top gold.
Trippy knows the Gilkey has camo. Formal able to give them that information. Some look for G2 to try and find an opening push potentially with that camo. We're on board with Sab, and just too much teamwork from Optic Gaming is going to find the first pick, and that first pick is such a crucial kill when you have this full setup, but grenades across the map from the Gilk Dud himself. Killing the ball carrier, and even though kills are being traded right now, Andy, that kill onto the ball carrier subsides any of the points being accumulated by Optic for now.
Fantastic nades from Gilkey. I think he actually got the stick on the Hail Mary with the plasma. The frag was just there in the pipes to do some extra damage as well, and Gilkey able to do that from the double stack, and maybe gonna make players think twice about peeking back ledge like that with the ball, as they do pay the price in a big way. However, Optic Gaming still leading here, 45-21.
You want to talk about talented players when they're on fire? This straight sick, he's been doing it a long time, and when he's on, he can spar with the best of them as far as the shot's concerned. And a couple of kills going in G2's favor now as they start to jump out to a little bit of a setup here. Unfortunately, the ball's forced to be played. Trippy just gets behind enemy lines and is such a nuisance. APG right there with him, and this is the Optic Gaming you know and love. 3 dead for G2 Esports.
Yep, and this looks like if Optic has about 2 more holds like that, they will take the game. I mean, this is what G2 really, this was always going to be their superpower. G2 was holding forward, flying at you. Players, look at the names on the screen: Remy, Sab, Gilkey, Straight Sick. These guys can just sprint right at you. They're going to win battles they shouldn't. They're going to outshoot you, but so far hasn't paid off for them in the second half of this round.
Yeah, typically a strategy like that works against those top 12, maybe top 16 teams, but when you play a team like Optic that just has straight shooters across the board, it's a much more difficult strategy to implement. Camo does go in the hands of Sav as we see it from APG's point of view, but that's a beautiful melee repulsor to get that kill onto Ramy to stay alive. And now G2 have to worry about him before they can get any points.
I love that, dude. APG's just bullying people off of gold. He's like, I don't care how many times you jump up on this gold ledge, I'm going to repulsor you off every single time. APG's still alive at gold, by the way. Still doing damage. He's going to get the ball as well once it spawns. He'll be the first to fly up to bat ledge, and this is what we said. This guy does it all. Only 15 points to go.
When you have the most kills and the most time, that's usually a sign that you were playing pretty well. And APG right now in this first round, absolutely on fire. Still alive in this pipes. Still the biggest headache for G2 to try and deal with. They lose 2 members as they try to push into pipes. The last 2 not in a great position, especially as they're getting shot in the back here. And APG wisely just damage without receiving damage, kills without going down. That is a recipe for success. APG is cooking up.
My God, look at that. The round's going to end. I mean, just like you said, he's 12-4 with 38 seconds, leads the game, I think, in every single category at this point, maybe outside of assists. We'll take a look at the scoreboard once this actually starts.
Yeah, I mean,
leading
it's hard
in
to
every
get
single
assists
category.
when you're finishing your kills. That's the thing.
It's true. It's true. My God, what a first round for APG. Optic will take the first one.
Making his way towards camo, so love the fact that we're able to just watch, rinse, repeat, keep it on APG's screen. Can he secure this camo for his team's the big question. Unfortunately, he loses all 3 members to this. This is going to be an impossible task. And just like that, GTU finally takes 4 of them, but they take him down. APG in the death cam. This could be their time to capitalize.
You know what we needed there for APG was an actual timer of how long he was alive at Golden Pipes, because I swear it was like 3+ minutes that he was just running laps around bat ledge back to top gold, just picking up kills, as you said, doing so much damage and barely taking any himself, let alone not dying. First points in this round, though, as you say, will go to the side of G2.
Speaking of staying alive, Sab with this camo doing a good job to find that first pick, and then
Get a shield back. Unfortunately, that repulsor from APG, once again, the focus on the equipment from Optic Gaming is obvious. If you paid attention to these first 2 rounds, that repulsor has paid so many dividends for APG in these lives, and taking down that camo player in Sab was a big win because now they have their own setup, and unfortunately, just 18 points was acquired before G2's Esports setup was broken, and now we'll see how Optic get to respond.
Man advantage here still in favor of G2. 2 are going to be dead, so it should still be continued control, especially if they can keep the spawn trap going. Gilkey not aware that Formal was up top. Formal's going to do whatever he can to stay alive with the shock.
Formal with the double. Can he find the triple? Sab's running away with this ball, trying to rotate it away because he knows Formal's behind him. Unfortunately, right into Trippy and APG's hands. That's ball back in the hands of Optic Gaming, and Formal almost getting a spawn kill there with the shock rifle as well. We know how lethal this man can be, especially in these positions. Straight sick. He's knocked to no shield. Can't quite finish it. And this could be an overextension from Formal. Exactly what G2 won. Unfortunately, they lose Ramy in the meantime.
Wow. How does Formal get away with this, and the camo as well? And like you said, it looked like an overextension in the end. Somehow makes it work, of course, with a lot of support from the team as well.
Yeah, somehow, some way. These players on Optic just staying alive, and when they stay alive, it gives opportunity for plays to be made like the ones we're watching. It's a double kill with this camo shock. The second Formal picked this camo up, you knew it was going to be a very troublesome time for the G2 Esports team, and Formal just able to anchor now as he's find those first 2 picks. Good damage onto Sab. Can't quite hit Gilk yet, but Gilk finally takes him down, but the damage has been done. The score 72-23.
Yeah, my God, that's what we know Formal is capable of. Plays like that, just busting the game wide open and then proceeding to play chess while everyone else is playing checkers, eventually making the play to Needles just to be able to grab that camo, puts himself in position for the power-up, strings together so many more kills as well. On top of that, Formal's still holding pipe, so this is going to be more continued time for the side of Optic.
APG running it right into straight sick. Unfortunately, he thought the pipes area was going to be an open opportunity to rotate it back in there. G2 look like they finally have shut down, but you still got to deal with Lucid somehow, and Lucid with this grapple, we know what he can do. He's going to be able to apply so much pressure so quickly. Straight sick had to play the ball even, so you thought G2, after taking down Formal, taking down APG, they were going to be able to have a setup of their own, but Lucid said no.
This is Lucid's jungle gym. Look at the fact he doesn't even, the floor is lava, doesn't even tap the toes against any lower part of the map during this entire time. Always has a height advantage, always has the right angle, and now going to loop back. They're only 10 points away from closing out the round.
It's been a long journey for G2 throughout today's Pro Series, but this game 1 going pretty quickly. 90-26 now. Just 10 points is all Optic need, and Lucid, he's not going to overextend for any ball time here. They have the entire clock to play with. Don't even need to get these last 10, but I can almost guarantee it's going to happen with one more round of slays, and 2 members from G2 drop very quickly.
Optic Gaming, despite that last series against Cloud9, bouncing back so strong, it looks like really showing no signs of slowing. They will get the ball in hand as well. Just 5 seconds to go.
Formal with another double. The ball's in hand. Does momentarily get dropped. Can't quite figure out a way to get those last 2 seconds as APG was taken down in pipes, but Lucid knows it's just a one-on-one. He needs to win against Ramy, but Ramy, he shows up in the meantime. Trippy finds that kill with the nade. Maybe wants to get his stats up a little bit, not prioritizing the ball just yet.
I was going to say, just maybe an opportunity for 1 or 2 extras here in the pipes. Nice commando shots, but Straight Sick had something to say about it. He'll scoop up the grapple as well. So while it feels inevitable, the points are not on the board yet.
Inevitable. You have to think Optic are going to be done slaying G2 eventually. 2 seconds. The ball gets reset. Of course it does. And then the grenade takes APG down. It's a shame on you, Optic. You deserve a few deaths for not ending this one a little bit quicker. Maybe messing up the KDAs just a little bit.
Oh, man. I think APG made it look like he was going for the ball, but he knew it was about to reset. So he's actually just going to let the ball get tossed. They're not done slaying just yet. A few more points on the board. Got a repulsor as well, does Sap, so he's going to have a play ball opportunity if he needs to here.
You know he will. Just to extend this game maybe a little bit longer as the ball does get taken down. Doesn't even get played.
There we go.
Does get played. And now Formal. Not going to go for the ball either. He's going to go for this kill bottom middle. And somebody has got to own the last 2 seconds here. Optic Gaming. Figure it out. Get camo. Figure it out. Formal's your guy. 99-100 Optic Gaming will close out game number 1 of your elimination finals with plenty of extra style points on the board. It's about time. In all seriousness. Optic looking very strong there in game 1, and as well as G2's been playing, they're going to need to figure out a way to play much better if they want this series to go any farther than 3, because this is a very focused and determined Optic Gaming team. Andy, I had the opportunity to talk to these guys Sunday night after a disappointing finish in Kansas City, and these guys were hungry. They want it. It may not be able to be reconciled here in the Pro Series, but you know, along the way, they want to have their wins. They want to build momentum going into the next major. And a little bit of momentum can be built today if they're able to take this Pro Series, and they got to get back to play Cloud9. This is the first step in the right direction. Certainly. APG and Formal, great numbers there. We'll take a look at damage as well, just because there was a lot on the board, especially when you look at a player like Formal cracking 7K when no one else even cracked 6K. Big numbers from him.
Big numbers, big damage from Formal. When Formal's laying down damage like that, the game becomes a lot easier for the entire team, and it's a lot more difficult to play when you're always weak, let me tell you. As much as it looked like Gilkey was going to start off this game and on a tear, great grenades there, but even with some of the camo control that G2 had, just not a lot of success being done. And that's a testament to Optic's ability to adapt and to play from maybe not the biggest advantage at times. And I think that that's what this Optic team is very keen to doing. They understand that they don't need all of the power on the map in order to have success, and they know how to play around enemy players with camo. But I mean, when Formal gets camo, he pairs it with the power on the map. That's when this team gets special.
Also love how Formal wasted no time. Like we said, he picks up the double kill at Pipes, immediately throws himself onto Needles in a risky move that I think you and I both thought might have been an overextension, but there's a reason that Formal's now behind the sticks on the Optic Gaming side, and we get to talk about it because he somehow then strings together that with the camo, pulls together what felt like a killing spree thereafter as well. And once you do something like that, he blew the game wide open. 2-0 win for Optic Gaming.
Not to beat a dead horse, but we know Live Fire Slayer is going to be a strong game type for Optic Gaming, something we've been saying since the game came out. This team, for some reason, Live Fire just makes sense to them. So for G2, Andy, what are some things you can do to get back into this series? Because as an underdog, I always will say the Slayers are must-wins.
Absolutely. I think the first thing is believe, right? Just because they also might have seen Optic actually lose on Live Fire earlier today to Pioneers. Maybe just a little bit of a crack in the armor in terms of how Live Fire goes. That was, of course, not a Slayer, but still a Live Fire game type regardless. But I think G2 knows the amount of raw talent on this team, the amount of aggression and pressure they can apply, and certainly a team that can steal a Slayer here. Let's see if they can do it.
All right. The man of game 1, APG, finds himself the first kill. Formal in the kill feed as well. That's never a good sign for G2 fans. And this opening battle, it looks like Sab has been able to find the snipe. And Rob, I'm not sure how much you've had the opportunity to watch Sab over the years, but this is one of those young talents I'll always talk about that has so much potential, that gives this G2 team so much firepower. 2 kills already to his name, the opportunity to really extend a lead in his team's favor with snipe in hand.
Ooh, gets melted, unfortunately. Not only the commando of Trippy, but also a spike grenade came into play as well. That's why he went down so fast. Gilkey there to clean up the scraps on sandbags for just a second. I think Straight snuck away with the heat wave for just a second on concrete. He will fall, though, so just like that, still a 2-kill game.
Can Lucid find the snipe is the question. Sab finding himself a double, make it a triple in the kill feed. Finding himself at 5-0-1. Knows that Snipe's down around here too. Yes, sir. Able to find that S7. Now what can he do? A body shot onto APG, that's good, but not good enough. Nobody able to finish it just yet. Can't quite hit the shot onto Formal either, and difficult quick scopes there for Sab, but he's gonna try and relocate here, and I actually like that decision. Should have information from his teammate that players are pushing into house and just nobody home for these shots, and because of it, Optic able to make this just a 3-kill game.
Knew the pressure was coming. You could tell by the way. Oh my God.
That's a shotgun, by the way.
My heat wave does not hit like that. Does your heat wave hit like that?
No, sir.
Oh my God. Connects every single pellet without a doubt in a way we've never seen. That thing was supercharged. And to be honest, we're going to have the authorities check out that heat wave because that thing is not regulation. That is not standard issue. That thing hit hard.
I'll be talking to the design team tomorrow about that range.
Hope everyone had a good evening. I have a clip to show you. We're going to start the meeting off with this heat wave Exhibit A because we've never seen a hit like that. 19-16 in favor of G2. Straight Sick with an overshield in hand.
Straight Sick. All right, G2, much different story now. You're up. 4 kills here. You want to see Straight Sick get involved in some of this combat with this overshield. You want to see him be the bulk of the damage coming out from this G2 team, maybe receiving some as well as it's starting to dwindle down. Unfortunately, Straight Sick turns the wrong corner, and there's 2 members of Optic. They made slight work of him, and that just shows you a sample of, even with an overshield, teamwork can prevail in Optic Gaming. They have tons of it.
Yeah, G2 takes the Optic bait there. They were hoping that a player was going to wrap around there to try to check Rat Tunnel and check on the platform. That's exactly what happened. They're able to melt the overshield, and that's more like what my heat wave does, by the way. Yeah. Just all the shots going straight to the right. Sniper in hand to Trippy. He will fall right away. That's going to be 2 dead for the side of G2, but still a very, very close game here. Only 3 kills separating them.
Lucid did just pick up Snipe. Needs to win this one-on-one, and good help from Rami because Straight Sick was in trouble there and taking down Lucid with that snipe before he's able to do too much damage or any damage at all, actually. That's a massive kill. Some kills way more, in my opinion, than others. And that one right there, with what we know Lucid's capable of, especially with the S7 on this map, that was a massive stall in the potential for Optic Gaming's win condition here. And now Sab with another opportunity to redeem himself. Found this snipe, 5 shots in hand, up 6 kills, everything G2 wants to see.
Pretty uncharacteristic there from Trippy. He flies scoreboard and he gets 3 players weak on sandbags, and from a disadvantageous angle really tried to finish one of those, even though he had help on Keydor. It's really Ormo. Sab with the shots there against Formal on the overshield. That should also secure a G2 overshield as well. And you can tell Optic Gaming just getting a little bit desperate here, and G2 answering the call.
You want to talk about kills that mean more than others? That one secures his team an overshield. It allows him to keep snipe. All the momentum stays in G2's favor because of that 4. Sab keeping his team in the lead now by 5. Hasn't quite done too much with the snipe. Hasn't needed to. Relocates all the way to elbow too. So should be able to catch somebody off guard, you would think. Oh my, APG, even when he sees him, it doesn't matter. The quick scope comes through, and Sab starting to really show his individual presence here on the map.
You said it. He didn't hit the earlier snipes, but my God, did he ever hit that one there. I thought APG had him dead to rights from the garage to nest angle. The no-scope comes in from distance. That will bring the game now to 36-29.
Straight Six needs to stay alive, but also wants to help his teammate. Does a good job to do the first. Can he do the second now? 2 players, no shield. Nobody on Optic able to capitalize on this damage done, and because of it, now a 7-kill lead for G2, doing everything right on a very strong game type for Optic Gaming. This would be a statement from G2 to get back into this series. It's a best of 5. You have every opportunity to try and create probably the biggest upset from G2 Esports' tournament career so far. But Lucid and Trippy, they find 1, they find 2, make it 3. Nobody on Optic going down in the meantime, so what was once a 7-kill game now cut down to 4.
Yeah, they trade 4 for 1 there. It's a great trade. And the second you saw 3 players on sandbags on Optic Gaming, you know that was no mistake. They were going to try to close down green. They had a perfect collapse on green. And now they, like you say, bring the game within 4, 40-36.
You wave in the hands of Lucid. Doing some strange things this game. Sab with a nice drop wall. Can you get the overshield, though? No, it's not active, but the trade might be good enough to buy some time for his teammates. Unfortunately, his teammates, they're getting flanked by multiple members of Optic, and Gilkey's going to have to hit one hell of a shot. He lands a body, actually, under Trippy, and grenades coming through as well. So good trades from G2 Esports. Unfortunately, I do believe Optic Gaming have found that overshield, and APG needs to stay alive here. Only down 4 kills, but as we continue to approach 50, every single one of these trades from G2 means
it's one step closer to getting the victory, and Rami able to get one before he goes down, so that was a great job by him as well.
Yeah, well, I don't know how they let Remy get that kill there. They actually did not push in together, letting Remy get that 47th kill. But now here we are, 47-45, home stretch, far from over. Trippy with overshield and sniper.
4 bullets to work with. You're only down 2. You did the math. This should have some left over to extend the lead if he can hit these shots. Unfortunately, he's gonna push with this BR out. Switches weapons, hits the no-scope and the melee. 2, make it 3 members go down. It's all of a sudden 48-48.
Oh my God, tie game 49-48. Now G2 only needing 1 kill. Lucid needs to be very careful. He'll no room for error. Checking the corner. Sniper's out.
Oh, no.
He hits the body. Repulsor's out. 49-48 still. Optic Gaming here, down by 1.
Lucid does not play the same game I do. Somehow he gets out of there with his life, gets his shield back, but that body shot bought enough time for all of that to happen. Still, 1 kill to go. 2 bullets in the hands of Lucid, and both of these are headshots. That's going to be game. Can he find the picks? Can he find the opening? Gilkey's down here somewhere. Lucid knows it.
Because Lucid hit that body shot bottom mid, G2 knows he has the sniper. They might not know exactly how many shots, but like you said earlier, do the math. Lucid, game in his hands here. Overshield coming up now.
Yeah, here comes the battle for Overshield. They're going to have to go for it. And G2, I want them to bait this, because if they start to extend, you know Lucid's going to hit the shot with the way he's been aiming. Spot Sab, and wisely G2 not going for it yet, but honestly, somebody from Optic is going to have to make a play here. Somebody's got to have to choose what to do. APG is going to be forced to back up. Trying to keep eyes on that Overshield. It's just Lucid watching it. Maybe there's an opportunity here, but APG with some grenades. Lucid, Trippy find 2, and all of a sudden, Optic Gaming out of nowhere win game 2, 50-49. G2 could not find the last one they needed to tie this one up, and because of it now, Optic Gaming, the Green Wall, 1 game away from back to the grand finals.
Oh my God, how many times have we seen Optic Gaming, especially late game live fire Slayer, pull out all of the pieces? APG, by the way, only quarter shields. 1 more nade went top mid from House. He was done for. Stays alive in the cuts. They shift all their energy to Overshield side, and they close it out in the nick of time. What a comeback there. Taking a look at the stats in that 50-49.
Tough game from Formal, but when you can go 6-16 and still get the win, that's good signs of things to come, especially if it's Formal going that negative, because you know he's going to bring it.
That's a once-a-year stat from Formal, so we've used the 6-16. Don't worry, that one's out the window.
And you got a dub.
You won't see Formal do it again. 19-12 from Lucid there.
Well, absolutely every bit of the 19-12 needed from Lucid, but that his ability to stay alive there, as Gilkey was receiving multiple reinforcements bottom middle. The help was on the way from G2. Lucid, his only play was to repulsor up. He actually does it, somehow lands in front of the tower as well, because if he doesn't land in front of the tower, Andy, another grenade is going to take him down. He's going to be in the sight lines of these players.
And they're bouncing dummy ramp, right? They're bouncing off dummy ramp, so they're going to be in the air as well. He had to repulsor straight up, just like you said.
I want to talk about the end too. Like, the fact that Overshield's up and G2, they played scared. And so often I feel like we see these teams in these opportunities, especially in the Slayers, they play on their back heels. They play not to make mistakes, right? And you know Lucid has that snipe. And when you get an opportunity to find out information that, hey, 2 are top middle, like they did. They saw APG, they saw another player top middle. I mean, hopefully you're able to do some deduction skills there as a G2 player, and you're able to say, hey, there's very limited resources watching this Overshield right now. Right. If multiple people fly out, there's no way Lucid hits both of us. And if he does, well, we'll go down in history as being part of the sickest clip of all time. But
absolutely, I agree. Look at this. Just look at that. And just like you said, had to hit that repulsor. Here we are. Final moments here. We're taking a look from Lucid's POV. Oh my God, that's the POV that we didn't see. Hits the first one, which is absolutely huge. Then the double cuts push to clean it out. Huge shout out to our observers in studio at the Esports Engine HQ for catching that Lucid POV as well. That's how it went down. That's how they'll win game number 2.
If you're going to Monday morning quarterback, you got to send more than just a Sab to be in Lucid's crosshair there, because when there's one player and he can focus on him, Lucid, he's shown us for the last, 9 months that he is going to hit that shot 10 out of 10 times, it feels. So
Unfortunately for G2, close, but no cigar. You're down 0-2 now in the elimination finals. It's going to be a streets strongholds game that can keep you in it, but this is another strong game for Optic Gaming, and Formal has already found himself some rockets and is already putting him to work with a double kill of his own.
Yeah, you can tell Formal not a huge fan of the numbers of the last game and wants to make sure to end this series in style and with some even more impressive numbers on the board. Somehow even almost wins that battle through the drop shield. Eventually, Gilkey will clear him out of back tram, but an opportunity for Optic Gaming to 3-0 and convincingly head back into our grand finals.
Yeah, and you know they want to get there fast, right? They want to get there riding some momentum, and with 3-0 in the elimination finals is all the momentum you could ask for from a Green Wall fan, so just one more game to do it, and Lucid finding a nice pick on the Sad, turning around, some good teamwork, and allowing him to trade onto straight sick as well. And Optic Gaming, although they don't have control right now, those should be the kills that create the opening to take control of B. They're also over in C, so this is potentially a total control situation we're about to be looking at. It's just a matter of how long can they keep it, how long or how quickly can G2 get out of it.
Yeah, let's see. G2, good win there on A. Even though they went straight into Stronghold, they're able to get that one. It looks like even working on C, and somehow Optic Gaming does not get to flip on Tram. So a little bit of, we didn't have information on screen, but interesting that Optic was not able to flip on C. So the points will come a little bit slowly, but still, as you say, you can kind of feel that Optic Gaming momentum coming.
Yeah, Lucid trying to be aggressive over towards C. Unfortunately, he's kind of by himself, runs into multiple members there. He gets taken down, so an overextension from Lucid. Let's see. G2 can capitalize on that. They did just lose A and B. With rockets coming up in 10 seconds, you want to compete for those. You know how much damage Formal was able to do at the early game with those. And unfortunately, Formal with the Stalker and the Thrust just goes straight forward at Rami, taking him down, creating the opening. And as rockets come up, the slays come through for Optic once again.
I mean, what can you even do when you have a player like Formal, just as you say, forward thrusting there with the Stalker, hitting perfect shots as well. Off the rack for Trippy, he'll pick up 2 on the way down, 3 dead for G2. Again, triple cap for Optic Gaming.
You could have written this book and read it 100 times, because the second that Optic got 4 dead as rockets were coming up, they get another 4 dead. Again, it turns into a trip cap, and now all of a sudden, what was once an early lead for G2 is now a 50-point lead and climbing for Optic Gaming.
APG almost gets away with that as well, just being so sneaky. And as you say, that clock is ticking real hard if you're the side of G2, and it's looking like this series may not last too long. Already across the 100-point mark is Optic Gaming, and you see that time and time. Oh no, Formal with a free back whack on Sab as well. Maybe just didn't see him around the corner. That's going to add insult to injury and salt to the wound.
Trying to stop the bleeding with Sab, but unfortunately just not the due diligence to check his corners there, and Formal just gets the easy timing, the easy back smack to continue to press the numbers advantage, the pressure onto G2. 131-26 now, and continuing to climb. They did lose C momentarily, but just like that, 3 dead for G2. C gets transferred back over.
My God.
Information on where Gilk is, back tower. Formal, he's able to take him down with the commando. Can't quite stay alive from the death grenade, but the damage has been done, and it's a direct result in the score here, 162 now to 26.
I mean, time and time again, we see it so often. The more confident team that has a little bit more experience on these stronghold game types, reset there for APG. They're okay letting the first 25-30 points go, right? They're going to make sure that they get control of the map, they get control of the exact areas they want to, and from there, they will rack up points, and that's exactly what Optic Gaming has done. They will continue to hold BC, and now just shy of the 200-point mark.
Rockets are coming up in 5, so pay attention to the kill feed. Lucid picking up a big one to start this one off, and the rockets pop up. APG and Gilkey are in a one-on-one. They've been battling each other for a little bit now. APG is going to try and relocate, runs right into multiple members of G2, so this could be G2's opening to try and secure some power weapons, but unfortunately Trippy and Formal, of course, are bottom middle, getting a few kills, securing the rockets, and now stuck in PD is Gilk coming off spawn, and that's an easy rocket that knocks not only a player out of the game and into respawn, but another one to no shield, gets another player to no shield as well, and Optic just using these rockets so successfully.
I tell you what, folks, if you were hoping to get a refreshment, a beverage, or a snack before the grand finals, now's a good time to do so. It's 226-26. Optic Gaming looking for the clean sweep here and to get, as we said, into the grand finals as fast as humanly possible, and this has been a walk in the park for Optic Gaming. There's really no way to put it. It's been a fantastic run for G2. They will remain 3 dead, and on the side of Optic. Big numbers from every single player on the stage.
This Optic gaming team, don't forget how strong they looked going into Kansas City. They want to become even better before the next major. They are not satisfied. And although they did lose that winners bracket finals, they want to find themselves back to the grand finals, and they're headed there now with the 3-0 here over G2 Esports. Optic Gaming will have another opportunity to reset the bracket to claim this Pro Series championship here today. And it's on the back of a stellar performance from every member, but most importantly, Lucid in that game too, really making some plays that changed the outcome of what potentially could have been a much closer series.
My God, 250-26 to close it out. That is a convincing victory if we've ever seen one, and maybe the largest score delta that we've seen in something like an elimination bracket finals. Pretty big statement there from Optic Gaming, as we'll take a look at some of the stats.
Good kills across the board. Everybody on Optic doing their thing, and when you win 250-26, it really has to be a collective team effort. It's usually not just one guy popping off. Not even enough time. As we look at the duration of 5 minutes and 37 seconds, not even enough time for these guys to really explode in the statistic category. But when you compare damage numbers, you look at Formal once again, 4K. Everyone on G2, a little bit over 2. Maybe 2,600 is not too shabby, but compared to the amount of damage Formal is able to do in one game, it's just leagues and bounds over some of these players. You saw it in game 1, you see it in game 3, and that's really the story. His impact on the match is felt.
Could be a very different series if that Slayer went a different way, but in the end, what will be recorded into the history books, of course, is an Optic Gaming 3-0. I think we do have to mention, even though that was so dominant clutch, we do have to mention it's a great run from G2. It's the best run we've seen from G2, but I think their performance in the Elim finals reminds us, right, that there's a different tier that's just passed when you get into the top 4.
As Meek Mills once said, there's levels to this. I can't reach my blue button.
There's levels to this.
All right, I touched something I shouldn't have touched. I really don't know how that works. The Go XLR is a bad headache for me. I know it has one button that I press, and outside of that, I got nothing. But there's a bleep button on it, and you guys know where I was going with that.
We certainly did. I gotta say.
Leaning so far as well.
If you saw my setup,
I was really confused about what was happening just then for a second. I was like, oh, well, there you go.
There we go.
Well, there we go. Don't start me, lads. Don't, because I'm the one that finds it really hard to stop. So don't start. Don't start. But I tell you what, though. Optic looking pretty damn good right now, and like you said, Brav, with G2 obviously having the best run that they've had so far in the Pro Series, I think they're going to be pretty happy with getting the opportunity, I think, to play competition like Optic and like a couple of the other Titans that we do have obviously in the season at the moment. And I think it can be difficult because maybe you don't even get that opportunity most of the time to play Optic in a best of 5. So to be able to do that, especially with a new map and mode in the mix as well, I think is a huge kind of opportunity for G2 to kind of figure out what they need to do to get to that next tier level, to be able to kind of compete a little bit more directly with the likes of Optic. That being said though, Gaskin, let's talk about Optic and how damn good they look. And I kind of talked a little bit about prioritizing and how they do prioritize so well with Bravo before we got into the series, but my goodness, I gotta say, Street Strongholds, they did such a good job of the objective work, and and partnering that with the Slays, being very aggressive at the start, not minding a few points not going their way. 20 points is nothing in the grand scheme of things for them. Being able to prioritize rockets going up straight away, and then also getting 4 dead a second time, and being able to get control of the map fully, and that is what was really important to them. That trip cap, it really just spanned that series out of control, and really is what got them the dub at the end of the day. How happy are you with how efficient they're looking at the moment?
Being the biggest Optic fan in the world, obviously their onset has tipped me to be. I mean, I'm happy that we see a team who has had such good practice be able to get a victory like that against the G2 squad that they definitely should have beaten, right? It had to be a 3-0. There's no way that they should have even allowed G2 into that series. So I would have been very concerned if they had have dropped games, and they got very close to on the live fire Slayer. But I think that Andy hit the nail on the head. There's a clear difference between the kind of top 3 teams and maybe a little bit lower on, and I know that G2 will be thanking the lucky stars that some of those teams weren't competing in this tournament. They get a top 3 finish, but next week's going to be very interesting for them, that's for sure. As for Optic, now they set their sights back on maybe a more even playing field here, as they've got to go up against Cloud9 once more, and it's not going to be easy. To be honest, my main takeaway from that series was I'm just happy someone picked up that ball at the end of game 1. Otherwise, who knows where Wes was going to go.
We could still be on recharge. We could still be on recharge right now if someone hadn't, yeah.
Optic comms were like, you know what, lads, they show the stats at the end of this, you know, so we got a bit of time to kill. Let's pop them up a little bit. Just make us look as good as we are. That was the comms for sure. I got to say though, incredible stuff from Optic. We're going to have a look at the bracket right now just to see where we've ended up. And if you are just joining us, good evening, welcome, lovely to have you on board. Optic 3-0 G2 Esports to get back into that grand final spot with Cloud9 once again. A spot they're kind of used to, honestly, at this point in time. They've had some serious success this season, not the success that they've wanted on the LAN, but when it comes to online and the Pro Series, they have been finding their feet. It's just trying to convert that. You know, going back to Live Fire Slayer lads as well, you know, it's interesting to see how they managed to clutch up at the end, and something clutch we've been talking about with Optic is not having the ice in the veins, not being able to clutch up, going to game 5, going to these tiny margins that are really make it or break it for them. Having that ice there in that Live Fire Slayer, does that make you hopeful for this roster?
I think I'm always hopeful for this roster and their ability to clutch up when it matters. I think as experience comes and as they face trials and tribulations, I think that they'll grow from it. I don't think that, I mean, some people are lucky enough to experience those clutch moments and come out on top early in their team's careers and whatnot. And although these guys are veterans, it's like figuring out ways to clutch and how we want to do it exactly as a team that they're going to have to figure out in order to close out some of those closer games. But I don't think that we're going to define any individuals on this team as like not clutch or not icy. I think it's just a matter of concept and putting practice and learning from your mistakes in the past, making sure things don't happen twice. I think that was a nice game 2 win, but it's one thing, you don't nearly feel the pressure from a G2 esports game than you will a Cloud9 or a Sentinels when it's 49-48.
Yeah, no, 100% couldn't have said it better myself, and definitely. But look, steps in the right direction in terms of clutching up where it matters most and being kind of on the back foot there of that Live Fire Slayer as well. So it was really impressive to see that happening and how they were able to strategize the end of that Slayer as well. But we just saw the winners bracket on our screens there, and as you know, we have a grand finals ready to go. We have Cloud9 versus Optic. It's a rematch of the winners finals. I'll tell you what, Optic, they need to reset a bracket if they're going to be taking this Pro Series, coming right back into things after Kansas City. They're looking for a win, but can they do it? We'll find out right after this.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, Dolby, and the Marines.
So God, I'll be back.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few. proud, the Marines.
Those rockets will not be a factor. The Bulldog double tap drop as well.
Monster gonna be challenging. You don't challenge Super CC.
Cloud9 snipe shot to the spine of Trippy. Headshot! See you later, pal.
Penguins 3 for 3 with a sniper rifle as well. You leave that one player in the base enemy. You can go back to back, and that is exactly what Fnatic do.
Wobbling them wings into the overkill!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the HCS NA Pro Series number 5. We are well into our Pro Series today. We have our grand finals getting ready to go, but before we get into that and the matchup, we need to do a couple of updates because there's been a couple of other Pro Series we've talked about today that have been happening actually previous to this one. And yesterday we had the EU Pro Series in which we had a different champion. Yep, someone else was crowned, and that was in the form of Quadrant. And Clutch, Gaskin, you guys were joining me. Bravo, I know you were watching because you were well in our Discord making some comments and some emojis, all sorts of things in there. And it was pretty spectacular, I'm not going to lie, because not only was it not against the Send in the grand finals here, but it was actually against Quadrant and Online Warriors. Quadrant able to clutch out. And Clutch, while the pun is there and still pretty fresh, talk to me about Quadrant and why they were so damn special yesterday.
Yeah, I think Quadrant looked as good as ever yesterday. I think that change from Fragger to Nurix really benefited them. I know I don't want to harp on one player's underperforming too much, but Fragger really was an outlier when you statistically looked at that Quadrant roster. So the pickup of Nurix, it made sense, and they came out swinging. They didn't have to play against the Sind all day, and when you find that kind of a recipe, you better capitalize on it, and that's exactly what Quadrant were able to do.
They were indeed. I'll tell you what, it was quite a ride to get there and get the result they wanted, because Gaskin, Online Warriors did initially reset that bracket, something that Optic are looking to do a little bit later on, but pretty difficult to do. And then, not only with the momentum in their favor, resetting the bracket, Quadrant able to bounce back to wake up. Very, very impressive. How did you find Online Warriors and how they performed?
There was so much from EU Pro Series yesterday. I mean, Respectful just got dropped from Na'Vi, forms this Online Warriors squad. They get to the grand finals, beating Na'Vi on the way there, by the way. And not just that, they beat Ascend twice. And previously, Ascend had not lost a competitive series online in Europe in 19 months. So this previously outdates Halo Infinite. That's how good and how dominant Ascend have been. Online Warriors, they show up, they absolutely rock their socks off, and suddenly we've got a new team, a new competitor that is going to be in the European Pro Series.
Yep, bare feet under the desks. It really was. Socks were gone. But I tell you what, we do have DreamHack Valencia round the corner. I am so excited about this because I'm excited, first of all, to be back on LAN, but I'm also really excited about Europe right now and the way that it is playing out here. The regional finals are happening, of course, July 1st to 3rd. If you guys are around, please come and join on the action. We want to hear you in the crowd screaming. They're actually available right now, the tickets, so make sure you go and grab those as well. But bravo, you know, obviously with what happened yesterday, Valencia around the corner, how excited are you about, you know, European Halo right now, the state it's in? Because, you know, we're having a change up, something that we've all wanted. Ascend have been so good, and I don't want to take anything away from how dominant they've been, but just a little bit of freshness, thank God, right?
Oh, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait. I think there's a lot of questions being asked about where everyone's going to settle, where's the dust going to settle for the rest of the EU Pro Series. Of course, keep in mind we have 2 more weeks of it before we even head to Valencia. It'll also be Professional Halo's first major event in Spain. A pretty historic weekend for sure, and I think no one's going to be able to place bets on exactly how these teams are going to fall in that final tournament, so it's going to be great to be at the regional. So make sure you come out. If you're anywhere near in Southern Europe, make sure you get out there.
Yes, please do. Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, back to our NA Pro Series now, and we do have a grand final on our hands and a bracket reset just lurking in the background, hopefully for Optic Gaming. But Cloud9, they're looking to seal the deal right here, right now in this best of 5. I'll tell you what, somebody who's looking to be a part of that, of course, is Stellar. He's our AMD Power Performance. Now, Stellar is just an absolutely lights out player. Not only is he incredible at slaying, but he's just an all-rounder. He just does everything. He's such a game changer. And Gaskin, Stellar, if he's performing at his best, it's extremely dangerous for other teams going up against him because he really can be that game changer in a series.
It's how well he reacts to what the rest of his team is doing, and he just gels and he builds from what they're doing, whether that's reacting to callouts, whether that's ensuring he's in the right place to help another teammate get the objective work done. As you said, an all-rounder in every position you could ever want. The perfect teammate, I'm sure some would describe him as if they've been alongside him before, and we saw that in this tournament. There were times where Bound was putting a little bit of damage down onto a couple of players but falling. If Stellar wasn't there to clean up that damage that Bound had put down, it would have been completely useless. We would have probably been saying, why is Bound in that position? But Stellar can make teammates look good as well. He can make their plays look even better because he is so reactive and so aware of what his teammates are doing. I think that he is an absolute special human being that we have in this HCS competitive scene, and I'm sure that he is going to be at the top of his game for quite some time to come.
I couldn't agree with you there. And honestly, what you were saying there in terms of how he makes his teammates better, he did that with Renegade to a degree, right? I mean, they were almost like a little duo at times on many of the maps and games that we've watched when Renegade was on the roster. And that leads me back to the question I asked Bravo earlier about the pressure on this guy's shoulders right now. Obviously, Bound coming in here in a potential solid replacement there. That's speculation, of course, as he's here filling in. But Stellar, you know, he is that player to watch at this moment in time. I think he is kind of who has to step up on board here with Renegade gone. I think Bound coming in as a main slayer, but Renegade also did bring that type of all-rounder energy as well, and having 2 all-rounders I think is what really separated Cloud9 from a lot of the teams here in Clutch. Do you think that Stellar is going to be able to kind of push that new replacement into that all-rounder position with him?
Yeah, I don't know if it's just on Stellar. I think when you take a look at the other 3, and I'm talking Stellar, Eco, and Penguin, these guys got to be questioning, like, why? Like, why would Renegade want to leave us? Like, he does nothing but gas us up, calls us the iciest players in the game. We've had so much success as a team. We had to slip up at KC, no doubt, but there's a lot of probably anger, a lot of like, prove it. There's a chip on these guys' shoulder. I think they're going to be able to share the burden, and I expect this Cloud9 roster to respond with nothing but like aggressiveness and the want to prove Renegade wrong and the rest of the world wrong. That, hey, yeah, Renegade's a great player, no doubt, but this reminds me a lot of when Neighbor left straight ripping, and then they picked up someone like Snipedown. So Bound, he's in a very similar role as Snipedown was his rookie season, joining a team of pure veterans that were proven. And I'm not saying like Renegade and Neighbor are the same players because they're far from it, but it's a big situation where straight ripping, they came into that rest of the season with something to prove. It was now we have to question their legitimacy as champions. And I think we're going to learn a lot about Cloud9 throughout the rest of this year. I wouldn't be shocked to see the best ever from those 3.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what though, Grand Finals is pretty much ready to go. So without further ado, I'm going to get straight into this one. We got Gaskin and we got Clutch on the mics. Gentlemen, close this one out. Maybe a bracket reset, who knows? We might be in for a long night. So I'm going to have to get a cup of tea. Over to you.
Maybe a bracket reset, Dan, but we're going to have to go through the first best of 5. And Cloud9, they looked really strong with the addition of Bound in that first winners finals. And I think a catalyst flag that could have gone either way really was the swing game type there that gave Cloud9 the momentum and the lead in the series that they really needed to have the ability to close the door on Optic Gaming the first time around. As we take a look at the series layout this time around, there's no catalyst in this first best of 5. what speaks to you when you talk about the legacy of these two teams, their history through Halo Infinite, and their opportunity here in this first series?
I will say that I think this series layout looks a bit better for Optic Gaming than the one did prior in the winners finals, but at the same time, I still think Optic should have won that in the winners finals. The fact that they're losing to Cloud9 will be a little bit embarrassing for them, purely because that change from Cloud9, you'd assume it would take them time to gel and to work, but that has not been the case whatsoever. Cloud9 have looked just as good, if not even better, in some scenarios than they have in previous online tournaments, so they're going to be looking to try and take this home in this best of 5, not even think about a reset possibility, and start things off on Stronghold's live fire. Typically, we'd be saying, well, you know, this is Optic's home ground. They've been amazing at live fire. That was pre-formal. That was Pistola Optic. That was when they were dominating and not losing on live fire. We saw Optic lose Stronghold's live fire today against the Kansas City Pioneers, so maybe Cloud9 rubbing their hands together a little bit at that first game, as that's their real chance to get a foothold in this series.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Cloud9 really wants to get a hold of this series, and this game one could set the tone going through this entire list of game types. And for Optic Gaming, I think you want to come out strong. You want to prove to Dan Gaskin that it wasn't Pistola being good at live fire, that it was them as a collective team, and I think that they will have the opportunity here. But more importantly, to the Optic Gaming roster, I think they're going to want to prove that they can beat this Cloud9 team, especially with the addition of Bound. You never want to lose to a team that just made a team change, right? Especially like one of your rivals. I would say that Cloud9 and Optic Gaming, through the history of Infinite so far, they've been pretty close. They've matched in several finals against each other, and Cloud9, for some reason, has gotten the better of them. You would hope that with Renegade leaving, this is your time to pounce.
Yeah, you'd think that, but it just hasn't been the script that necessarily was supposed to be written. I think that's been the story of this entire week of Pro Series. Everything that we thought was meant to be the way has been completely thrown out the window. And if Optic want to try and change that script once more, it has to start here in game number 1 on Stronghold's live fire, what used to be their home territory. Are they going to find their footing a little bit better than they did against the Kansas City Pioneers? Or are Cloud9 going to show us why they look so good, even with Bound now joining this roster?
And I like what we saw from Bound in that first time watching these two go at it. Bound was aggressive. He was an objective player. He was very much the entry fragger that this Cloud9 is used to having in Renegade, but maybe a little bit more objective oriented with his gameplay. I think that benefited them at times. We'll have to see if he can consistently play at that level, because I think that's been a knock on Bound throughout the short bit of his start of his career is, can he do it consistently? There's game 5s where I'll watch Bound drop 25, and then there's other game 5s where he'll drop 5. And yes, Slayers, they can go either way, but it really is statistically something that he struggled with on FaZe, was finding that level, that high level of play. I think with a team like Cloud9, with teammates like Eco, Stellar, and Penguin around him, he has an opportunity to really find himself a home, and potentially his play style is a plug and play, best fit case scenario for him. We could be seeing the best of Bound yet as well. I think live fire Strongholds might not be the opening game type for that to really be showcased, but I am going to say that he may bring a little bit more aggressiveness to this Cloud9 team, and that's not something I could probably say about almost any other player if they were being added to this roster.
Yeah, I think that Bound was sometimes guilty of being too aggressive. It was something that Onset was talking about in a previous series when he was on FaZe, but that sometimes is a sign of the rest of the team maybe not keeping up with the pace. It's all well and good to say he's too aggressive because the rest of the team's not with him, but suddenly if you put him on a Cloud9 roster who know how to play the game at a certain speed as well, Bound might find himself being far more comfortable in this environment where suddenly he's got, you know, Stella behind him, or he's got Penguin at the same speed, so he can just dart around a corner and challenge an opposition knowing that he's going to have a teammate with him. And I would say that he didn't look comfortable on FaZe, and perhaps that's why we're seeing him loaned out. And who knows, maybe he could end up back on FaZe. This is definitely not a guaranteed move that we're seeing. It is a loan, I want to reiterate that, but Cloud9 find themselves in a grand finals. They've beaten Optic once. Job 1 has been ticked off the box for Bound, because if they had struggled in this tournament, then maybe the tryout wasn't so much of a success. But for the fact that they've still been able to topple Optic in the winners finals, I think Bound will be saying, well, you know what, I've done what's asked of me, but now you've got to go one step further, win the grand final, show you can do it again.
Yeah, it'd be a statement for them to come out and win this one with a sub. We know how great of a player Bound is. We know what his potential could be, or at least we think we do, but there may be ceilings that are out of sight that this team could reach with a player like Bound. I think it's going to be some growing pains along the way if they do make this an official roster. You got to figure out how to play around Bound. I think showcasing his abilities as far as his fast-paced game paired with his movement is going to create a lot of opportunity if you're able to do it correctly. Bound going to be able to find the first kill of the game. Here's Cloud9 find the first two, and as we get into live fire strongholds, he's already on a tear.
Well, if you want an aggressive player on your team, getting an entry kill and getting the first kill of the game is exactly what you'd ask of them, and now he gets a sniper rifle as a reward, and everyone just falling into place now for Bound. Not only a sniper, but also an overshield. This is just perfect Halo at the moment. It's all falling into place.
Yeah, Bound's like, you know what? Halo with Cloud9, it's a little bit easier. I don't know what it is about this, but everybody's weak. Nobody's looking at me, and all of a sudden, he jumps out to a 4-kill lead, found himself not only overshield, but the sniper in hand. Can't even get the shot off before his teammate's able to finish that kill on the elbow, but does find Formal. That's an easy one. Make it a killing spree. And he hasn't really taken too much damage throughout any of these kills. And another one in Bound's hands. So the superstar new addition for today, at least for Cloud9, really showing out here early.
And it's great to, give more respect to Bound and what he was able to achieve at the end of Halo 5. And there was so much excitement around him being on that FaZe roster as well. And I mean, there still is, but now what an opportunity it could be, as you were saying, very similar to what we've seen in previous iterations of Halo, where these young rookies get a chance against some experienced veterans. They can learn alongside them. And I tell you what, Bound could be maybe just the perfect thing you need, but an overkill for Formal does shut down the early momentum that we've seen from Cloud9.
You want to talk about superstars and new additions to teams making plays? Formal answers Bound's reign of terror from the start of the game with an overkill of himself. And now with snipe in hand, able to land a body shot, focuses on to Bound. Unfortunately, just one shot away from being able to take him down. And Optic, they had all 4 dead for just a moment, but somehow Cloud9 comes off spawn. They get 3 dead from Optic, and what looked like was going to be an opportunity for Optic Gaming to maybe build a lead of their own, I believe is going to be Cloud9 taking advantage of an overextension from a few players on Optic Gaming, and another overshield going to Bound. Unfortunately, it's just a kill and an assist, but even that's going to create another opening for this C9 roster.
Yeah, back-to-back overshields for Bound, very important. 10 kills at the moment. Optic still scoring during that passage of play as well. They take the lead, they force Cloud9 back, and Cloud9 still unable to get hold of B right now. Optic are doing so well to make it scrappy, to be throwing grenades in the right places, and they've managed to recover B, continue to score. And even though Cloud9 have looked great off spawn, Wes, they just haven't quite been able to get hold of those strongholds.
Yeah, it's a testament to Optic Gaming's ability to play the objective and rotate correctly so far. They've been getting outswayed so far in this game 1, but almost ahead, over 50 points. You know the sways are bound to come. No pun intended. In this green wall roster, they do lose 2, and Trippy wisely just leaves that player low. Unfortunately, another member of C9 spawns up over at the Brutes, and gonna find an easy kill there to deny the transfer of C.
I stopped saying no pun intended when I had to cast alongside someone called Clutch for however many months, almost years at this point, and you just try and avoid the word, hoping that you don't end up with a pun. But I tell you what, Bound has been special at the start of the game, but not special enough, because Cloud9 find themselves down by a considerable amount now. Optic have really taken charge of this game, and APG with a sniper rifle in his hands can really be a thorn in the side of Cloud9.
Thorn in the side, a shot to the side of Penguin, as he's able to finish that one off with the battle rifle, but Eco, he's jumped into B, and APG needs to figure out a way to take him down, but Formal takes him down, so APG, he'll help Formal out. Answer. One on the Stellar's dome right there, and a nice quick scope, and APG, that's like the most stereotypical APG snipe I've ever seen, just a side quick scope into someone's head, somehow, some way. He's one of the most underrated snipers in the game, in my opinion. He's been doing it for a long time, and when he's feeling himself and picks up the snipe in the middle of a game, he can go off with it just like anybody. APG continuing to pick up kills as C9 gets stuck over towards the overshield area, and that's not somewhere you want to be on strongholds, because there's no objective to play over there.
Still not been able to get B, have Cloud9. They had to drop out of it because Trippy was so quick to contest there, and Trippy picked up a double kill. Even though Cloud9 have been able to flip C, flip A, flip C, they just haven't been able to get that right pressure onto B. Optic have done so well to consistently just kind of trap them into that stronghold, and they still find themselves scoring.
This Optic Gaming team has such a good understanding of how to rotate and how to play strongholds, especially on live fire, so perfectly. Cloud9 currently struggling with it, and APG puts the last bullet of that S7 to use as he rips Penguin's head off with a nice no-scope, just showing you another opportunity that APG has when he gets that power weapon in hand. Not often do you see it because Formal, Trippy, Lucid, they usually have that snipe, so a pleasure to see APG starting to pop off with it. And Bound, although he has 16 kills, not a lot of objective being done by the C9 roster here, and they got to figure out a way to get a numbers advantage. And unfortunately, power weapons continuing to create such a difference in numbers now as Formal picks up another one with the heat wave.
Well, finally, Cloud9 got hold of B, but Formal's there to try and take it straight away from them, and with a heat wave in his back pocket, should be able to secure it, will secure it. But the biggest difference has been some of the sniper shots. I mean, it can really change the momentum of a game when you are hitting headshots like that. Such a quick kill gives you the player advantage. Then it allows the rest of the team to just press and push the opposition. And Cloud9 have really struggled to recover from some of these headshots that have been hit by APG, who's had the sniper rifle. Optic still scoring, Cloud9 still on the back foot, and this game slowly but surely slipping through their fingers.
Yeah, if you're rooting for a bracket reset, this is exactly what you wanted to see as a fan of the game. 215-62 in game one. Optic Gaming looking to make slight work of the first best of 5 here. It's only game one. It's only a live fire strongholds, but this is a statement being made by Optic right now. Lucid doesn't even pull the trigger as he almost hits the quick scope onto that player in the Brutes. Can't quite figure out a way to get those kills, and a few kills finally going in Cloud9's favor for the moment have now given them a numbers advantage, a strongholds advantage, and they could potentially be looking at a trip cap here. And how long can they hold it?
Formal sends Stella flying off the map, but he had been able to at least grab hold of stronghold first, and Optic find themselves scoring once more. Cloud9 just unfortunately constantly on the back foot with not just slays, but in terms of controlling these strongholds has been really where they've struggled. Even though Bound individually has been performing very well with 18, objective work hasn't quite been there for anyone, mainly just because of the sheer amount of control we've seen from Optic Gaming.
Yeah, it was almost a momentary trip cap for Cloud9. You saw the death of Eco from the repulsor, and since then it's almost been a trip cap for Optic Gaming. 236-78, 14 points is all they need. It'd be perfect Halo required to even talk about a comeback, but we'd be doing that in about 3 minutes if perfect Halo had been played till then. Unfortunately, it's going to be even harder when Formal has the heat wave, has the snipe in hand, and has every intention of putting this to use and ending this game one as fast as possible. Unlike the oddball game earlier, they want this one over. They want to push Cloud9 out of the way of this first best of 5. Game one looking very strong for Optic, but kills coming through once again. Nobody home for that heat wave snipe combo for Formal. He gets taken down. 10 points to go, however, so Cloud9 needing this next overshield is a win condition.
Optic know full well this is going to be a marathon if they are able to get back into this grand finals and win this grand finals with a reset. But they can't get too hasty, they can't get too needy for this victory right now. They've got plenty of time to work with. Sure, it's total control right now for Cloud9, but with only 10 points needed, Optic just need one set of slays, one set of all 4 dead, and they should be able to close out this game. But Cloud9 have the opportunity still to get back in this game. As Wes said, have to play pretty much perfect Halo, but if anyone's going to do it, probably would be Cloud9.
We've seen Cloud9, when they get a trip cap, things start to get scary. They can hold it for the entire game. We know that of them. Just, do they have it in them here and now against the green wall? This would be a statement win from Cloud9. They've got it up to 130 at this point. They do lose A momentarily, but the pressure onto A, you can clearly see Stellar. He has his focus on this stronghold. Can't quite finish Formal, and he's going to opt to try and transfer this stronghold over, and he's going to have to once again go into a battle with Formal, but luckily Eco able to continue to keep Formal's shields low, and because of it, they now have a numbers advantage as they look to push on to B as well.
This is always scary when the opponent has B. You've got to close the gap quickly because you know full well there could be a split spawn and one of A or C could be being taken, but Optic are doing, or sorry, excuse me, Cloud9 doing pretty well to fight all of Optic Gaming in every single stronghold right now. And the longer we see total control, the longer we see all three of those strongholds in control of Cloud9, the likelihood of a comeback becomes increasingly worrying if you're an Optic fan.
Yeah, are they going to give A up is the big question. 178 is great, but still more work needed to be done by Cloud9, and Penguin drops down bottom middle. He's got to figure out a way to apply some pressure onto Formal here into B. They got to get this kill. They got to continue B, and unfortunately, he gets the reset, but no kill. So Formal able to hop right back into it, but Bound binds two on the APG and Formal. Can he stay alive? No. Lucid answers it back, and now it's all up to Stellar to try and keep this one in Cloud9's favor. Unfortunately, Stellar gets taken down, and now 5 points is all Optic need.
Should be wrapped up finally for Optic Gaming. There's the 250. There's the first map going in favor of the green wall. Cloud9, they looked a little bit scary in the latter stages, but I think there was just too big a gap that Optic had been able to create in the very start of that game. It was really a very impressive kind of momentum swing that we saw. A lot of it came from the sniper rifle control from APG as well. But now 1-0 lead, that's exactly what you need to see if you want to even dream of a bracket reset. Job number 1 has been completed.
But you have to talk about Cloud9's ability to make that game interesting and what that'll do for their mentality going forward, at least in this first best of 5. You never want to get blown out like 250 to 20 and have that game only take just a few minutes for Optic Gaming to really gain momentum here in this series. So a little bit of a head nod to Cloud9 to make that one maybe a little bit more interesting than it ever should have been. But still, like you said, Optic Gaming, the first step to resetting the bracket, to getting an even setting and footing here in the grand finals is done. Game 1 goes in their favor, and now it's up to a game 2 Team Slayer for them to try and capitalize on, because Cloud9 can make this first series very long if they're able to at least win this game 2.
Just looking at those overall stats, I mean, Cloud9 outslayed Optic overall in the game, and that shows the period of time when they did have control. They were really impressive with the amount of slays they were able to put down, but it was just a little bit too late. But this is what we wanted from the grand final. We wanted to see a fight back from Optic, who would have been disappointed to drop down into the elimination bracket after that winners game earlier. A nice overkill for Formal as well to rescue back what was a pretty impressive start from Cloud9, the initial 30-40 points going in their favor, but then Optic suddenly turned into a different beast to make sure they got back and very far ahead in that game.
They just consistently were able to play with the numbers advantage through the mid game, and I think it really was the prowess of the overshield, the rockets, the snipe, the heat wave. I'm sorry, like that amount of power. They were consistently able to trade damage and DPS more than Cloud9 was. Gave them so much opportunity and advantage to out-rotate, to continue to have 2 strongholds along the way. Even if you're trading kills, when you are able to continue to control to the strongholds, that's all that matters. Trading efficiently is everything to this green wall team. That's why you saw the recipe for success there. But as we change our focus, it's going to be a Street Slayer as game 2. Rockets spawn up bottom middle, and Cloud9 need to get back into this one, and I couldn't think of a better game type for them to do it.
Yeah, it's a really nice game type for Cloud9 and how they play the game and how they try and worm their way back into a series, that's for sure. But at the same time, a pretty solid map for Optic statistically, both on LAN and in tournament play in online competition. They always seem to find victories here on Slayer Street, so expect a very fast-paced action game between these two, competing for the likes of the Rockets, the likes of the Bulldog. Already, we see 4-4 on the scoreboard.
Love that play from Formal. His job was to go bottom middle for Rockets. He gets weak. He relocates into tires from going up the stairs from B. He gets a free flank that awards him 2 kills. Rockets still remain neutralized here in the middle of the map, but Formal already finding 2 APG2 of his own. The game is in Cloud9's favor, however. 5-5 as Bound picks up that set of Rockets finally.
Certainly in their favor now. You've got Rockets to work with. It should be 2 guaranteed kills. Is 2 guaranteed kills. He may have gone down, but I don't think he'll mind. I think when you have Rockets in your hands, you know the responsibility is to at least get 1, if not 2. So job done there for Bound. 8-7, a 1-kill lead, but everyone quite spread out across the map at the moment for Cloud9. Penguin on his own, and if Optic can suss him out, that could be a free kill and their perfect way to try and initiate an attack.
Stellar has the Stalker rifle. That's good information from Lucid. Actually gets to stay alive as well. So often Does the player get removed from the map? And a good job by Lucid to just have perfect timing to catch the flank from Penguin. And there it is, 4 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming with the entire map at their disposal.
And that's the perfect example of how risky a flank is. I know that Penguin was kind of forced to go for it as Formol gets a perfect with the Stalker rifle. But if you leave your teammates in a 4 versus 3, they're going to be decimated. And if you aren't there to make a difference, you will also fall as well. As Cloud9 now are 3 kills behind because of it. And Trippy and Optic are all pushing in, getting aggressive because they've got everything they should need. They've got the Bulldog, they've got the weapons. Rocket's also coming up now, so they'll try and set up for these ones.
You're seeing the influence of the sandbox here from Optic once again here in game 2. The Bulldog shotgun, the Stalker rifle, it's impacted the game so far. It's just 18-12, but Rockets, they're in the hands of Trippy as well, and he's got the Bulldog to pair with it. The most powerful Spartan on the streets right now as he's got both power weapons in his hand. Can't quite find the first kill with the rocket, but the Bulldog will get the job done on the Penguin. Changes it out for a Sentinel beam, and honestly, this one, it's strong as well, but he'd much rather have the ability to use some range here, so he's going to trade it out for the battle rifle, back up, reset the map a little bit, and I like that by him because he does not want to hand this Bulldog over to Cloud9.
Definitely not, because we saw what Eco was able to do with the Bulldog earlier on in the winners bracket finals on streets. You can't allow him to start having the same amount of impact, the same amount of damage. 23-16, make it 17, but it's still a significant lead here for Optic Gaming. And I think they just need to keep the same kind of pressure. Every time Cloud9 are spawning, Optic are very much on their tails. They're very much getting in their faces and saying, look, we're not going to allow you to even think about pushing out. We're always going to be taking these fights.
Formol kind of gets caught out as he was trying to finish Stellar in the ATM position there, and a good job by Bound to have Stellar's back. Good teamwork by Cloud9 to make it just a 5-kill game here and now. Optic Gaming still in the lead for now. Penguin, he's behind enemy lines. He finds 1. Eco finds 2 in the kill feed, and that's a 3-for-1 trade from Cloud9. They'll take that to make it a 3-kill game.
Bulldog doesn't quite fire that far, and Stalker Rifle wins in that engagement, but there's the cleanup crew coming in. Both teams are being so successful with their cleanups, Wes. I mean, assists are very much on the scoreboard that you can see, but as soon as a player goes down, there's always the trade from someone else, and that's what impresses me most about these two squads. The communication is very much on point, and the dedication to throw their bodies on the line to save their teammates.
Look at those kills, though. Cloud9 gets some kills right as Rockets are about to come up. Unfortunately, nobody from Cloud9 really in a position to pick them up as they came off respawn, so now they're gonna have to reslay in order to secure these. Trippy, he slides right past the Rockets, unfortunately can't pick him up, and now Cloud9, they found 2, make it a 3rd, and Rockets are guaranteed to go into the C9 hands.
Trippy says it's a little bit slippy, and because of it, Eco's been able to get the Rockets in his hands and finds a triple kill. Lucid is gonna be the last remaining player, just desperately trying to stay alive, but Eco sniffs him out, 36-31, and Cloud9 suddenly start to run away with things when previously Optic had the lead.
Look at the change of events here. 5-kill lead for Optic Gaming turns immediately into a 5-kill lead for C9. They get the Slays right before the Rockets come up. They get the Rockets, they wash, rinse, repeat the Slays once again. They flip the score on its head, and now Cloud9 in the driver's seat to tie this series up.
Nice kill from Penguin. Actually gets the assist in the end, but just good shots to help from behind. Penguin's been playing on his own quite a lot, but it works out when the team and the rest of the 3 can really put presence on the map so that Penguin can go unnoticed, get behind, and just pummel Optic Gaming. Suddenly it's a 5-kill swing in the other favor. Eco with 17 kills right now. It just seems like Streets is his home.
Definitely finding a groove today on Streets, that's for sure. Second Streets game in a row, Eco has absolutely popped off. A beautiful play by Penguin to hide behind that pillar. Just play for information, find an easy kill on a Trippy. And look at that, get another player weak before getting away with his life. Even more important that he stays alive here, and they extend the lead to 6.
How do Optic Gaming respond then? They've been leading for so much of this, but now they've got to try and break out of Tram. That's difficult enough as it is, but at least there's teamwork in Red Room to take down the first. 5-kill game once more, but Eco being a little bit of a sneaky beaver, and if he can get the jump on Optic Gaming, this could be the final push that they need Cloud9 to really close out this game, but he's not really sure where the Optic members have got to. Finally spots 3 of them out though.
Great shots from Eco, and it's no wonder. He's been so successful. Unfortunately, a player from Optic Gaming, there's a reason Eco couldn't find him, and it's because he's not on the map anymore. We've had a technical issue as they've dropped out. All the momentum was in Cloud9's hands. I'm sure as we potentially look at a reset that Cloud9 will have an advantage, but maybe not the same map control of an advantage, maybe not the same momentum. And maybe Optic Gaming will have something to say about it when we get back. But until then, Dan, tell me what you saw differently change in the middle of that game that shifted the entire momentum, potentially, of this series back into Cloud9's favor.
Well, there was two things. The Bulldog control finally getting in the hands of Cloud9 made a big difference because we know how much of a power weapon that is on the map, but also Penguin's flanks really started to pay off. At the start of the game, he was trying to be a little bit sneaky. Sometimes his hand was forced because he spawned away from the rest of the team. But then he realized that actually if the rest of his team were showing enough presence, if they were being aggressive enough to try and seem like they were 4 players, then suddenly Penguin wasn't being looked for. And I don't know if it was just by chance that Cloud9 were able to look that aggressive and that scary when they were pushing as a 3, but Penguin took full advantage. The amount of damage he was doing in the backside of Optic Gaming, they weren't really prepared for it. Then they just got squeezed, and that Cloud9 had that period of play where they got almost 9-10 kills pretty much unanswered, and that really flipped it in their favor, and Optic didn't really know what to do with it. They were kind of caught on the back foot, consistently spawning overwards into Tram, and it's so hard to find your way out of Tram.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point. I remember watching from Lucid's point of view, he's able to spot Penguin out on that flank, and they were able to get all 4 members of Cloud9 dead without dropping a single life, and it was because he had that perfect timing. When you don't have that perfect timing and Penguin's able to get behind enemy lines, that can be a real headache for that team. So you have to start paying attention to the players on these teams, especially like the Penguins of the world, the Ryan Noobs of the world, that will get behind you, that you have to keep tabs on. And if you do not see him, he's probably making a play to disrupt your entire play that your team thinks you formulated into a successful push, right? He's going to ruin everything by being behind you. So if Cloud9 can continue that success, we'll see. But
yeah, we will see it. But I mean, I think there is a case of looking at what Penguin was doing and how important it was that he made himself in a position where it could work out. And an update from the floor, Cloud9 will take the victory in that one. There's not going to be any sort of reset. I think Optic were happy to concede that one considering the position where Cloud9 were, and it's going to be a 50-39 lead, and we will find ourselves going into a King of the Hill recharge. So Cloud9 rewarded for the period where they just absolutely dominated Optic. They don't have to worry about any sort of resets and what might happen with starting strategies. It means we go to game 3 tied up 1-1.
I actually love that, the fact that we don't have to worry about the map control that Cloud9 or the momentum they had in that game. So hats off to both these teams agreeing to move forward, understanding that Cloud9 had that one in the bag, bar a miracle. And as we focus on game 3, King of the Hill recharge, a new map mode, or a new mode on a very familiar map for both these two teams. We're going to learn a lot about these two as we get this one underway and how their ideology of King of the Hill should be played, because I think there's a lot of different ways to play some of these hills, some more powerful than others, and we'll see what naturally comes, as not a lot of practice time for either one of these two as we get into this game 3.
And something that we've been talking about all day long, all tournament long, is how are these teams going to play King of the Hill? Are they going to go for a more setup heavy driven approach? Are they going to go for a more sporadic and aggressive approach of just throwing your bodies on the line? And sure, it's sometimes hill dependent. For example, bottom hill in recharge, it does become a little bit of, I just need to throw my body on the line, get in the mixer, and hope to do as much damage as possible so my spawners can help me out. Let's see how these two teams play though. Very excited for this one.
Very excited, as unfortunately the point of view that we hopped on board with, he's already taken down, and Bound, he's found himself 2 kills once again at the start of the game. Bound has created an opening for this C9 roster. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Trippy able to secure that camo, find himself a Needler, and get a nice easy kill to at least deny any hill time for Cloud9 in this first rotation for now. But the rest of Cloud9, it looks like they've had enough success to acquire some of the map control here on recharge.
I will say one of the biggest differences I've noticed from North America to Europe after casting both in these last couple of days is the sandbox, the use of the needler, for example. Very rare you see some of the top Europeans actually pick that needler up. Actually, not enough, though, when you realize how powerful that weapon is. As demonstrated there, you can really get a jump on an opponent and get a free kill at times. So maybe that's what we need to start seeing. A few more teams start to utilize some of these weapons that are available to them.
Yeah, let me tell you, plenty of death slams from my end when I get needlered by Greg over on the competitive insights team. It's been happening for 3 years. It's been happening too long. I tried to get it removed from every map, but
it's still there.
Go in my favor. I got outvoted. Just a joke, but very powerful weapon, especially like you're saying, when you catch players off guard. The battle ensues for bottom middle as Eco comes out on top. He's able to find Lucid as he was one shot. But this bottom middle hill, Dan, if you haven't learned by now, it's much of a mosh pit, especially when you're playing against as fast of players as Cloud9 and Optic Gaming, and I think that that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, sometimes it's just hoping for the best when you're in that hill, hoping that you don't see a grenade land at your toesies, and that can depend on which corner you want to stand in, because sure, some angles you're a little bit more vulnerable to BR shots, others to grenades, so it's about picking your poison at some points. But Cloud9 have done the better out of the two with picking up the early time, but they've not been able to achieve it the point just yet, as Bound somehow gets a camouflage in all of this mayhem.
Second camera of the game still remains, or the first hill, I should say, remains as the second camo comes up, but it's allowed Bound the opening to secure those last final points, and Cloud9 are going to jump up to an early 1-0 lead here in King of the Hill. 4 minutes on the clock. And as we continue to go throughout this game, this clock will become a factor, especially with how talented these teams are. Every one of these hills, you can bet, is going to be highly contested. And although Optic are in it for now, APG is going to have a lot of pressure on his hands very shortly because Cloud9 got the slaves to get to his position.
Yeah, this is one of the hills that if you set up correctly can be a really strong hold and very difficult to try and push up on, but Cloud9 have demonstrated if you do it correctly, you can break it by trying to maneuver your way either through blue or up through the C stairs, depending on what vision your opponent has on you. So Cloud9 did well to worm their way in there, slay heavily, and now they've got some control. But are Optic going to be able to do the same thing? They're again going for the blue and C push here, and it has worked out enough to at least stop Cloud9 scoring.
Yeah, not quite the setup Cloud9 needed right there in order to potentially cap that one in just one go, but a good chunk in their direction. But Optic Gaming, because they had that early time in this second hill, they're able to match that chunk of time. And as we see that bar continue to approach its end, Optic Gaming are in a great position to try and tie this one up, especially with APG landing some perfect shots over in pipes.
Yeah, Cloud9 just going to give this one up? It looks like they're setting up towards Elevator already, and that's something that we're going to be seeing a lot of throughout HCS Pro play. A team recognizing that a push is very unlikely and maybe just too risky because you have the opportunity to set up and get a considerable amount of time in Elevator, and this is probably one of the freest, I'd say, points to be able to score in King of the Hill if you get the perfect setup. It's so difficult to try and break into Elevator, but let's see how Optic manage it.
Crucial to be able to jump out to a 2-1 lead here. 4 minutes still on the clock, but Cloud9 doing such a good job to hold this elevator position so far, and look how quickly this hill is going in Cloud9's favor. Even Stellar with camo is going to be able to hop into it, making it even more difficult for Optic Gaming to try and approach this one, and they're going to have maybe one more chance at a push to successfully break this setup, or it's going to be Cloud9 jumping off to another lead.
Stellar unfortunately gets caught in the crossfire and gets spotted out because of it, but there is so much time that's been secured by Cloud9, but they've not quite got over the line. Optic just about wrestle control. It looks like Cloud9 dip their toes in once more to secure that point, go 2-1 up, and that hill's moving once more. So have Optic positioned themselves down for that bottom blue one, or is it just going to be a straight out scrap to see who can get the first setup?
APG in a crucial 1v1 against Stellar, and Stellar comes out on top this time around. Stellar making a statement with that kill, being able to pick up the shock rifle, get some good damage, and potentially get Lucid out of this hill. And Cloud9 tried to take a 3-1 lead now with control of this bottom tunnel hill. And Stellar with shock rifle in hand, you know he doesn't want to sit here. He's got to figure out a way to have a teammate maybe substitute him out. But in the meantime, gonna try and make the best of this situation. Can't quite hit the shock rifle, but wisely just gets out of the hill for a second. Potentially gets his shield back. I actually like this play by him to say, you know what, somebody else finally get this. I have a power weapon and you know what I can do with it.
Sometimes, though, when you take those risks and you do take a shock rifle into areas like that, you can really catch the enemy off guard, and it didn't happen on that occasion, but just shows the confidence from Stellar and him also recognizing the important factors of this game, and that was the hill. It was getting the repulsor, it was getting control of down here, and I tell you what, there's the perfect, there's the double, and that's what you need to do when you have a weapon like that in an area down here.
Absolutely, just hit some unbelievable shots. That's all you need to do, ladies and gentlemen. And Stellar, although it wasn't enough to get Optic out of the hill, he's going to weaken their setup opportunity, and that could potentially allow Cloud9 to find an opening here as they come off respawn. We'll see how this one plays out. In the meantime, Lucid, he's found himself a camo. He caught Eco off guard, and with it, they're able to gain numbers control. And the rest of Cloud9, they're stuck top middle in no man's land. Lucid getting some great damage onto both these players, and now 3 dead once again. Eco coming off spawn, and he's forced to back up as well. And Optic Gaming are going to tie this one up with some great control, and that's exactly how you set up for that bottom tunnel hill. You apply pressure, you stagger the respawners, and Lucid giving you a masterclass with that camo on how to do that.
Yeah, so well played by Optic. They recognized the camouflage was coming up soon. They were patient, they got the camo, they got the setup, and then how they were able to flank with that camouflage and the support at the end made it so difficult for Cloud9 to even think about another push. So instead, we head once more over towards the Whirlpool area this time for the final hill in this rotation. Stella's picked up another kill, but APG is getting the points as it stands, but Bound will clean him up. And now Cloud9 are going to be scoring.
Great assists from the men over on the C9 roster so far throughout this game. 3 of them have double digits. Stellar, the only reason he has 5 is because he's 4ing everything in sight. Although this game is still tied, Optic Gaming doing everything to stay in this one, but it has always been a tied game or a Cloud9 lead. We'll see if Optic Gaming have what it takes to take the lead here finally in this game 3. To take the lead in this first best of 5 would be massive for them. You know, they do not want this one to go the distance. They want to try and end this one and get to the next one as fast as possible. Meanwhile, Cloud9, they don't want to reset at all. They want to end this one here and now. So this this 5th hill, I'm sorry, could be the pivotal one that matters most.
Yeah, it's the last one before we head back down to bottom middle again. Stella tries to take the fight against Formal, and that's going to be so important to get that kill. Finally, he gets wiped out, but now a camouflage and hill control for Penguin. I think camouflage huge on this map with King of the Hill, of course, because you can just stand for free in the hill and sometimes catch an unexpected player who just walks on in and you get the back smack. The Penguin's going to go hunting his prey.
They know APG's down here somewhere. Someone spots him before he can get around the corner, and because of it, it's an easy kill for Penguin here, making an easy double for Penguin. He hits right back into the hill, and once again, Optic Gaming gonna have about one more opportunity for a push. When that bar gets to about 75%, you better get moving off your respawn if you want any chance to try and deny it from your enemy team.
A lot of pressure coming in now from Optic. They do get control of the hill temporarily, but with 2 falling, if Cloud9 get 1 more kill, you feel like this should be their hill, should be their point, and they'll take the lead 3-2, and that will be the case. So now the hill sends back to bottom middle, and you don't really want to be down when it's a bottom middle hill, because one team can play a little bit more passive. They can almost bait you in because they know full well you have to make the move.
And I know there's 2 minutes and 13 seconds on the clock, but the first time this hill was around, it lasted probably over 2.5 minutes, as it was plenty of time for a second camo to influence the outcome of it. Wisely, Optic Gaming gets the slays they need. They had 4 dead for a moment. They were able to get a little bit of time, and every single little bit of piece of time in this bottom mid hill matters most. 3 dead for Cloud9 once again, but the kills are being traded back and forth as they usually are in this bottom mid hill, and somehow, some way, Stellar stays alive.
Cloud9 will be more than happy for this to be a scrappy hill, for that time to start dwindling away, because that could become a factor. Probably shouldn't, but definitely could, as Optic now find themselves 2 down, and with Bound in the area he is, and the grenades he's been hitting means that Cloud9 should be able to score a considerable amount of points here.
Most people would just leave Lucid alive in the back pipes, especially with the hill bottom middle, but Bound pushes him. He has a teammate pushing him from the other side. They want Lucid down, and that is an executed play of taking out Lucid, removing him from the map, putting him back on respawn, and look at this, already doing it once again. 5 seconds later, Bound able to find himself another double kill, a killing spree, and look at the time throughout this entire slaying prowess from Bound that Cloud9 have been able to achieve here on this bottom mid hill. They've almost capped it and ended this game.
I mean, Bound was just doing some disgusting things right then and was single-handedly ripping apart Optic Gaming, but the game has not been won. The hill has not been secured, and Formal now has a shock rifle, and maybe it's his chance to show what he can do individually. You've got to hit some headshots here. Misses the first, and now that's going to be the kind of cool time for Cloud9 to say, okay, we need to start pushing as soon as he misses those shots.
3 dead for Cloud9. Optic Gaming, they can do this. They can create an opportunity here. Formal's able to trade. They continue to keep this at a 2v2, and APG just like that, right back in the hill. Can he get this kill onto Stellar? No, Stellar takes him down, and that was a momentary 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Cloud9 jumping the hill, and someone's got to get in, and it's got to be Lucid. You got to drop, because the hill, it's neutral for now. Nobody from Cloud9 close. You got a little bit of time here, but any mistake Optic Gaming make, and Cloud9 will cap this point in this game, but Optic Gaming do it. They get in the hill themselves. They award themselves those last few final points, and they tie this one up as it goes to long haul.
Wow, we send us to another hill, and this is going to be in long haul. As you say, Lucid in the perfect spot to get the early time here, but he needs help. Bounds found the first kill. Formal's got the sword, but now he gets passed off. That's going to be shock rifle and sword in the hands of Cloud9. Still has to stay alive.
Wisely backs up. He's got shock rifle and sword in hand. Stellar with an opportunity to take his team home here in game 3. Denies camo from Trippy with a little bit of help. Looks to be aggressive on the Formal, but the Slays, they're being done for him. Bound finds another kill in the kill feed, his 30th of the game. They have a full setup here in long haul, and if they can hold this one, they can take the lead here in the grand finals. They get information that it's going to be a pipes push from Optic Gaming. The respawners have come through. Multiple members are spotted. Top glass and Bound. He's under a lot of pressure. Wisely backs up. Can he stay alive? Lucid's there to take him down. APG finds 2. 3 dead for Cloud9.
Stella manages to get 1, but now all 4 down for Cloud9, and it's Optic's chance to set up here. How quick are Cloud9 off spawn, though, to try and get a little bit of a push on the go? They know a sword is going to be in the hands of Optic, so you've got to be very careful with how you try and push this one, where you go, but it might have to be a blue and C stairs push at this rate.
They get the numbers advantage with a kill onto Formal. They've got to figure out a way to stay alive. He's no shield in the corner of the hill here. APG doing his best. He unfortunately can't get his shield back, and that's Trippy going down as well. Cloud9 have done it. They have broken the setup of Optic Gaming, and I'm not sure Optic Gaming are even going to have an opportunity to get here in time. It's going to be Lucid. He's coming in. Formal finds a kill with the shock rifle, but no one's there. Lucid backs up, and because of it, Cloud9 get the point. That's the 4th one of the game, and that's going to do it. Cloud9 will take game 3. It's as close as it could have been, Dan, but Cloud9 close it out. Even without Renegade, they proved their iciness still remains.
We could have not asked for a better King of the Hill demonstration on Recharge there by 2 of the best teams, not just in North America, but in the world. They're such fine margins, like 1 or 2 kills, a grenade, a BR shot making the difference there, and all it takes is just 1 push going wrong, and then suddenly the other team takes full advantage. The fact that Optic got back into that game with that bottom hill was crazy enough, but then they had control. They had the long haul setup, but in Cloud9 break through, they break back. So back and forth, it was like a tennis game. I loved every second of it.
So much chaos, especially on that last hill. I mean, APG somehow gets a triple as they push from glass, which they have no business breaking the setup with that kind of a push. But it somehow works out. APG finds 3. You think now it's Optic Gaming starting to get this game in their favor, and somehow, some way, they're able to kill Formal in the back of blue that turn it a 4-on-3. And from that 4-on-3 moment, I mean, Cloud9 do what they do best. They trade out damage, and they come out successful there. Bound with 31 kills of his own. And this young superstar given a chance to play with some of the best in the game, proving why he deserves that chance here and now with 7,900 damage to match with it.
Yeah, 8.4k on the side for Lucid as well. He was very much tearing through Cloud9, but it was that period of play for Bound, wasn't it, where he just didn't miss for like a solid 2 minutes, and he was just destroying everything that was in his path. Even left a few extra body shots on the corpses on the ground, and maybe that was a little bit of a statement towards Optic Gaming. And is that going to frustrate them? Is that going to encourage them? Is that going to spur them on? I guess we'll only see when we get into game number 4. That King of the Hill game really had everything, and if you were wondering just how King of the Hill was going to play at the very top competitive level, it's certainly going to provide a lot of entertainment and excitement.
Oh yeah, how many of those hills went down to the last final few seconds, and maybe one BR fight determined the winner, right? Because you win your gunfight, you're able to influence another gunfight. You're able to get a little bit of damage onto a second player, and because of that, now your teammate has the advantage. So many times we saw Stellar winning his pivs, Bound getting his multi-kills. Plays like that across the board from everybody in this game, not just the Cloud9 roster. Optic Gaming played their hearts out in that game 3. Only one team could come out on top, and if we were playing to the best of 5 hills, who knows who would have won. But Cloud9 going to take the lead here going into game 4, up 2-1 here in our grand finals. And now or never, it's Optic Gaming's chance to push this series the distance with an opportunity to play another best of 5. We're going to have to settle it here on Aquarius CTF, Dan. And Optic Gaming, I know they're strong at this, but so are C9 as of late.
Yeah, I mean, Optic Gaming are very strong, but you're completely right. Cloud9, it's not like they're going to be unfamiliar to this one. This, you could argue, is probably the perfect game type they could have to try and wrap this one up, because CTF Aquarius is one of those games that everyone at the top level knows how to play it. It's very core. It's not like Bound is going to walk onto this team and suddenly be like, oh, where do I go? Who do I shoot? He knows. He's played it before. He's done it with FaZe. He can do it with now Cloud9, who are going to be arguably even better at doing everything he had done before. So I think Optic will be a little bit concerned here going into Capture the Flag Aquarius, and this very much could be a 3-1 in favor of Cloud9 if Optic do not play at their very best.
And you see the best out of Optic, and for C9 to be able to win this Pro Series with the addition of Bound, with the substitution of Bound, that would be a statement to the entire league that, hey, yeah, Renegade's gone, but we may have just gotten better here, because beating Optic, especially in these online Pro Series, it has not been something that is very easy. It has not been something that has been done often. And that would be a massive statement with the potential to improve. A chip on these guys' shoulders, that's the last thing you wanted to see. If you're competition, if you're a C9 fan, you want every bit of it. Give me all of the chips in that bag. Camo, it's utterly important for these teams to try and control. We saw it be so influential there in the King of the Hill game just now, and on CTF, so many plays can be made. So a much needed prioritization here on the camouflage, the heat wave, and especially those dynamo grenades, because you know how impactful those can be as well.
Well, it's game 4. Pro Series is back, and it's Cloud9 versus Optic Gaming, a tale as old as time. Sentinels, FaZe, E-United, they all watch on. They didn't compete today, and I'm sure they'll be eagerly awaiting next week so that they can have their stab at both of these teams. But for now, only one of these two can be a champion. And Cloud9, they're on the brink of a championship right here in Pro Series number 5. And Bound has got a camouflage again, Wes. I've noticed it in every single game today. Bound has objectively been on point when it comes to picking up those power-ups.
I was about to say, Overshield as well on Livefire. He's having one hell of a start to just about every single one of these games, and what that can do as far as momentum, just opportunity to get off on the right footing, can be so good for a team. But speaking of getting off on the right footing, even though Bound gets camo, it's Slays going in the hands of Optic Gaming, and actually nobody is traded out. You can't often say that, and because of it, APG is going to have a clear-cut opportunity to get this flag the distance, but unfortunately he chooses to run it high, and because he runs it high and receives a little bit of damage, he's forced to drop it and run away, and now that's staggered the travel time of this flag, and unfortunately that's given Bound the opportunity to find 2, and this flag could not be capped, which was looking like a guaranteed based off the time APG pulled.
But somehow APG survived for what seemed like forever, got some dynamos, managed to do some damage, big kill from Formal to get the touch, and Trippy's there to support, but from across the map again, Bound gets a double, gets the touch. It seems like a battle of wits at the moment, who can get in the better position for the angles, and if they can get a re, it could be the opener here for C9.
Can't get the re quite yet. Looks like Optic have been able to get the touch. Pay attention to the kill feed here. Stellar goes down. Lucid, he's traded out, but unfortunately Formal's able to find a second, and that's just going to make it a 2-2 even trade, and Bound's going to leave that flag behind, and he's going to be aggressive. Stops Trippy from being able to activate that camo. It does get burned, but that's a big kill from Bound to make sure Optic doesn't have a camo player in the pursuit of trying to get this return, and somehow Penguin has already come off spawn, found himself a double, and hopped on the return. So you know the position of that spawn was good, but the play he was able to make was even better. And now the reinforcements from Cloud9 try to get this return, but Formal finds a big kill on the Stellar.
This is C9 throwing everything at this flag to try and get the return, but it doesn't look like it's going to be successful. Optic should be able to hold on, surely, but no, Penguin off the spawn gets a triple.
We just watched her get a double.
How on earth have they been able to do this?
I don't understand how Penguin's able to influence that return 3 different times. He had to have been spawning closet and getting there so quickly with those slide boosts. You know he was hitting them. He was hitting the shots to pair with them. It's been a triple kill, and it's given Cloud9 the lead here. 1-0 early still in this game 4, but a must win for Optic Gaming. And you do not want to see them fall behind, especially more than 1 flag. Formal, he wins his 1v1 against Eco, even though he was no shield there. And this could be exactly what Optic Gaming needed to get a flag on the move once again.
Formal will start the run. The mistake they made previously was that flag just staying up top, putting it in such an awkward position to get it back down, but Formal's not even able to get it that far, because who better than Bound to take him down once more? Bound has been absolutely phenomenal, not just in this game, but in this entire series and this entire tournament. I had a lot of questions about how he was going to perform whilst he's on loan here to Cloud9, but if this is a tryout, right? If this is his big test to be whether he's good enough to be on this team to replace Renegade, I tell you what, I think he's done his job already, regardless of what happens in this grand final.
I think he passed. Absolutely. If this was a test, Bound's gameplay has been nothing but a success, a pass in my books as well. But the job for Cloud9 is not great gameplay, it's championships. They have expectations of accolades, these 3. Even without Renegade, they want to win, and Bound, they think he may be another key piece to helping them continue that dominant streak that they have had in the past. And Bound with this camo found himself a double. Unfortunately, respawners from Optic Gaming come out of the side of the base together, and because of it, Bound just not enough firepower, not enough health to try and deal with 2 players at once.
Someone who's been stepping up in this game as well is Penguin. I mean, the amount of damage he's been able to output in sometimes 1v2s has been really helpful for Cloud9's position. Sometimes when they're behind in a player situation where like 3 are dead on the other team, or 3 are dead on his team, and he's the last remaining player, he's really been able to just go against everything you'd expect to happen, take down at least 1 and then do damage on the second of Optic Gaming, and that's really helped out Cloud9 to stop Optic from being able to run some of these flags. 6 minutes 47 remaining, only the 1 scored so far. Cloud9 have the lead, but Optic are slaying in a way that would suggest they are the aggressors right now. They're the ones who are looking to try and get back into this game. They've had so much success with the amount of kills they've been able to find in the last couple of minutes.
A lot of kills, but no flag caps as of yet. Optic Gaming trying to get into the pink side of the base. Unfortunately, Lucid does lose that heat wave eventually, and he's been known to go off with it, so you'd like to see it back in his hands if you're a Green Wall fan. Bound, he's going to make a little bit of room, a little bit of space, pink side of the map with that kill onto Trippy for C9 to spawn up with a little bit less pressure onto them. Still a couple of players to deal with in their base, and Formal, he gets taken down, and Bound's going to try and relocate to try and take down APG with Stellar, and they do a good job to flush out Optic from their base, keep closet control, and now let's see if they can get a successful push of their own. A big kill from Trippy, though, to stall that push and to allow Optic to come off spawn as well.
It's like Bound just suddenly saw red. The camouflage was up, and he was like, oh, I'm not in a position to get it again. I need to make sure I can at least get near it. I want to be close to it. It's like Smeagol chasing the ring. And hopefully, he can get his hands on it once more, because when he has had camouflage, he's done some serious damage. Unfortunately, Penguin doesn't get that flag out on this occasion, but if Cloud9 can consistently show aggressive and push Optic back into their base, it's going to be very difficult for Optic to push out and get a flag touch of their own.
It's a 2v2.
Oh my.
Bound and Eco come out on top in a 2-to-1 exchange. Unfortunately, the rest of Optic Gaming are able to capitalize on the damage. 3 go down on each side. And Penguin, he's the last guy alive. He's got these dynamo grenades, though, and putting him to work to find the opening pick as they try to continue to get into the enemy team's closet. And unfortunately, it's just a green wall of players to try and deal with at this point. And APG, he gets finally taken down, and it looks like Eco may have just broken through that wall in order to get control. And this is the first step into potentially building a 2-0 lead if you're Cloud9. And Optic Gaming realized that they get Eco right out of the closet. And I like what your point is there, Dan. Optic Gaming not really being able to play on the offensive end so far. early on in this game, they got a successful few flag pulls. It was looking like they were going to be able to dictate the pace, but since then, Cloud9 has really had a numbers advantage or had map control ever since.
Optic just haven't been able to keep tabs of some of these Cloud9 players, and then suddenly they turn around, they're behind them, and Stella suddenly just pulls a flag as well. Lucid now going to have to try and do something similar by pushing into the enemy base. If he doesn't get a kill, or if he goes down here, then this could be very much bad news for Optic Gaming. He has to fight, he has to get this flag out.
Gotta get a touch.
Oh no.
First focusing on the Eco, but Eco with some unbelievable shots to take down Lucid for the double to give his team a 2-0 lead. And now all of a sudden, take a look at the bottom middle of your screen. 3 minutes and 38 seconds is not a lot of time for Optic Gaming to get 2 flag caps, and they're going to need that in order to push this one the distance into an opportunity to play for overtime here in game 4. And Bound continuing to body disrespect. You know he's feeling himself, finds himself. Oh, I thought he was going to get that kill onto Lucid. Teammate able to finish off that kill, but you can tell how confident this young superstar is. He's able to body disrespect in his first appearance in a grand finals ever.
I mean, months of being tormented by Optic Gaming. You've got to remember, like, FaZe were on the receiving end of losses to these squads that he's playing against, and now he finally gets the chance to be released. The shackles are off, and we're seeing Bound being able to take these fights with so much support behind him. And now Cloud9 have a 2-0 lead with 3 minutes remaining. It's a best of 5, so if they win this, they win Pro Series number 5. Optic Gaming now need to dig deep. We need to see them at their very best if they're going to be getting back into this game.
We're seeing the best of Bound as he picks up his 24th kill here in game 4. He's had an amazing grand finals, but what a punctuation this game 4 is if he's able to close the door on this one. Optic Gaming, you see Trippy moving his way towards the flag. They've got a few slays in their favor as well, and they need this cap with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. Trippy's got to go fast. He needs the support. Formal does pick up 2 to give him some numbers and their advantage as well, and Trippy making it all the way to the closet, barely touched. Can he get it across and punch this one in? He's knocked to no shield. He's going to wisely wait for his teammate that has shield to take that one in, and Optic Gaming all of a sudden making this game 4 a little bit more interesting now that it's just a 1 flag game with 2 minutes left.
Some of the things I'm seeing these Cloud9 players do is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, Optic have been able to get the flag cap, but at what cost? As now a couple of them have gone down. Cloud9 are pushing in, getting aggressive. Penguin's been able to pick up the camouflage. So all the pieces are there now for these next minute and 30 seconds for Cloud9 to win this game. But we have seen a lot of late comebacks already, not just in Halo Infinite's history, but even in today's competition. So you've got to be careful if you're Cloud9. You need to know how you're going to approach this one. You don't want to get too aggressive and leave yourself vulnerable, but at the same time, if you're too defensive and you turtle up, Optic will take full advantage of that.
Look how much damage Penguin's able to do. He's not really focused on advancing on the map, just holding this top middle area. He's gone from pink over to car, and he's done damage to about 5 or 6 players at this point. Finally gets taken down, but every bit of that damage is felt on the clock, continuing to dwindle down. Cloud9 have no intention in capping a 3rd flag. They have every intention of making sure Optic Gaming do not get in control of their closet, of their base. And most importantly, that flag does not get on the move. Multiple members did just get taken down from Cloud9, so if Optic Gaming have an opportunity, it is now.
Bound takes the fight, and he knows no bounds. Managing to take a 1v1, wins the 1v1, delays Optic Gaming just that little bit extra. And now they've only got 30 seconds to try and get a flag here to try and stay alive in this series.
Penguin playing in the very back of his base for now. Gonna opt to try and push to Lucid. Bound gets that kill onto Lucid, making it 31 of the game. It was 24 what I felt like a minute ago when when Optic Gaming capped that first flag, and somehow, some way, Bound has been able to find 6 or 7 since then. 7 seconds, and Bound positioning himself to get information. Unfortunately, 3 dead for Cloud9. Can they get a touch on the flag? Can they get it? No. Stellar's going to deny any chance of that happening, and Cloud9 have done it. Season 2, the first Pro Series kicks off with Cloud9 having a sub. It's Bound, and they take the championship here today. They win our grand finals in dominant form, and it's off a dominant performance from the young superstar himself.
Bound sat down for his test, and he did not fail. He did not falter. He's very much past, and I would not be surprised if we see Bound in a C9 color once more. But it was just a loan for today. But Cloud9 do take this tournament, and they beat their long-lasting rivals, Optic Gaming, not just in the winners finals, but the grand finals as well. An amazing performance from these C9 players. Optic back to the drawing board for them. I think that we all knew that this Pro Series was going to be a little bit of trials and tribulations, people testing things out, practicing things, because we've got new maps, we've got new modes, or a new map and a new mode. And now it's, what do you do from here? How do you practice? Who's going to put in more time? I think this is going to be a kick up the bum for quite a lot of these teams. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a few teams who were just watching from the wings, and I can't wait to see what they do next week.
Taking a look just at specifically Bound stats, and for good reason. 31 kills, 14 assists to match with it. 2 caps and a return. Both caps go into Bound's favor, and that's the exact definition of Bound's gameplay and what I think he can bring to this Cloud9 roster. If you're going to talk about changing their style up a little bit, we talked about the same dynamic when Penguin joined this team in place of Shotzi's departure. How this Cloud9 team can continue to have success with a little bit of change in play style. Bound is going to bring you objective play that maybe Renegade did not do. And with that, 31 kills to pair with it. Give me that every day of the week and twice on HCS Pro Series Thursdays. Bound doing his job here as a Cloud9 substitution, and I loved what I saw here today.
Just to clarify, because some people may be just tuning in, scratching their head saying, well, where is Renegade? Was he dropped? Is he left? Well, from what we know, he's left. And Cloud9 was searching for someone to replace him. Bound comes in on loan. Could it be a permanent fixture? I think that he's demonstrated the capability to very much fill the shoes of Renegade, that's for sure. And I loved every second of today. I'm glad that Cloud9 and Optic got to have that battle that we've been waiting for quite some time. We expected it to happen at Kansas City. Sentinels stood in the way of both these teams there. But with Sentinels not playing today, it allowed us to have the grand finals that we've all been waiting for. 3-1 was the final score. Cloud9, they may have dropped the first map to Stronghold's live fire, but then they came to life, Slayer Streets, King of the Hill Recharge, and Capture the Flag Aquarius, but they were all some close games. King of the Hill Recharge especially. Go and watch that one back if you didn't see it, because that had absolutely everything.
As we congratulate Cloud9 on their victory today, a lot of questions start to be asked. How good is this Cloud9 roster potentially going to be if Bound becomes a permanent roster member? What's the answer from Optic Gaming? You know, Trippy just got back from vacation, hasn't been practicing very often. They've got to get back to the grind, and they are not satisfied with the second place. And then you're talking about teams that sat out today, like E United, FaZe, Sentinels. There's a lot of questions as far as where everyone falls now, but you can best believe that Cloud9 is going to put everyone to the test after watching them perform today.
Yeah, 100%. We're waiting for the card shuffle, right? And seeing where the cards fall. Because like you said, there are teams that are missing. And obviously this is fantastic stuff for Cloud9, especially with their tryouts that they were holding today in the Pro Series. And I've got to say, Bound really passed with flying colors, in my opinion. Rav, you know, this guy has come on board. Obviously the circumstances aren't the best because not a huge amount of practice for these guys heading into a tournament and going in a grand final against Optic Gaming, who haven't made a change and who are well practiced, is no easy feat. However, they made it look pretty okay, didn't they? They didn't look like they were sweating too hard at certain times. But Brav, in terms of Bound, you know, what impressed you the most? Obviously stats do stand out, but just the way he carried himself with Cloud9 and really kind of formed a real piece of this team here today.
Yeah, for me, I think the most impressive thing is he saved the best for last, right? Just absolutely popping off with enormous numbers in those final games and even shooting some bodies. And to be honest, when you check the stats, you can't really blame him. He put on such a show, and I think when I thought about how he would play on paper with this team, right, he's such a risk taker. We've talked about that all season long with Bound. And I think what the speed and aggression of this C9 roster allows him to take these calculated risks in a way he never could on FaZe, right? He has so much support because he's playing so fast. And I think if we even looked at gameplay, you might think that there are instances and spawns where he's playing faster than Renegade even might have in certain situations. I'm excited to see what he could do here. And I think if there was ever a tryout and a time to lean forward, I cannot imagine how much Bound realized, you know, the opportunity ahead of him. And I think he seized every single moment this evening, and it's a pretty inspiring story to see what Bound has done over the past few months of competitive Halo Infinite.
He really is on the come up, and obviously heading into the season fresh-faced, so to speak, in terms of professional Halo. He really has made some waves here this season. Our grand finals, as you can see on our screens, folks, Cloud9 take that one 3-1 against Optic Gaming. Although it was looking a little bit ropey at the beginning in the strongholds, pretty impressive the fact that they were able to come back so significantly at one point. Obviously, a little bit too late. 240 mark is always going to be a really difficult one to get a grip on. Have to play pretty much perfect Halo there on the live fire strongholds, but I've got to say, it was just really impressive overall from Cloud9, showing us exactly what they can do and how, if you let off the gas just ever so slightly, Cloud9 will start punching back no matter what the scoreline is. Now, on the other side, though, I want to talk about Optic, what these guys need to do, and Mr. Dan Gaskin, our biggest Optic fan here.
Resident Optic fan.
How did you get coined this? What did I miss?
I don't know. What have you missed? I mean, it's everywhere. He is the Optic fan.
Whereas because I said that Optic,
you remember his bets.
Because I said Optic should have won the last event, and because I said today that they should.
That?
He came in really hot today, Wes. He really did.
You're lost.
Oh, right. Okay, so
really
wait. So leading.
Surely you know about the money.
Leading into Kansas City, you think that anyone but Optic should have been the favorite? Like, they were the best online, right? You agree?
If you had anyone other than Cloud9 as the favorite going into Kansas City,
but you had Sentinels.
Well, I had Sentinels winning. I didn't have them as the favorite.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, it turned out pretty well.
Because I said the Optic should have won. And then today I said that they should have been beating Cloud9 because Cloud9 have made a change.
Yeah.
But alas,
no, I think you were on the right track there, Gaskin. I totally understand what you're saying. And honestly, what I want to know from you is really...
on the right track, Dan.
At this point, it's 4:30 in the morning. I don't really care.
I know. I'm so sorry. Gaskin, in your opinion, what needs to be done, do you think, for them to really kind of get over that hurdle that they find themselves in time and time again and really start to close out a series?
I mean, clearly they need more fans.
Who knows?
They need to send me more merch so I can be a bigger fan of Optic Gaming. No, I think that, you know, they'll look at lack of practice recently. I think Wes, you know, hit the nail on the head that there's been a few holidays. Some people after Kansas City haven't put as much practice in as others. On the day, Cloud9 were better. Game types fell for them. Players stepped up. Bound, every game was a final for him, right? Because he had a point to prove today, and boy, did he prove that point. And I think when you've got a player playing that well alongside a team who are desperately searching for a reason to kind of play again for a need where they want to improve and be better, and what better way than when a player leaves your team, Renegade, probably, they're going to be saying, well, why was he leaving us? And how they're going to be able to answer his question and say, look, we are going to be good enough to match up against whatever you're going to be forming elsewhere.
Absolutely. I think it allows them to grow, right? Grow with the roster, kind of, like you said, clutch, grow that kind of anger. Obviously, that has been left from Renegade leaving, and who knows where that is going to take them. But I'll tell you what, this is a damn good start with their change. So amazing stuff from Cloud9, of course. And we need to talk about our Pro Series number 6. And because congratulations to all of our top 8 teams who did actually qualify for that next week. We have a bunch of different teams on the board here. Obviously, Cloud9 taking the entire thing, our champions here this week. Optic Gaming just falling short. G2 Esports finds themselves in a top 3 position. Not too shabby. Pioneers, followed by Complexity, Space Station, G1 and Torrent. Obviously a couple of different names there you're not used to, so a little bit of a weird one for some of you guys at home, but I've got to say, if you turn up and show up, you get the dubs. So amazing stuff from all of our teams today, and make sure you guys are tuning in next week as well. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a long night, folks. It's been a long night, and our casters, they have been absolutely amazing as per usual. So make sure you guys come back, hang out with us next week. It'll be Pro Series number 6. It's going to be lit. It's going to be amazing. Hopefully we can get a few more teams in here to join us. That would be nice. Get a fuller bracket and get a bit of noise in there as well and shake things up. So thank you so much, and we will see you guys next week. Can't wait.